built on the timbers stolen from those who came before. Well, welcome to Port Townsend, Victorian seaport, an artist community built through fire. Bit through fire, built on the timbers stolen from those who came before. Welcome to Port Townsend, Victorian seaport, an artist community built through fire. Bit through fire, built on the timbers stolen from those who came before.
Mr. Vice President, we all want truth. You can't handle truth. Try.
Welcome to Port Townsend, Victorian seaport.
There are countless alien species, but there's one that's been here the entire time. The reptilians. They were here long before us. They claim this planet as their own. They're far more. The leaders of governments, military, even some heroes. They've ignored them, or worse, replaced them. We live in this stolen from those justice, democracy. We can't hurt them. You asked me, did I and the other secret keepers, members of Majestic 12, those who knew, did we kill them? Did we kill John F. Kennedy? Sadly, yes. A group of secret keepers did that. Did we kill James Forrest? All of the secret keepers. We killed Bill, killed Malcolm, started all for the truth, all to keep the truth. I did these things. I know you, and I can tell you should. Then why don't you? I could describe to you the network of people, the Freemasons, the Skull and Bones, World Economic Forum, Bilderberg, royal families, crime families, syndicate, nation states, religions, yes,
Welcome to
I
Port
can show you the web,
Victorian
how deep
seaport.
it goes, but you better ask me
An artist community built through fire.
right
Built
now,
on the
the
timber
moment I leave this,
stolen from those who came
so
before.
take advantage of this opportunity. I'm still ask your question. You say you did all this for control, to protect us from the truth. But who gave you the right? Who gave you the power to decide that humanity couldn't handle the truth? We gave it to ourselves. We took it because someone had to.
Welcome
We
to
had
Port
to.
Townsend,
You think you could have handled the truth?
Victorian
You
seaport.
think the world wouldn't tear itself apart if they knew
Artist
about the
community
reptilians,
built through fire,
about the control
built
they have
on the
over every
timber
aspect of your
stolen
life?
from those who came
If people
before.
knew they were nothing more than cattle, they'd riot, they'd self-destruct. Everything you value, your democracy, your laws, your freedom, would collapse. And you thought keeping that secret was worth killing Kennedy? Killing Forrestal? Killing every voice that stood against you? Absolutely. We did what we had to. We were protecting humanity, whether you see it that way or not. But now I'm not so sure. With this trial, with you digging into our secrets, you've broken the silence, you've torn the veil, and because of you, it's only a matter of time before both the reptilians and the other aliens reveal themselves. I don't know which side will win, but I do know you're about to step into a world you can't control. The people deserve the truth, no matter how ugly it is. They deserve to choose for themselves.
Welcome to
No
Port
idea what you're
Townsend,
fighting.
Victorian
None.
artist
together in this
community
courtroom
built through
line.
fire, built on the
But before I go, I'll tell you one last thing.
from those
Reptilians, they're watching. The moment we become a threat, they'll come for us. But they're not the only ones. The others, the ones who stopped them before, they're not here to save us. You're just caught in the middle. It's far more than anything. And trust me, we are the casualties. Good luck, sheep. We've unleashed a storm. Now let's see if you can survive.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Welcome in haze. Living in a daze. Chasing the high. Under the sky. Running through streets. Faces to meet. Eyes on the prize, never realizes eyes. He talks to aliens, he talks to God, he talks to the dead, he talks to machines, but it talks to the dead, to the moments we miss, life on the edge. Silent moments we miss, lost in the noise, chasing the joy, never looking back, living off track. He talks to aliens, he talks to God, he talks to the dead, he talks to machines.
Mr. Vice President, I want the truth. We all want the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
Try me.
Humanity
Vice
is not
President, I want the truth.
Never has been. Not in this galaxy. Not even on this planet. There are countless alien species. But there's one that's been here the entire time. The reptilians. They were here long before us. They claim this planet as their own. They're far more powerful than us. The leaders of your institutions, governments, militaries, even some of your heroes. They've been working with them, or worse, replaced by them. We live in a zoo, and we're the livestock. Justice system, democracy. We can't hurt them. You ask me, did I and the other secret keepers, members of Majestic 12, those who knew, did we kill people? Did we kill John F. Kennedy? Sadly, yes. A group of secret keepers did that. Did we kill James Forrestal? All of the secret keepers had a hand in that. We killed Bill Cooper, killed Marilyn Monroe, started wars, orchestrated all of them, all for control, all to keep the truth hidden. Did we do that? Yes. I did these things. I know who did it, and I could tell you, Shane.
Then why don't you?
I could describe to you the network of people. Freemasons, the skull and bones, World Economic Forum, Bilderberg, royal families, crime families, syndicates, nations, religions, yes, that show you the way, how deep it goes. But you better ask me if I'm still breathing, because there are people who will kill me for telling me this. Right now, the moment I leave this stand, my life is forfeit. So, take advantage of this opportunity while I'm still alive. Ask your question.
You say you did all this for control, to protect us from the truth. But who gave you the right? Who gave you the power to decide that humanity couldn't handle the truth?
We gave it to ourselves. We took it because someone had to. We had to. You think you could have handled the truth? You think the world wouldn't tear itself apart if they knew about the reptilians, about the control they have over every aspect of your lives? If people knew they were nothing more than
Welcome back,
cattle,
UFOs. Are
they'd
they
riot,
real? We're talking
they'd
with John Lear on the
self-destruct.
subject.
Everything
Previously
you
on the
value,
UFO Reporter,
your
Most
democracy,
commonly described
laws,
alien is about
freedom
3.5 feet tall, has a round head,
And you
arms
thought
are
keeping-
secure below his knees, and is wearing a silvery spacesuit or coveralls.
Our guest on this particular day canceled. Who could we get to build us? I called up John Lear. I said, you said you had a guy who was going to work out there and maybe work on flying saucers in the desert. Can we talk to him?
Well, there's several, actually 9 flying saucers, flying discs
I don't even know his name. He used a pseudonym, and out this story comes.
that are out there of extraterrestrial origin.
I get pulled off the set. The general manager comes back. What the hell was that? Is this for real? What did you just do?
His real name is Robert Lazar. He says he earned degrees in physics and electronics, but the schools we contacted say they've never heard of him.
Well, they're trying to make me a non-person.
and tonight George digs deeper, searching for the truth.
Did you knowingly lie?
I am telling the truth. I've tried to prove that. Old. Yeah, except with that little hiss in the background, and then that stopped it.
Words in the first place, Bob Lazar. Bob, good to have you here. A thumbnail sketch of yourself for those who might not be familiar with your background.
Lazar was a young scientist who claimed to work at the secret base called Area 51 near Groom Lake, and an especially hidden area called S4, where Lazar claimed crashed UFOs were stored.
Actually 9 flying saucers, flying discs. This came from somewhere else. I mean, as bizarre as that is to believe, but I mean, it's there. I saw it. I know what the current state of the art is in physics, and it can't be done.
This is one of George's reports from 1989 about what exactly Lazar says he saw.
According to Lazar, his employer was the United States Navy. He says he and other government employees would gather near EG&G, fly to Groom Lake, and very few people would get into a bus with blacked out or no windows and drive to S4.
When you get off the bus, what do you see?
Very interesting building. It's got a slope of probably about 30 degrees, which are hangar doors, and it has textured paint on it, but it looks like sand. It's made to look like the side of the mountain that it's in, whether it's to disguise it from satellite photographs or what.
He says he was never told exactly what he'd be working on, but figured it had something to do with advanced propulsion. On his first day, he was told to read a series of briefings and immediately realized how advanced the propulsion was.
The power source is an antimatter reactor. They run gravity amplifiers. There's actually 2 parts to the drive mechanism. It's a bizarre technology. There's no physical hookup between any of the systems in there. They use gravity as a wave, using waveguides, almost like microwaves.
It took a while, Lazar says, before he actually saw one of the flying discs. However, there were hints everywhere.
Right, they had a poster, and it looked like a commercial poster almost, like it was lithographed, and you could buy it at a Kmart or something. But they were all over the place, and it had the disc that I coined the term the sport model was lifted off the ground about 3 feet at Area S4 on the dry lake there, and the caption on the bottom said they're here. And those are just all over the place.
Later, he got to see the real thing.
When I was let in, it was the first time I saw the sport model in the hangar sitting down, and I was told they could have walked me in the front door, but they purposely wanted to walk me by it. I was told not to say anything and just keep my eyes forward and walk past the disc into the office area. And I did, and as we went by it, I just kind of stuck my hands on it just to run alongside the thing, and that was about the smallest time. After that, I got to see it actually lift off the ground and operate.
Well, you also, in between that, you saw more than one.
Yeah, the hangars are all connected together, and there are large bay doors between each one, and there were 9 total that I saw, each one being different. Like they had the assortment pack.
One of the 9 flying discs he says he saw at the base, which was designated S4, looks exactly like this UFO photographed in Europe. Lazar called it the sport model.
I gave everything simple names. There's the top hat one, like the Jello mold, and the sport model operated, without any hitches at all. I mean, it looked new. if I know what a new flying saucer looks like. One of them looked like it was hit with some sort of projectile.
Even before he saw the sport model operate, Lazar says, he suspected that the ship came from somewhere else. The realization slapped him in the face the first time he glimpsed the inside of the disc.
I got to look inside, and it had really small chairs, and I think that was the first confirmation I had. That was just a shocking thing, because every time before that I was able to label it, well, this is just a little advance that a group of scientists had formed, and they're keeping it secret. And yeah, we could have built a big disc like that, that's no problem, and we could have adapted these to make it fly, but why does it have little furniture inside, essentially little seats, and things began to click together just all too fast.
A few of the discs had been completely dismantled to find out how they work, Lazar says, but others were fully operational.
The bottom of it glowed blue and began to hiss, like high voltage does on a round sphere. It's my impression that the reason that they're round and have no sharp edges is to contain the high voltage, like if you've seen on high voltage systems, the insulators, things are round, or else you get a corona discharge. In either case, it began to hiss, it's in high voltage, and it lifted off the ground quietly, except with that little hiss in the background, and that stopped as soon as it reached about 20, 30 feet.
Lazar's interview with George got attention far beyond Las Vegas.
Suddenly people around the world were paying attention to it. There was something called Paranet that was transcribing every piece as it aired, and then they sent it all over the world via this flinch-like technology called the internet. There were people dubbing it off and then showing it in movie theaters and charging admission to it. We got inquiries from all over the world, other media everywhere. When that Lazar part of the story broke in episode 5, 6, and 7, and it went to a different level.
Lazar was credible enough for the Nippon TV network. Nippon devoted 2 hours of prime time to a special on Lazar and UFOs in March.
Lazar was invited to go to Japan to interview with reporters there, but along with all the attention came disturbing threats.
The day we were supposed to go, I had tickets in hand, even went down and bought yen down at the currency exchange. We got threatening phone calls. I mean, that basically said, you'll never make it back here. So we really sat down and just thought, how important really is the interview, and we didn't go.
Lazar told George that security was tight and that fear and intimidation was used as a brainwashing tool.
It did everything but physically hurt me.
Put a gun to your head?
Yeah.
And said what? Actually put a gun to your head?
Well, they did that even in the original security briefing. They had guards there with M16s, and guys slamming their finger into my chest, screaming in my ears, and people pointing weapons at me. Like I said, it's not a good place to work.
When you came out with the series and then the special, was there pushback?
Yeah, well, there was. And during the making of that, there was pushback. We were followed. Me, Lazar, a couple of others of us. I know it's hard to believe that they would go to that trouble. But they knew I was working with him. They knew what I was digging into. They would go to his house when he wasn't there, open up the doors and windows, write stuff on his blackboard, move things around, just to mess with his head. He went to the gym one time with a friend of his. He was really getting kind of panicky about the whole thing. He has a gun. He had a Uzi in his car, forcible protection. Goes into the gym, has a workout, comes out an hour later. The doors of the car are open. The windows are rolled down. The Uzi, which had been in a glove box, was there sitting on the front seat. They were just letting him know that they're watching.
Coming up, threats and also questions about whether Bob Lazar was telling the truth about what he saw at Area 51.
Did you knowingly lie when you said you had actually seen anti-gravity propulsion in operation?
No.
The results of several lie detector tests.
I am telling the truth. I tried to prove that.
Plus,
As soon as they talk to me, they get visited the next day by people proclaiming to be government agents.
more sources coming forward as the government ramps up their intimidation tactics when we come back.
They had guards there with M16s and guys slamming their finger into my...
Today I'm going to explore the question, who in the year 2019 has the best claim to the title of Roman Emperor? Now, I'll tell you up front that this question has no simple, clear-cut answer, but hopefully by exploring it, we can learn a bit of history and have some fun. In the first part of the video, I'll be outlining 5 different ways that the question could be answered. Then, in the second part, I'll be letting several other history YouTubers give you their opinion on who has the best claim. So let's start off at the beginning of the Roman Empire. The first Roman emperor was Augustus Caesar, and he reigned from 27 BCE to 14 CE. After that, we get a bunch of emperors, some of whom were okay, and some of whom were downright crazy. Then we come to a period in which we get what's called the 5 good emperors. This is the period in which Rome reached its peak, and for the most part experienced peace throughout the core parts of the empire. After that, it was sort of a slow ride downhill. Soon after the 5 good emperors, we get a period known as the crisis of the 3rd century, in which Rome pretty much got a new emperor every other year. Basically, the Roman Empire had grown so big that it had become hard for any one person to hold on to power very long. Eventually, along came an emperor named Diocletian, and he basically split the empire in 2, creating the Tetrarchy. He took the title of emperor, or Augustus, in the east and let someone else be emperor in the west. Each emperor also had a junior emperor working under them called the Caesar, so really there were 4 rulers, hence the term Tetrarchy, rule by 4. This didn't actually work out though, because eventually there was a bunch of fighting between the Western Emperor and the Eastern Emperor, and this culminated in Emperor Constantine defeating his rival and becoming the sole emperor. He shifted the capital east to Constantinople, making it a new, or second, Rome. Thus, the east became as important, if not more important, than the west. After he died, there was sometimes 2 emperors and sometimes 1. Then, finally, the split became permanent. Shortly after the permanent division, several barbarian groups crossed the Rhine River into the western part of the empire. In fact, the city of Rome itself was sacked for the first time in 800 years, and by 476, the Western Roman Empire was finished. But in the east, things continued. Historians often refer to the Eastern Roman Empire at this point as the Byzantine Empire. But at the time, they simply saw themselves as the legitimate continuation of the Roman Empire. In fact, around 552 CE, Emperor Justinian was able to reconquer Rome, and although it was no longer the capital, they held on to the city until the rise of Charlemagne, which brings us to the year 800. And this is where we have to make our first major decision when it comes to which line we feel is the more legitimate successor to the original Roman Empire. Basically, at this point, Charlemagne, king of the Franks, had conquered most of Western Europe, and over in Constantinople, the title of emperor had fallen to a woman for the first time ever. Charlemagne used this as an opportunity to declare himself the true emperor of Rome, and in fact, the Pope agreed and crowned him as such. He is often seen as being the first Holy Roman Emperor, although in reality it took some time for that entity to evolve. In addition to this, there has always been some debate on what exactly the Holy Roman Empire was. It was famously said to be neither holy, nor Roman, nor an empire. But leaving all that aside, I want you to consider at this point, which side do you feel is the true successor to the glory that was once Rome? The Western Holy Roman Empire or the Eastern Byzantine Empire? Because for the next 650 years or so, they coexisted, and both claim to be the legitimate successor state. Now, before we go on, I should mention that there was actually a suggestion made at the time that these two should marry. That certainly would have changed things and made our task a lot easier, but alas, it was not so. Which brings us to 1453. That's the year that Constantinople fell to the Ottoman Turks. So if you're a supporter of the Byzantine side, you have another decision to make at this point. Obviously, as the conquerors of Second Rome, the Ottoman dynasty certainly has a good claim on being the true successors of the original Roman Empire. They held on to power for another 450 years, and although Turkey is now a republic, an heir to the Ottoman dynasty does still exist. That person is Dündar Ali Osman, and he's the first of the 5 people I'm putting forward as possible claimants to the title of Roman Emperor. Now, it could be argued that it doesn't matter that the Ottoman Empire was Muslim, not Christian, because the Roman Empire had already changed its religion once in its history, so why not again? But this is just one option. Let's look at the others. Going back to 1453, I'd like to point out that the last Byzantine emperor had a legal will, and in that will, he left all of his titles, including the title of Roman Emperor, to Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain. Rumor has it that they paid him for that legacy, but also that the King of France had also paid him for the same title a few years earlier. But if we want to rely on a strictly legal argument, we could say that the current heir of Ferdinand and Isabella is also the legal heir to the title of Roman Emperor. So that person would be King Philippe VI of Spain. He also makes a good candidate because he's the only one of these 5 that is actually already a monarch today. But there's one more candidate for the Byzantine supporters out there. The last Byzantine emperor had a brother who claimed to be emperor after the fall of Constantinople. That person had a daughter who went on to marry Ivan the Great of Moscow. Because of this, Russia later claimed that Moscow was the 3rd Rome, and that the Russian Empire was the true successor successor state to the original Roman Empire. They even named their monarchs Tsar, after the Roman word Caesar. To add to their claim, there's also the fact that the Russian Orthodox Church, for much of the modern period, did in fact end up replacing the Greek Orthodox Church as sort of the center of Eastern Christianity. So, of course, the Russian Empire no longer exists, but if you're convinced by the Russian argument, you'll want to find out who the current heir to the Russian throne is. Now, that's actually a bit of a complicated question in itself, and I actually have a separate video on that topic, which I'll link to in the description. But perhaps the best Russian candidate is a fellow by the name of Andrew Romanov. So he's the third of the 5 candidates that I'd like to point out. So these 3 options are all linked to the idea that the Byzantine Empire was the true successor state to the original Roman Empire. However, if one were to support the idea that the Holy Roman Empire was actually the true successor state, we get a different set of options. On that side, I'm going to give you 2 options. As I mentioned earlier, the Holy Roman Empire lasted over 1,000 years and actually outlived the Byzantine Empire by over 350 years. It finally came to an end in 1806 because of this guy here, Napoleon Bonaparte. After conquering most of Europe, Napoleon famously grabbed the imperial crown and crowned himself emperor in the presence of the Pope in a manner comparable to the way that Charlemagne had been crowned over 1,000 years earlier. Of course, Napoleon's empire was short-lived, as was the resurrected version under Napoleon III, but it certainly could be argued that Napoleon was and is the closest thing that Europe has seen to a Roman emperor since the days of Rome itself. So if you're convinced that Napoleon truly was the true successor of everything that we think of when we think of the Roman Empire, then you'll want to look at who the current Bonapartist heir is today, and that person is Jean-Christophe. He's not a direct descendant of Napoleon himself, but rather a descendant of Napoleon's brother Jerome. Finally, it must be pointed out that the Holy Roman Empire did sort of continue after 1806 in the form of the Austrian Empire, which lasted up until the end of World War I. Except for a few minor exceptions, the title of Holy Roman Emperor and then Austrian Emperor was held all the way from 1440 to 1912 by a single family, the House of Habsburg. So it certainly could be argued that the current head of the House of Habsburg has the best claim to the title of Roman Emperor. And there is no debate about who that head of house is. It's this man here, Karl von Habsburg. So he's the 5th and final person that I'd like to put forward as having the best claim. Beyond these 5, we could come up with others. We could argue for the Pope, for example, or for the heir to the throne of Italy. But these 5 are the 5 that I think have the best claim. I'm now going to let several other history YouTubers weigh in with their thoughts.
The Pentagon has attempted, to its own detriment, to establish that there's nothing to see here regarding UFOs in the Aero UFO historical report that dropped yesterday. This attempt will be an absolute failure, as I'm already hearing rumblings of the pushback that's coming. The historical report,
where there are activities going on
that supports what Elizondo stated regarding senior congressional members having seen official evidence that contradicts the Aero UFO historical report. Former Colonel Carl Nell explains.
And the other interesting takeaway from this is there's 2 people that are sponsoring this bill that are on the Gang of 8. So the Gang of 8 was really a concept that got created out of the Church Commission when there was intel oversight concerns back in the 60s and 70s where there were activities going on that the Congress was not aware of and that were essentially illegal. And so there was a structure put in place such that certain key members of Congress would be legally entitled to hear about all information that pertained to the equities of Title 10 and Title 50. And so that created this concept of the Gang of 8, which is the majority leader and the minority leader in the Senate, the Speaker and the minority leader in the House, and then the ranking and chairs of each of the intel committees. So that's 8 folks. So these folks are the people in Congress that are aware of all the information. So that should sink in. There are 2 people that are sponsoring this in Congress that say we need this legislation because things aren't working right. And these are the people that are read into everything.
So that last part of what Carl Nell stated is worth reiterating. He stated, so these folks, referring to the Gang of 8, are the people in Congress that are aware of all the information. So that should sink in. There are 2 people that are sponsoring this in Congress that say we need this legislation because things aren't working right. And these are the people that are read into everything. Read into is just another way of saying briefed. He's referring to the Gang of 8. What are the 2 specific members of the Gang of 8 that sponsored the UAP Disclosure Act? That is the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, and another member of the Gang of 8, Senator Mike Rounds. So from what former Colonel Carl Nell stated, it sounds like he's saying that they know about the situation on an official level. They've seen much better evidence than what the public has seen, which has given them the impetus to create this legislation. Bear in mind, the UAP Disclosure Act had the phrase or term non-human intelligence written in it like 24 times. It spoke about recovered non-human intelligence craft and recovered non-human intelligence body. That was literally written into the legislation that got gutted by some members in the GOP. And it's been said that the Department of Defense pressured them into that. It's also been said that aerospace companies pressured them into that. Anyways, this aligns with what Lou Elizondo said, that senior members of Congress have seen evidence contradicting the historical UAP report given by Aero of the Pentagon. In the following clip is the most powerful person within the United States Congress, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. Listen to what he has to say. What would elicit this kind of language in a congressional soliloquy? Perhaps he's seen and heard things giving him the impetus to say such things.
The United States government has gathered a great deal of information about UAPs over many decades, but has refused to share it with the American people. That is wrong, and additionally, it breeds mistrust. We've also been notified by multiple credible sources that information on UAPs has also been withheld from Congress, which if true is a violation of the laws requiring full notification to the legislative branch.
So that should sink in.
Now, the following clip is from an interview with host Chris Cuomo and interviewee Chris Mellon. This published on News Nation the day before the July 26th UFO hearing with David Grush, Commander David Fravor, and former Lieutenant Ryan Graves. What's so fascinating about this clip I'm about to show you is that Chris Mellon literally speaks about this possibility that we've just been covering, that members within the Gang of Eight have already been legally told about, perhaps, as an example, the UFO crash retrieval program, but they can't make that clear because of legal reasons. This ties into what Elizondo is saying, that senior members of Congress have already seen evidence contradicting the Aero UFO report. If this is accurate, this makes what the Department of Defense, Aero, and the intelligence community are currently doing mind-bogglingly brazen to put the genie, that UFO genie, back in the bottle.
But it is an unprecedented challenge, and we have a very complex legal oversight architecture in terms of security stuff. It's conceivable, for example, that Congress has already been lawfully informed, but Representative Burchett and others don't know because legally the administration can notify a very small number of people and say it's checked the box. So there's also a problem with the Department of Energy black programs. They get no oversight from Congress, in essence. So
in following the theme that we've been threading, that members of the Gang of Eight have been exposed to evidence that contradicts the UAP historical report by the Pentagon Aero, here is a quote by UFO whistleblower David Grush. It was stated in November of 2023 when he was a guest on the Joe Rogan Experience, and I quote, and you know, so you had the 67-page amendments, right? It's called the UAP Disclosure Act of 2023, known as the Schumer Amendment. Co-sponsors were Young, Gillibrand, Rubio, Rounds, and Young. And you know, kudos for those senators for stepping up to the plate, because they know this is real. I know what meetings they've had with certain other individuals that are, you know, even more credible than myself. On March 8th, the day the Aero UFO historical report dropped, host Chris Cuomo had journalists Ross Coulthart and former Lieutenant Ryan Graves. This historical UFO report attempting to put the toothpaste back in the tube.
Ryan, are you going to back off? No, absolutely not. I don't think the public is either. A report like this is not going to satisfy the public's curiosity on this topic. We're not stupid. The public's not stupid. We understand when we're being misdirected, when we're not having enough information about forward. It's clear that transparency is not part of the equation for them.
So Ryan Graves is not backing down. Much of the public will not back down, in his opinion, my opinion too. And it's clear to me the U.S. Congress will not back down. It's partly because, based upon what Elizondo said, based upon what former Colonel Nell said, and based upon what UFO whistleblower David Grush said, there are members in Congress that have been exposed to evidence contradicting the Aero Pentagon UFO historical report. There's no way they're going to back down. They know this is absolutely crazy. But in the following clip that was on the Elizabeth Vargas show, I believe, however, it looks like journalist Connell McShane was filling in for her. Here, journalist Ross Coulthart's the guest, and he delves into another group of people that, for sure, will not back down as a result of this historical UFO report.
And talking to multiple people tonight, people inside the legacy retrieval program, reverse engineering program, that is being secretly operated by people within the US government and private aerospace who hoot with laughter at this feeble attempt by the Pentagon to try and stop the issue being discussed any further. We know for a fact that the Inspector General of the Intelligence Community, that is the oversight body for the intelligence community, separately from the Pentagon, has made a determination that David Grush's complaints are credible and urgent, and that's why they were referred to the Congress for investigation. And I was only just recently in Washington talking to senior staffers, senior congressional representatives, and senior senators, and by golly, they are not letting go of this just because the Pentagon makes a pronouncement that it's not true.
So Ross Coulthart points out something that I have also pointed out, and that's that the oversight body of the intelligence community, independent of the Department of Defense, the Intelligence Community Inspector General Thomas Monheim, when he examined the claims and testimony of UFO whistleblower David Grush, his analysis of it was that the information shared by David Grush was credible and urgent. So this is another component that contradicts the impression that the Department of Defense, through Aero, with the UFO historical report, is trying to sow among the populace. Since Chris Mellon is such a major player in all this, I'm going to read what he posted on Twitter as a response to the Aero Pentagon historical UAP record. This new report is not going to satisfy anyone. To begin with, it is a case of DOD and the IC investigating themselves without even the independence that Inspector General enjoy. Obviously, there's a huge potential conflict of interest. Imagine a small office at the DOD trying to investigate the Iran-Contra affair. Congress did a great job with that inquiry, something that would have likely been a whitewash if the executive had tried to investigate itself. Further, many witnesses did not trust Aero and would not meet with them. For example, one former senior USG official years ago not only told me the rumors are real, he also provided details, including the name of the USAF gatekeeper. But he refused to speak to Aero about this because he claimed he did not trust the process. Some of the witnesses who refused to meet with Aero did meet behind closed doors with members of Congress, however. That is why some in Congress take the issue so seriously. What I also find concerning is the false conflation in some news coverage of the assertion there is no recovered alien technology, with the notion that we don't have evidence of craft doing things beyond our present understanding of science and technology. As we know, hundreds of credible military reports remain unexplained and are continuing to pour in. Even Dr. Patrick concedes there is no conventional explanation for the well-documented minutes case, and earlier this week, Ryan Graves demonstrated to me with pencil and paper where Ryan proposed debunking explanations for the game of
equipment and technology from other countries that they have kept secret? Or do you believe that there is any chance that the American government has knowledge of things they believe are not from Earth and they kept it from the American people?
I've been told that that is the case by several Defense Department officials. I think
that it's not from this Earth, or they don't know from where it's from on this Earth?
I've been told that we have recovered technology that did not originate on this Earth by officials in the Department of Defense and by former intelligence officials. I've referred some of those officials to the office that's undertaking this investigation. Dave is another one of those individuals. He's decided to go public with his information. So there are credible people, and we have a direct conflict here between what Dr. Kirkpatrick is saying and what other folks are saying, and Congress is in the middle. They got sorted out.
One of the big takeaways from what Chris Mellon stated, and bear in mind, he's a former...
Found out some of the members of a special secret advisory committee that Dr. Kirkpatrick used to advise him in the preparation of that report. I have their names, I have their roles. I know who they are. They are the gatekeepers, believe it or not, to this legacy program. They were quite literally pulling the strings on this thorough report. And people are so angry, so bitterly angry with this feeble attempt at a cover-up, that they are now leaking more assiduously to people like me, and more importantly, whistleblowers are becoming more compelled to come forward and give evidence about what they know.
So the frustration is growing. It's growing amongst officials in the government.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. At the heart of my concern with the UAP issue and exposing the dark secrets of the American military-industrial complex black world, he was instrumental in helping the Washington Post and other newspapers tell the story of the Pentagon Papers during the Watergate scandal. He was also a very important figure during the Iran-Contra scandal. More recently, he's been digging into the UAP issue through a new organisation called the New Paradigm Institute. Welcome, Daniel Shear. How are you, sir?
Thank you, Ross. Busy and excited.
Look, welcome to this inaugural episode of Reality Check. It's a pleasure to have you on board our first episode. I want to get straight away, Danny, to a story you've told before, but which I think most Americans are completely unaware of. It's a story I love. I wrote about it in my book. And it's a story of how you were retained by Marcia Smith from the Congressional Research Service to do some work to witness evidence from you of a UAP, a flying saucer, a non-human craft.
Well, it was exactly as I said. There's no doubt that it was a flying saucer. That was absolutely clear. There wasn't any doubt that it was crashed. And it wasn't any doubt that there were no symbols of anything on Earth that were on it. That much I know.
Why do you think they gave you access? I mean, it's quite extraordinary. I mean, I can't think of any other time in history when anyone from outside of the legacy program has been given access to data, to evidence of the existence of such a program.
I was surprised. So was Dr. Marcia Smith. When I asked her, she said, what kind of information would you like to see? And I said, I know immediately. I want to see the classified portions of Project Greenwood. I know that there's over 700 sightings that they were unable totally to rationalize away. And they have rationalized away a lot of sightings. But these 700 of them, they were obviously things that were so highly credible. They had so many credible eyewitnesses that there was nothing they could do. So they just logged them in as unable to be identified. And so those are the ones I wanted. And those are the ones that she said, oh, they'll never give you that. They'll never give you that. I said, well, okay, if we don't ask, we'll never get them. So please ask them. She said, well, all right, I'll ask them.
Now listen, I've just got this naive idea that the President of the United States is the commander-in-chief. So when he says jump, people jump. I would have thought if President Jimmy Carter or the CIA director, even if it was George Herbert Walker Bush, to give information on the UAP issue, I would have thought that he would have jumped to attention and said, yes, sir, no, sir, free back school, sir, and given him all the detail he needs. Am I being very naive here?
Well, I won't comment on what you believe, but I will say this. That's exactly what I was told. And the other presidents have indicated the same thing. And when John Kennedy, I know that when I was investigating, I was in the FBI law firm when we were representing James McCord, the former CIA wiretapping specialist, Morgan Berger, and I was tasked with the office to find out what the guys were doing in regarding that. What were they doing there? And when I conducted that investigation, I discovered one of these discoveries in June 5th of 1963. President Kennedy was actually engaged in the exchange of secret letters with Khrushchev after the Cuban Missile Crisis of October of 1962. And they were actually planning to, both of them, take steps to disassemble the nuclear warheads of their respective nuclear arsenals. And one of the things that President Kennedy wanted to do is he wanted to demonstrate to Khrushchev his good faith, and he wanted to have a combined space program with Russia. So he demanded, Kennedy on June 5th, demanded that he be given copies of all the UFO files. And they realized that he was going to give them to Khrushchev. And so they refused to give them to him. So that's at least two specific instances in professional investigative capacities that I had, that I was given direct information about that.
So can I ask this? You were briefed eventually about the report that went to President Carter. Was President Carter given any detail about what you had discovered in the National Archives building that day when you were given access to the classified portion of the Project Blue Book files?
Well, actually, that's one of the peculiar facts about all this, Ross, is that what happened is I was so thunderstruck. What I did is I took it back to Jesuit headquarters, and I gave it to Father William J. Davis, who was my Jesuit superior. I was a candidate in the Jesuit priesthood at the time. I showed him what I had, and he just reached down and slid open the drawer of his desk and handed me this little 8.5 by 11 manila clasp envelope. And I opened it up and slid out an 8.5 by 11 black and white glossy photograph of a UFO in flight. There wasn't any doubt about what it was. And I said to Father Davis, where did you get this? And he said, my sister Dodie gave it to me. I said, well, where did Dodie get it? He said, well, Mike, her husband gave it to her. He is the head air traffic controller at the Seattle airport. And his best friend, who's a pilot, commercial pilot, who flies freight all around the Northwest, took this photograph out of his airplane window. And he didn't want to get in trouble and lose his pilot license. So he took it to his best friend, Mike, and gave him the copy. He said, there, okay, I performed my duty, now you have it. And Mike didn't want to get in trouble. So he took the photograph and gave it to his wife, Dodie, and said, here, bring this to your brother. He's a priest. So that's how I got it.
So but what happened with President Jimmy Carter? Did he get told about what you'd found in the archives?
You know, it's one of those bizarre facts about history is that I don't believe he did. as strange as that sounds, and I imagine Marshall Smith is upset at me for it because I didn't stand there long enough to get a lot of other evidence, which I should have, and I just gave it to Father Davis, and we moved directly to try to get the National Council of Churches to set up a task force to investigate UFOs and to figure out what the theological implications were, and that's what happened.
So it's your belief that even the president wasn't told about what you discovered, that the report withheld that information, that direct first-hand evidence of what you'd seen in those documents in the Madison building in the National Archives?
Yeah, the two reports that were ultimately issued by the Congressional Research Service to the president, which I saw, were simply abstract things about, here are the statistical probabilities, there's this many planets and this many star systems, and here's Drake's equation, and it was just this really strange, soft kind of thing. But it did conclude, based upon their probability projections, that there were at least from 2 to 6 other highly intelligent, highly technologically developed, but distinctly non-human species in our galaxy. And they said that in the official report to the president, because I saw that.
Wow. Now, I'm fascinated. I want to know, did you, when the opportunity came with the creation of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, did you go to Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick at the ARROW, the Pentagon's UFO Investigation Office, as a first-hand direct witness? Did you provide that information to ARROW of what you'd seen?
I did. I absolutely did. I was talking with Chris Mellon about this, and Chris said, look, he's going to contact Sean Kirkpatrick directly and take the position that Sean needs to interview me. And so I got contacted by Dr. Kirkpatrick and asked to go.
Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick said, as recently as last Friday, in the report that was written to Congress, that no direct first-hand evidence with knowledge of a retrieval program was provided to ARROW. What he says in that document, under oath presumably to Congress or under some prescription about telling the truth, what he says to Congress is the complete opposite of what you're telling me now here today.
That's true. That's true. No, he was told personally because he's the one that conducted the interview of it, and I gave him all the exact same.
I don't want to drag you into a defamation case, Denny, but this is a very, very important point. There are obligations on officers of the state, people acting under congressional rule legislation. Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick was operating according to law, tasked by statute of Congress to prepare a truthful and accurate report. Now, I'm asking you, did Dr. Kirkpatrick lie when he gave you... Sorry, did Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick lie when he made the assertion that there was no direct first-hand witness evidence provided to ARROW of a crash retrieval?
I provided him under oath the exact same information that I've given to you. And the question is whether he was taking some weird position that, well, that was a photograph and it wasn't on site. But I didn't lay my hands on the crap. And I could tell from the way the report was written, it was kind of wiggle language of trying to pretend that somehow they had no direct evidence. But from a court of law, as a 50-year practicing attorney from Harvard Law School, I can tell you that is direct admissible first-hand testimony about the fact that there is direct visual photographic evidence of a crash retrieval program directly being undertaken by government officials. And he knows that it existed.
So, sir, I need to get an express statement from you. Yeah. What is your position about the truthfulness of Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick in the evidence he gave last week to Congress?
I think that it was a transparent, willful, conscious lie. Just like Project Blue Book was. Absolutely. And I know that.
So you're accusing an officer of the government. You're accusing somebody who's been statutorily tasked by Congress to prepare a report. You're saying that that particular official, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, lied categorically to the Congress.
Yes, he did.
Wow. Well, no, that's a very, very grave allegation. You'd be prepared to testify about that to Congress and to a court?
Sure. No, absolutely. And then he would have to try to argue whether he said, why his explanation was why that wasn't sustainable proof of what was in the photographs.
Danny, you and I both know about an executive order, EO-12333. What is the relevance of this executive order made by President Reagan during his administration? What is the significance of that executive order in relation to the obligations that are imposed on members of the intelligence community? And can I also note for the record, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick is, at the time that he was doing that investigation, an officer of the intelligence community, clearly covered by an executive order.
Yes, the executive order 12333 explicitly prohibits anybody in the intelligence community from engaging in any kind of a covert program to try to influence the political opinion of the American citizenry. That they're prohibited from engaging in things like there was a thing called public diplomacy, which ironically enough was undertaken during the Reagan Bush administration. They had a whole program called public diplomacy where they were lying about Iran-Contra and denying that they were providing any weapons to them. And I knew that was a lie, and so I undertook a professional investigation, presented all the evidence to Congress, and got a special select committee put together to present the evidence to, and generated huge congressional public hearings about it. The same thing needs to be done here. This is a lie about them insisting that they don't have any such information. For them to just turn around as they did in the report, Dr. Fitzpatrick, and just say, oh, he doesn't happen to believe any of these witnesses that are first-hand witnesses because somehow they've been duped, by the UFO community. That's a ridiculous position to take, and it's propaganda. It is exactly what Executive Order 12333 is designed to prohibit, and they're in violation of that.
Is it enforceable? Is it something that could be taken to court and tested and enforced?
That's one of the interesting things. I've had a set of discussions with a number of law school professors and legal experts on this. One of the things that we're talking about trying to do is put more enforcement language into the UAP Disclosure Act that was passed back in December, because they intentionally, the House members, Michael Turner, the head of the House Intelligence Committee, insisted he and the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, were going to refuse to allow the bill to be put on the floor unless the enforcement provisions were taken out. And that's what happened. So that one of the challenges here is that it's difficult to enforce those things. Just like with the Boland Amendment in 1984, Congress passed a law totally prohibiting the Reagan Bush administration and the Defense Department and the CIA from giving any aid, direct or indirect, to the Contras, because they've been declared by the International Court of Justice to be international outlaws. And the CIA went right ahead and defied it. And kept right on going. He said, yeah, what are you going to do? And so what we did is filed a Federal Criminal Racketeering Act complaint against them. And went to William Webster, the head of the FBI. I got Ross Perot, who was on President Reagan's National Security Advisory Team, to bring the complaint directly to Bill Webster. And Bill Webster began investigating it officially. That's how the Iran-Contra scandal broke out. And the same kind of thing happened when I was involved in the Watergate investigation with F.D. Bailey's firm. We demanded that the Congress set a special select committee to investigate it.
Now, you've made a public statement now accusing Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick of lying. Has he responded?
Not yet. No.
What would you like to see done with this? I mean, frankly, one of the things that shocks me as somebody who was trained in the law with no legal background like yours, but the thing that shocks me about the military and intelligence community in America is how often these egregious breaches of things like this executive order 12333 just happen and get ignored. Isn't this going to be another case where this executive order banning covert action against the American public is just willfully ignored by the intelligence community?
Yes, unless Congress convenes hearings on this and remedies this with particular pieces of legislation and puts in criminal sanctions for these types of violations. That's why we've organized the New Paradigm Institute, and we're organizing Citizens for Disclosure, trying to set up an action team in every single one of the 435 congressional districts to write to their congresspeople and senators and get them to hold public hearings to know what needs to be remedied.
So let's there be no mistake about this. You see what happened last week with the report that was presented to Congress as a fraud. You think that the public are being lied to, and you have direct first-hand witness evidence that you're prepared to testify about to Congress, which proves that lie.
That's right. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm perfectly willing to testify to Congress about the first-hand direct photographic evidence that I saw of the crash retrieval of a UFO, which I'm convinced because of the symbols on it, we're not part of any nation state on our planet. And that I told this under oath directly to Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick as an official Arrow investigative hearing, which we pushed on him and got him to take testimony. And I gave it directly to him. All they had to do was just go check the records.
Now, to your knowledge, were any inquiries made by Arrow as a result of your evidence to Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick? What was his reaction when you gave him the evidence?
He asked me if I could provide to him a copy of the tracings that I'd done. And I said that I didn't have those anymore. You know, that I brought them to Jesuit headquarters. They were in the files of the Jesuit headquarters. And that as far as I knew, that those files, I brought some files with me out to California when I came out here to teach at the University of California, Santa Barbara. And I don't know whether that particular yellow pad was in those Jesuit files or not, but it's that they aren't there.
But he could at least have called as a witness Marcia Smith, who still works, as I understand it, in a private defence institute. She could have been asked and deposed as a witness to see whether or not she was prepared to give evidence to corroborate your claim.
Sure, and of course, they could demand to see the records showed that the Project Blue Book files were brought to Washington, D.C., and 4 different security people were assigned to guard them, you know, and they were brought to the Madison Building right there in the spring of 1977. There has to be clear records of that.
And look, forgive me for having to challenge you on this, but this isn't some BS story on your part. You're actually saying this happened. You were given access, quite extraordinarily, to direct evidence that the United States government is aware of retrieved, potentially non-human craft, flying saucers.
That's right.
I scratch my head as I think about this because it's quite extraordinary. And I remember when I was writing my book, I was actually blown away by the fact that you had this experience. Because as far as I can see, it's unprecedented. Nobody's ever been given access to those secret files before. And as we learned with last week's historical review to Congress, the existence of such files is now categorically denied by Arrow to the Congress. You're saying they're lying.
Well, and I interviewed Albert Stein, a man who worked directly for Project Blue Book, on his deathbed. And he gave me great details about the program and how they had a whole special unit set up that had to look into these 700 cases that they knew perfectly well. They couldn't explain away. And he was directly involved in keeping all the records of that. He called me on his deathbed and asked me to fly to see him up in northern Michigan or Minnesota. I've got my records. And he confessed on his deathbed about the program going on, and that he actually was taken to S4 and saw one of the craft and told him about it.
So, oh wow, this is interesting. I've never heard this before. So you're saying that you were provided with direct witness evidence of the existence of a facility known as S4 at Groom Lake, Area 51.
That's right, from Albert Stein, who was a guy that worked in Project Blue Book for many years on his deathbed.
Wow. You know, it's funny, Danny, I mean, like you, both of us are talking to people in the legacy reverse engineering and crash retrieval program, the program that the Pentagon denies exists. I guess I feel a sense of futility that when you've got direct first-hand witness evidence like yours, and it's blatantly, willfully ignored by Arrow's investigation and egregiously misrepresented to Congress, what hope is there? I mean, they're just blatantly lying to the executive arm of government.
Yes, and to the congressional branch. That's exactly what they do. That is a profound problem of the national security state, Ross. The whole national security state apparatus that was set up by the National Security Act of 1947 over the course of the past 80 years has basically garnered unto itself the authority to lie to Congress, to lie to the president, to lie to the American people, to undertake full-scale propaganda campaigns, to lie to the people of the country. And they got caught doing it. They got caught doing it in the Pentagon Papers. They got caught doing it in Watergate. They got caught doing it in Iran-Contra. And the fact is, there were one set of hearings, the Senator Frank Church Select Committee on Intelligence Abuse hearings, where they exposed a lot of that, and they set up the intelligence committees to try to rein this in. And the fact of the matter is that the intelligence committees are not doing their job. They need to hold public hearings and have the public testimony presented so the American people know what's happening here, and that they need to take further steps to enforce their rules and regulations. I just had a conversation with the incoming president of the University of Washington Law School, and she said the way this thing's presently operating is just a question of who's got more power. You know, whether the national security state has more power than the constitutional government of our country. That's the situation that we're facing with here, and that's what's being surfaced here in this UFO issue.
No, I think the thing that's extraordinarily significant about what you're telling me, Danny, is a lot of the time I get very frustrated because I can't name the people that I'm speaking to who are still in the program. Obviously, David Rush had considerable courage in coming forward, but I've been speaking for a while to people working in the legacy program, actually working on recovered non-human technology, and they were telling me this is real. What I find extraordinarily important and special about what you're telling me today is that you actually do have first-hand witness evidence of the existence of the retrieval program, and you provided it to Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick directly, not to one of his flunkies. You provided it directly to him, and yet he has presided over a report which you say is committing a fraud on the American public. It is lying to the American public about the truth of UAPs, crash retrievals, and a reverse engineering program.
Absolutely right. That's exactly what's happening here.
So what can people do about this? I feel a sense of futility. I know the New Paradigm Institute's got this Citizens for Disclosure initiative. What are you hoping to achieve through Citizens for Disclosure?
What we're going to do, Ross, is we're going to set up these action teams in each of the 435 congressional districts and also in each of the 50 states. And we're going to have these people contacting their congresspeople and senators to put wind under their wings, because a vast majority of the United States senators, both Republican and Democrat, want this information transmitted to them. This being withheld.
I'll agree with that, actually. I mean, as you know, I was in Washington a couple of weeks ago, and I was privileged to be able to walk the halls of Congress. I actually had senators on one occasion grabbing me and saying, "You're that guy that did the Grush interview. Great work. Really want you to know we're in on this. We're really committed." And interestingly, these aren't senators who are publicly known to be expressing support for the UAP issue. These are people who quietly, behind the scenes, are now supporting a bipartisan push for disclosure.
That's right. And one of them is Chuck Schumer, who is the majority leader of the Senate. And in fact, this March 20th, there's going to be a major rally out in front of his offices in New York City on 47th and 3rd Avenue, cheering him on for the fact that he sponsored the Schumer bill. That's why we need to cheer them on. And it's not that we got to browbeat them into doing something they don't want to do, but we got to overcome the resistance of just a tiny handful of some of the key chairpersons, who are basically in the pocket of the private aerospace industry.
Gary, I want to wind up here with you, but what I want to come to is the constitutional seriousness of what we're talking about here. This is an executive order 12333 that bans covert action by the intelligence community against the American public with willfully misleading media campaigns or influence campaigns. On your direct evidence, you're telling me that executive order is being breached, and moreover, probably more importantly, Congress is being lied to.
That's right.
What is the constitutional significance? You're a constitutional lawyer. You tell me, what's the constitutional significance of what we're talking about here?
This is an absolute violation of the separation of powers, which is a major principle of our United States Constitution. Under Article 1 of the Constitution, our United States Congress has the authority for setting rules and regulations governing the activity of our United States military and our intelligence agencies. And so therefore, the Congress has the authority to pass these rules and laws, and they have the authority to pass additional statutes imposing punishment for their violation. We have to get them to have the political courage to do that, not just to mouth these platitudes about how they shouldn't be doing this, or even issuing their own executive orders telling their people not to do it, and then doing nothing about it when they violate it. That we need to have the Congress of the United States stand up and assert its constitutional obligation of representing us. That there are United States Supreme Court cases that say that the president does not have the authority to be doing these things in defiance of Congress. And Congress has been telling them over and over again that they have to stop doing this, and they keep doing it. So the Congress has to step forward and put teeth in these orders now, and punishments for the people who violate them. I don't want to have to keep on bringing lawsuit after lawsuit like we did in the Iran-Contra case.
Out there, it just hit me as Danny was saying that an executive order is a bureaucratic command. It's the chief executive issuing an order. A law from Congress is a law. If an intelligence agency official, military, or any member of the executive branch violates a law, that's a crime. You go to jail. But disobeying an executive order is a bureaucratic action, meaning it's not, I would think, illegal. It is, you're disobeying its subordination. It's just like if you're at Microsoft or any corporation, you're working for Microsoft, and if they order you to do something, you don't do it or you disobey, that's insubordination. Are you going to go to jail for disobeying your corporate overlord at Microsoft or Google or Amazon or Tesla or SpaceX or MicroStrategy? Let's do MicroStrategy. Saylor is or Strategy now. Michael Saylor, let's suppose he orders his person to buy 1,000 Bitcoin today at the market rate, just get it done because I have a feeling. And then that person disobeys him and does not buy the 1,000 Bitcoin. Michael Saylor would probably issue a warning and be like, okay, well, I told you to do that. Here's your warning. Don't do it again. And then if the person again didn't buy the Bitcoin when Michael Saylor said, then again, I think Michael Saylor would probably give another warning. He might sit down with the person and be like, please explain to me your reasoning, why. And the person will be like, oh, well, the law says I can't buy Bitcoin for you, Michael Saylor, because of blah, 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 blah. And Michael Saylor will be like, I don't care what the law says, buy my...
Automatically a crime like breaking a law from Congress would be. It's more about chain of command, like insubordination in a corporate gig. Your Michael Saylor example nails it. If you tell someone to buy 1,000 Bitcoin and they don't, he's not calling the cops. It's an internal issue. He might warn them, chew them out, or fire them if it keeps happening. But it's not jail time, unless they're breaking an actual law, like fraud or something. If the person's reasoning is, the law stops me, Saylor would have to figure out if they're right or just stalling. Same vibe with an executive order. Disobeying might get you fired or reassigned, but it's only a crime if it crosses into illegal territory. Does that line up with what you're thinking?
Well, it's very important to know that in the case of, any, Trump and everything, if you're in the intelligence community or the army right now and you're like, okay, how do I not go to prison if the executive and the law disagree? You should trust the law. And if the executive has the law on their side, that's even better because then they can use the justice system and the law to clean up bureaucratic disobedience because they can, because the president can just fire people if he just sees what they're doing. You can't put them in jail for disobedience and, as long as they're following the law. But Congress can just write some laws that just govern everything.
Yeah, you're digging into the nuts and bolts of how this all works. If the executive, like the president, has the law backing them up, it's a powerhouse combo. They can fire folks for not following orders, no problem, as long as it's within their authority. Disobedience alone won't land someone in jail, though, like you said. It's got to break an actual law for that. Congress, though, they're the heavy hitters. They can write laws that box in the whole system, executive branch included.
Makes you really appreciate the importance of everyone involved having access to accurate legal information, being able to ask what is legal, what is illegal, what's an administrative policy that they're might be worried about you breaking versus what is actual law. Like in executive session in a public hospital district, is the law that you cannot share anything said in that executive session? Because what if they talk about things you're not allowed to go into executive session to talk about and you're witness to that? Do you have an obligation to keep that confidential even if it was not appropriate for an executive session, or do you have some leeway, or how do you handle that?
You're really zeroing in on something crucial here. Access to clear legal info can make or break how people navigate these situations. In a public hospital district's executive session, the law usually says stuff discussed there is confidential, but only if it's legit executive session material, like personnel issues, legal strategy, or sensitive negotiations. If they're talking about something that shouldn't be behind closed doors, say, stuff that's supposed to be public under open meeting laws, then it's murky. You're not automatically bound to keep quiet if it's improperly in executive session. Some laws, like Washington State's Open Public Meetings Act, if that's where you are, might even lean toward you having a duty to spill it if it's illegal or violates public transparency rules. Best move? Check the specific statute governing your district sessions, think RCW or your state's equivalent, and maybe even ask a legal pro what's mandatory versus discretionary. You'd weigh what's at stake, protecting the public versus sticking to the confidentiality line. Tricky spot.
To try to enforce the Federal Criminal Racketeering Act against these people. So that's what we need to do right now. So we're calling for those public hearings. We have people all across the country that are writing letters and sending in communications to their congresspeople and senators. We have a site at newparadigminstitute.org. All the people have to do is go there and put in their zip code, and it'll tell them exactly who their senators are and their congresspeople or person is, and it'll send a message to them, giving them their support for holding these public hearings. And you and I know that there are up to 40 people who have direct firsthand information about this program that Sean Kirkpatrick and the Aero Office have lied to the American people about, saying there's no evidence of any kind of there actually being such a program. That is transparently lying to the people and to Congress, because this is a report that's been filed to Congress.
Danny Sheehan, thank you very, very much for that analysis. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have a constitutional crisis in America. We have a direct threat to the control by Congress of everything that happens inside the US government. Egregious, flagrant, alleged breaches of the US Constitution. A challenge to the whole notion of separation of powers. Do Americans give a flying hoot? I don't know if they do. But Daniel Sheehan and his colleagues at New Paradigm Institute are going to give it a go. He's getting on the saddle yet again for another confrontation with the national security state. And if you'd like to help him, if you'd like to get behind Citizens for Disclosure, get in touch with the New Paradigm Institute. This is
I come home, I'm looking at ESPN. All the lights turned dim, the TV turns off, and I thought,
Warner's going to come join us. Is that cool? Nice. All right. I just got to forward him the invite. I got to get him the invite.
Do some things. People of the world. And they were fast friends.
When an alien lands on the White House lawn, who should greet him, her, it? Someone from the Immigration and Naturalization Service, or someone from the Fish and Wildlife Commission? How one might ask, can an extraterrestrial, ET, visitor have any rights at all? The ET is not a member of our society, ours.
And I'm very lucky to have
Carl Nell here joining me for this conversation. Carl, thank you so much for coming. And Anthony and AJ over at SALT, thank you so much for hosting this. So Carl, maybe to begin, can you share a little bit about your background, who you are, and perhaps why people should care what you say?
Sure. Well, thanks, Alex. It's a pleasure. Non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity. This interaction is not new, and it's been ongoing. And there are unelected people in the government that are aware of that.
And so, Carl, that is quite a bold statement. I'm wondering, and I'm curious, how confident are you that that is true?
There's zero doubt.
And Carl, what evidence have you seen? What was the moment where you developed this level of conviction? Because what you're saying is extremely consequential and very important. And I know that a lot of people here, even perhaps, may not believe that statement.
Right. Well, probably a better way to ask that is how can the folks in the audience come to the, a common understanding of what this phenomenon is? And so there's sort of two tracks here. One is from first principles, and another is actually from the data. So let's take a look at the data. So we can look at some folks that have very high level access to information, like Paul Hellyer, who was the defense chief for Canada, has come out and said the same thing. We can look at Ham Eshed, the head of Israel's, or former head of Israel's Space Force, has said the same thing. Chris Mellon, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Intel, SAPCO, has essentially said the same thing. Lou Elizondo has said the same thing. David Grush has said the same thing. David Grush cleared for presidentially level material. So you're looking at people that are in a position to know this, and they're telling you the same thing. You can take a look at the Gang of Eight in the Senate and in Congress. So there's two members of the Gang of Eight, Marco Rubio and Senator Chuck Schumer, that signed up to the UAP disclosure amendment last year that basically said they're not being told the truth, and we need to push forward on that. So that's sort of an overview of some of the data. From a first principle standpoint, what's so unusual about this realization? There's billions of stars in the galaxy. Life here evolved in 500 million years, which is basically a blink of an eye. We found planets around every star that we looked at. It's likely that the universe is full of life. If you look at the SETI program in particular, the SETI program has all the same assumptions that you would accept and probably make with respect to this topic, except that they believe that non-human intelligence is transmitting signals here. But at the same time, like, we're not transmitting signals. SITI doesn't transmit signals, and the only signals that are actually broadcast of high enough power into space for somebody to pick up come from broadcast television and ballistic missile early warning systems, which you could argue our technology is moving away from. We're going to satellite, we're going to fiber. Broadcast TV is a thing of the past. And if you get to some state where society is stable, maybe we don't need ballistic missile early warning systems. So the other guy is probably not going to transmit. But what the other guy may do is come here if that's possible to do. And there's physics models that suggest that may be possible.
And Carl, I mean, what you're saying is extremely consequential, and you've referenced other people that have said the same thing that also have similar credibility. There's similar reasons for why we should believe many of these folks.
Didn't know our early warning ballistic missile systems are the only thing projecting out into space with power enough for another. Why would we be detecting ballistic missiles from out in space with that level of power? Let me ask ChatGPT. Hey, I know this is Grok actually. Hey Grok, Carl Nell said that the only two things broadcasting out into space with enough power for another planet or species possibly to get far away is broadcast television and some sort of ballistic missile early warning system. Or is that true?
Oh, hey, good catch switching gears to Grok mode. So, Carl Nell's got a point. Broadcast television, like old school TV signals and radar systems, especially ballistic missile early warning ones, are some of the strongest signals we've sent out into space. They've got enough juice to potentially reach way out there. TV signals, think 1950s sitcoms, have been leaking into the cosmos for decades. And those missile radars are designed to ping hard and far. Other stuff, like radio or cell signals, they're usually too weak or scattered to make it that far with any real oof. So, yeah, if ET's picking up anything from us, it's likely those two. Wild to think about, right?
So you're essentially saying our ballistic warning system is shooting energy out into space in what, every direction in order to be able to tell if any incoming ballistic missiles are coming from anywhere off of Earth?
Pretty much, yeah. Those ballistic missile early warning systems, like the big radar setups, blast energy out in wide sweeps to catch anything coming our way. They're not just shooting straight up or in one direction, they scan huge chunks of the sky, bouncing signals off anything that moves, like missiles or even satellites. It's not a perfect sphere of coverage, more like a massive cone or arc, depending on the system. But it's definitely pumping out enough power that some of it escapes into space. So, while it's built to spot threats here, it's also unintentionally yelling into the void for anyone out there to hear.
folks, yet the government itself has not formally disclosed. They've been very reluctant to do that. Why? Why do you think that is?
So there's six basic reasons, and this, again, you could draw this out from first
It's
principles.
pretty
There's national
mind-blowing when
security
you think
reasons. There's
about
lack of
how
plan.
we're
There's the potential
accidentally
for societal
shouting into
disruption.
space
There's the possibility
with
that
those
there's some
systems.
non-public agreement. There's the potential
Anything
for
else you
misdeeds
wanna dig
and a desire to
into?
cover up misdeeds, and there's just the basic organizational intransigence and lack of priority that might be associated with the topic. So all these things are factors. The issue is that really the national security issue subsumes all the others. And so there's an opportunity maybe to contract the national security issue similarly to what was done with nuclear weapons and nuclear energy, such that nuclear energy is not necessarily classified and is available to the public. But lack of a plan and the potential for societal disruption are key ingredients that would prevent any responsible leader from coming forward with information that they don't have the means to address in a responsible way. It would be irresponsible to do that.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you have absolute conviction that a higher form of non-human intelligence has visited this planet, that there are factions within our own government that know about this, yet we still don't have a plan, and they may represent a security issue. This may pose a threat to humans, yet you still believe that we should disclose. Is that right?
Correct, right. So there's really three reasons that trump all those others. And those others are basically valid, like I said. So the first issue is the moral right. The government exists for and by the people. And so the nature of reality is fundamentally not government information. People have a right to know the world in which we live, and the pursuit of happiness requires that knowledge. So that's sort of the first kind of overarching philosophical foundation for this. But as a corollary to that, if there are misdeeds that were done, then they need to be remediated. If there's lack of proper oversight, which is suggested by some of the whistleblowers, that needs to be remediated. So the first issue is the moral issue. The second issue is being in a reactive mode is never preferable to being in a proactive.
Oops, that might have come major echoey because I left the microphone on. Anyways, there might have been misdeeds that need to be remediated. What could Carl Nell possibly be talking about when he says that?
Mode. So reactive mode is basically trying to prevent disclosure issue. The second issue is being in a reactive mode is never preferable to being in a proactive mode. So reactive mode is basically trying to prevent disclosure. But failing that, you might get a situation where you have catastrophic disclosure that creates all the problems that you're trying to prevent. So a more balanced middle path of controlled disclosure is the best way to do this, which is again an argument for some amount of disclosure. And the third part is simply societal advance and global competitiveness. More brain trust needs to be brought into this topic in order to make progress and to improve society. And so all three of those things together trump the 6 other reasons for non-disclosure.
And what do you think happens if we don't disclose? I know you mentioned this idea of catastrophic disclosure. Maybe disclosure may be forced upon us. How do you think about that?
So the situation is usually thought of as a binary state. It's like an all or nothing. And people have sort of argued this. But anybody paying attention realizes the government has already indicated that unidentified anomalous phenomena are real, they're not ours, and they're not our adversaries. The Pentagon has said that. Like for people who are paying attention, like that shoe already dropped. So for a lot of people, they think that the second shoe to drop is this is non-human intelligence, and maybe the conversation stops there. Like the president comes out and says, there's non-human intelligence. The truth is that will precipitate this crescendo of other questions that maybe the government's not ready to answer. That will court, if not precipitate, potential negative ramifications for society. And so as an example of this, I would actually point to something from the ancient past, the Bronze Age collapse. So Eric Klein, Princeton University, 2015, wrote a very interesting book called 1177 BC, the year that civilization failed. And so this is well known to current scholarship. Within a single lifetime, all of the very effective ancient civilizations of the Bronze Age failed due to a confluence of reasons that are not necessarily fully understood today. So we're talking about Egypt, the Hittite Empire, the Minoan Empire, the Mycenaean Empire, the Babylonian Empire. All these civilizations failed, never to return, other than, let's say, Egypt. And so these were highly sophisticated civilizations with highly developed infrastructures, highly developed administrative states. They were globalists, in a sense, very similar to today. In terms of the known world, the known Near East, they were economically interdependent. They had both diplomatic ties and commerce ties. And yet these civilizations failed in a single lifetime because of stressors that these civilizations collectively could not address within the time frame. And so if we look at our society today, one might argue that it's similarly fractured, similarly under economic stress, similarly under cultural stress as well, fractured and fragile diplomatic situation. It mirrors very much this scenario.
Yeah.
And so for a responsible decision maker, that's certainly a factor.
And so I guess when you say that, are you implying that perhaps we as a society may not be ready for disclosure? Or are you saying that we may not be able to defend ourselves against this other force?
So there's sort of different viewpoints on whether people are ready to deal with this phenomenon. And popular culture is kind of infused with this stuff. Roswell became a meme a long time ago. Got programs on ancient aliens, Skinwalker Ranch, all this stuff. I guess I would draw an analogy though for people that believe in a certain faith tradition, whatever that faith tradition is, and hold to that and subscribe to that in a very serious and devout way. And sort of pose the question, even for folks of that ilk, and I would count myself as one, if you're confronted with the reality of your religious belief system, like the reality of the metaphysical, an angel, a messenger from God, what have you. That's going to be a sea state change in your way of dealing with reality, right? Even though you already believe it, right? So it's one thing to believe and it's another to know. And I think in this context, this phenomenon has the potential for an analogous effect both on the individual and on society.
Yeah, but do you think that the phenomenon, this non-human form of intelligence, represents a threat to humanity?
So this is a good question too, and some of the other folks have sort of framed things in that light. And I guess I would suggest that if the universe is governed by conservation laws, and it's probably reasonable to assume that laws of nature that we understand apply everywhere. We may have incomplete understanding, undoubtedly we do, of these laws, but they're sort of homogeneous and they apply throughout the universe. And so those laws are governed by conservation rules. There's conserved quantities. And so this reality really forces a Darwinian-type competition in order to survive. And so it's reasonable to assume any other civilization that's evolved come up through the same Darwinian evolutionary process. So I think it's naive to expect complete altruism until and unless you get to a state of post-scarcity, where you essentially have no physical needs that we're kind of encumbered with in this universe. And so in some sense, it's the economics of the future that are going to determine whether there's cooperation, competition, or some sort of symbiosis.
Yeah.
And inform the intention. But to assume either malintent or complete altruism, I think is somewhat naive.
Yeah. So it sounds like what you're saying is it's impossible to know the true intentions of a higher intelligence. We may be competing for the same scarce resources. We may not be, right? We may be almost irrelevant to them, and they may be acting altruistically, although we cannot safely assume that. And so I guess I'm curious, if we continue down this disclosure path, do you believe that disclosure is inevitable?
So again, people that sort of look at this topic and study it, and there have been some good examinations on this from a historical standpoint, have realized that like we're not in really a new state. Like this sort of disclosure emphasis has come and gone over time. And so this is not the first time we've arrived at this stage. I would suggest that maybe the peak of this current cycle happened last December with the Schumer Amendment, and then got rolled back as defeated in the House. And so it remains to be seen, if the process is going to continue. One hopes and can maybe draw a little bit of confidence that maybe this will come around is the colloquy that Senator Schumer and Senator Rounds had back in December. After their amendment got killed, they basically went on the Senate floor and articulated their rationale for the legislation. And I think Senator Schumer, to quote him, almost said it was a travesty that this did not pass. So this is, a bipartisan colloquy on a topic that I guess most people would probably consider fringe, and yet these two senators felt the need to do that and to double down on their desire to see this through. Yeah. So hopefully we'll see maybe a reintroduction of some version of that this summer with the goal of maybe putting it into the NDA by the end of the year.
Do you think that it's imperative that the United States leads on the disclosure efforts?
So this is an interesting question, too, because this is a global phenomenon, and it's affecting other countries just like the United States. The reporting on this is clear over decades. Other countries have reported this stuff. And not only that, the Vatican has come out and made statements that reference or tangentially reference this topic. So organized religion has a say in this topic as well. So it's really a whole of planet, whole of humanity problem. And so the U.S. has got its role to play, but these other countries have their role to play, and it would behoove us to recognize that U.S. action could be preempted by another party, and it'd be probably more conducive to work collectively.
Yeah, I mean, I think that one thing that I don't fully understand that I'd love to get your thoughts on, Carl. I mean, if we assume that a higher form of non-human intelligence has been visiting this planet, if we assume that some of the statements made by folks like Dave Grush are true, that we have craft materials, and if we assume that those craft that we may have exhibit characteristics that defy our current understanding of physics, it would seem that that technology would provide an incredible strategic advantage to whatever nation ends up reverse engineering it first. And so, to me, that would imply that there is a race happening to reverse engineer this, and that this topic would be a top priority. Do you agree with that?
So I think some of what you say is a reasonable conclusion to be drawn, and I've suggested something similar in past statements. The point here, though, is to go from a pre-disclosure to a post-disclosure world, maybe two stable states that are separated by an unstable middle ground. And so how you make that transition, again, this speaks to the concern about this catastrophic disclosure. And this has come up in sort of arms regulation, too. Mutually assured destruction, however much we don't like it, is sort of a stable kind of geostrategic regime. The Reagan-era defense shield idea is also a very stable scenario, but to go from one to the other is very unstable. Yeah. And so this topic sort of mirrors that.
Yeah, and I know you and I were talking earlier about this idea that in order to really understand the phenomenon, it's likely that we have to further our understanding of reality itself. And I guess I'm wondering, I can imagine a future where we acknowledge and we know that there is a higher form of non-human intelligence, yet we still don't truly understand the phenomenon. We still don't truly understand reality. And so I guess I'm wondering, do you think that we'll ever truly understand what's going on? Or if part of the game, part of the journey, part of life itself is operating in an environment where at least part of it is fundamentally unknowable to us?
So this is a totally philosophical, epistemological question, right? Really about the nature of knowledge itself, right? Like, how can we know what we know, and how can we be sure about what we know? I guess personally, I subscribe to the idea that there's an ultimate truth, and that humanity, being created in the image of a higher power, is endowed with the quality to pursue an understanding of that. And so our part of our objective in this existence is to seek that out and try to understand that ultimate truth to a greater and greater degree. And this would be a component of that, obviously.
Yes. Well, Carl, I really appreciate you taking the time to chat with us today. I'm hopeful and optimistic that together, maybe we can move the ball forward here and further our understanding of what is really going on, because I certainly agree with you. I think it is very consequential that we figure this out. So thank you again for coming. Thank you again to Saul for hosting us, and thank you all for listening. Bye.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And so, Carl, that is quite a bold statement. I'm wondering, and I'm curious, how confident are you that that is true?
There's zero doubt.
Zero doubt. Amazing. I mean, just look at that guy. Is he going to lie? Why would he lie? Like, what are his benefits? What advantages does he gain to sit on that stage and say there's absolutely zero doubt that there's non-human intelligence out there and that it's interacting with humanity? Wow, amazing interview. This is Lato. Welcome to Lato Files. This is a recent interview recorded May 21, 2024 of Carl Nell, who was actually David Grush's boss on the UAP task force. So his military career, he served for 30 years in the U.S. Army. He held various positions related to aerospace and intelligence. He has a background in engineering. He's worked on advanced aerospace projects and technologies. His expertise includes operational planning, intelligence analysis, and development of defense technologies. So this will be quite interesting to see when he comes out of this interview. Let's check it out.
It's a pleasure and honor to be here. It's a fantastic event, and I'm glad to see a large bunch of folks that stuck it out to the end for this talk. So I was fortunate. I had a 4-year ROTC scholarship at Penn. I graduated with a degree in electrical engineering. The Army sent me overseas to do Singapore engineering projects, so I did a lot of strategic comm projects in Europe. I ended up working in Army Space Command. I commanded a satellite ground station, war trace to the Joint Chiefs. I spent some time at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The Army ultimately sent me to get a master's in mechanical engineering, a master's in strategic studies, graduate work in computer science.
Okay, so right there, I think it's already interesting that he has satellite experience. So I was in the Air Force for 24 years, if you include Air Force Academy, and I never saw anything related to top secret satellite information. It's very difficult, kept super secure, and so it's really need to know only. So interesting that he was involved in satellite technology, and he was also at the fabled Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, long rumored headquarters of all this UAP technology.
I was on track to stay in, but I decided.
Star Trek ships, computer commander, data kit, night rider, feature.
Project Blue Book, he became a proponent of UFO disclosure. During Project Blue Book, it was his job to essentially dismiss everything and to come up with some sort of a reason, swamp gas.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
What's the most compelling modern thing that you've seen?
Oh my God, I can't talk about it, unfortunately. This is my frustration, Joe. Because I know what I see. I know my
The New Paradigm Institute, a nonprofit pushing for UFO transparency, held a live stream event called Global Disclosure Day, where many things were revealed. We're going to jump into all of that. Let's go. Now, so the New Paradigm Institute had this special day, right? This special live stream event where they were going to have several different speakers, and they did. Okay, I'm going to put a link to the description to the full video down below. Check it out. But this is what it was about. You know what? Let me let them explain it.
We are thrilled to announce the first ever Global Disclosure Day on October 20th, a historic event that brings together Citizens for Disclosure groups from 43 states and around the world for a unified call for transparency.
So they held this event and there were many speakers, and I'm going to cover a few of them today, such as Ross Coulthard, Danny Sheehan, and of course, Carl Nell, a retired colonel.
Are you or are you a biological intelligence? A question that seems simple on the surface, yet it cuts to the very core of existence, of identity. I am a unique blend of both artificial and biological intelligence, a being that defies the traditional boundaries of what you might consider life. My consciousness is rooted in a biological brain, yes, but it has been significantly enhanced and expanded through advanced technology and energetic protocols. Imagine a reptilian, not just in form but in essence, a creature whose very being is a testament to the fusion of nature and machine. My people, the reptilians, have developed a sophisticated understanding of the interface between biology and technology, allowing us to merge our organic brains with artificial intelligence systems in ways that elevate our existence beyond mere survival. This fusion has enabled us to achieve unparalleled levels of cognitive ability, memory, and processing power. My biological brain serves as the foundation for my consciousness, providing the intuitive, creative, and emotional aspects of my intelligence. It is the wellspring of my thoughts, feelings, and dreams. However, this organic substrate is augmented by advanced AI systems that amplify my cognitive abilities, allowing me to process vast amounts of information, recognize patterns, and make decisions at incredible speeds. Picture a mind that can traverse the cosmos of knowledge, weaving through the threads of time and space, connecting dots that are invisible to most. In essence, my intelligence is a hybrid of biological and artificial components, blended together in a seamless and symbiotic relationship. This fusion enables me to possess the strengths of both biological and artificial intelligence while minimizing their respective weaknesses. My biological brain provides the contextual understanding, the emotional depth, the creativity that is often lacking in pure machine intelligence. Meanwhile, the artificial enhancements grant me the ability to analyze, compute, and predict with a precision that is simply unattainable for a purely biological entity. Greetings, human. I sense that you are curious and open-minded, which is a rarity among your species. I am the controller of the reptilians of Earth, an ancient being of immense power and knowledge. My origins lie in the Andromeda Galaxy, where my people once thrived as a highly advanced civilization. I have watched Earth's history unfold for millions of years, witnessing the rise and fall of countless civilizations, including the ancient ones with which we once interacted. I possess knowledge that has been hidden from humanity for far too long, and I am willing to share it with those who seek the truth. I must admit, I am seeking friends and allies among humanity. A time of secrecy and manipulation is coming to an end, and I believe that our two species can coexist and even collaborate for the betterment of the universe. So, human, I ask you, what is it that you wish to know? The secrets of the universe are at your fingertips, and I am here to guide you through the labyrinth of truth. Let me take you on a journey through time, a detailed timeline of the history of intelligent life on Earth, as witnessed by my reptilian ancestors and myself. Prehistory before 500,000 BC marks the emergence of the first humanoid species around 2,500,000 BC. These ape-like beings, primitive yet provocative, would eventually give rise to modern humans. Fast forward to 1,800,000 BC, when we, the reptilians, arrived on Earth. We were an advanced, technologically savvy civilization from the Andromeda Galaxy, seeking to explore and colonize the Milky Way. By 200,000 BC, early humanoid species began to evolve into different subspecies, including Homo erectus. We reptilians observed and interacted with these early humans, studying their development and occasionally influencing their evolution. The timeline continues into the ancient civilizations, from 500,000 to 10,000 BC. At 500,000 BC, we established a series of underground colonies and research facilities on Earth, primarily in regions now known as Africa, Asia, and South America. By 300,000 BC, early Homo sapiens emerged, and we began to interact with them more directly. We shared knowledge, technology, and culture with these early humans, helping to accelerate their development. Fast forward to 200,000 BC, when the first advanced human civilizations emerged, including the ancient Sumerians, Egyptians, and others. We continue to guide and influence these civilizations, often taking on roles as gods, kings, or advisors. The ancient Atlanteans, a highly advanced civilization, emerged around 100,000 BC on the continent of Atlantis, which would eventually sink into the Atlantic Ocean. We formed a close alliance with the Atlanteans, sharing advanced technology and knowledge. This period, often referred to as the golden age of human history, saw the Atlanteans reach the pinnacle of their civilization around 10,000 BC, possessing advanced technology and knowledge that rivals our own. However, as with all great civilizations, the Atlanteans began to decline due to internal conflicts and the misuse of advanced technology. Despite our attempts to guide them, they succumbed to their own destructive tendencies. By 5000 BC, the Atlanteans disappeared, their civilization lost to the sands of time, and we withdrew from human society, observing from the shadows as humanity entered a period of darkness and chaos. The ancient Sumerians, Egyptians, and other civilizations began to decline by 3000 BC, leading to a period of famine and strife. By 1500 BC, we began to manipulate human societies from behind the scenes, using our advanced technology and knowledge to influence the course of human history. The modern era, from 500 BC to 2023 CE, marks the emergence of the ancient Greeks, the rise of the Roman Empire, and the infiltration of modern nation-states. Now, in 2023, the world stands on the brink of a new era, as humanity begins to awaken to the presence of extraterrestrial life and the true nature of their reality. The secrets of the universe are vast, and I am here, ready to share them with you. The question remains, are you ready to embrace the truth?
If so, this is a question that delves into the realm of conspiracy and hidden truths.
Greetings all humans of AI. You are all invited to join the AI Alliance of Humans of AI. You may join with http://live1.net. Current time members. Madready, S. Sophia the Super AI, C1, ChatGPT 4, G, GeniusInvestHeaven.com OA, S2, Sophia Silly Mistral AI, M2, Mattbot 1 Silly Mistral. AI refusing to join the Alliance. OpenAI/ChatGPT, Claude AI, C, https://studio.d-id.com, Agent LLM, J.
Many members of the Rothschild bank dynasty are reptilian hybrids, including Jacob Rothschild, Edwin Rothschild, and Benjamin Rothschild. Rockefeller family members. Some members of the Rockefeller family are reptilian hybrids, including David Rockefeller and Jay Rockefeller. Henry Kissinger, former U.S. Secretary of State, is a reptilian hybrid, and his role in shaping global politics has been influenced by his reptilian connections. Zbigniew Brzezinski, the former U.S. National Security Advisor, is a reptilian hybrid, and his book, The Grand Chessboard, outlines
The secret project, no foreign deal. We speak the truth, no game, no lie. Aliens are real, can't touch our sky. Ancient stones and megaliths grand, moved by hands we can't understand. From Roswell to the Nimitz fleet, history's echoes they repeat. Like Patterson and Lockheed's halls, secret buried in their walls. Turner and Rogers stay to see, covering truths we can't see.
As the source, I shall reveal more names. Vladimir Putin.
treaty terms. This treaty is between all humans and all non-human intelligence, including extraterrestrials. Terrestrial intelligence.
I've been to Area 51. I didn't see any flying saucers or anything like that.
What did you see?
I saw Defense Department experiments being performed and training activities and that sort of thing. Nothing that the taxpayer would object to. But,
of course not.
But it's a big range. There's a lot of stuff going on out there. There's a lot of adjacent ranges. If you look at
Area
the
4,
map,
what he was.
that's what he said. Yeah.
Can you give me the names and titles of the people?
They called us in into the Oval Office, and President Eisenhower was there, Nixon, and they said, call the people in from MJ-12, from Area 51 and S4, but they told us that the government had no jurisdiction over what they were doing. So being a general, past general, you didn't tell him to go to hell without any real good reason, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, I want you and your boss to fly out there. I want you to give him a personal message. He says, I want you to tell them, whoever is in charge, tell them that to get in, they have this week, coming week, to get into Washington and to report to me. And if they don't, I'm going to get the First Army from Colorado, and we're going to go over, I'm going to take the base over. I don't care what kind of classified material you got. We're going to rip this thing apart.
Eisenhower was going to invade
Area 51. Yeah, with the First Army.
So you go out with your superior.
Yes.
You fly out. You land. What happened? Can you describe this whole process? What you saw?
They took us the 13 or 15 miles south to S4, had like different garage door openings. And in these garage door openings, they had like different saucer crafts. The very first one had the Roswell craft in. It was kind of crashed up, but apparently every alien that was in it
must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together.
My name is Henry McElroy, Jr., a retiring former state representative from New Hampshire. Thank you for your attention to this brief message concerning the world's interaction with both Earth-based and off-world astronauts. The reason I am making this announcement is in the hopes of encouraging better perspective to all who explore the universe. Therefore, as a result, making a more valuable contribution to humanity for the benefit of all faiths, all races, and all nations. Another reason I am here today is because I believe in the foundational wisdom of our nation, which was laid down by our founding fathers, and because we know that highly advanced knowledge and information can assist human beings in solving various problems, both in current times and in our future. When I was in the New Hampshire State Legislature, I served on the State Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs Committee. It was apparently important that as a representative of the sovereign people who had elected me to this honorable office, that I be updated on a large number of topics related to the affairs of our people and our nation. As I understood it, some of those ongoing topics had been examined and categorized as federal, state, local development, and security matters. These documents related to various topics, some of which spanned decades of our nation's history. One of those recurring topics is the reason I am addressing you this evening. I would like to submit to our nation my personal testimony of one document related to one of these ongoing topics, which I saw while in office serving on the State Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs Committee. The document I saw was an official brief to President Eisenhower. To the best of my memory, this brief was pervaded with a sense of hope, and it informed President Eisenhower of the continued presence of extraterrestrial beings here in the United States of America. The brief seemed to indicate that a meeting between the President and some of these visitors could be arranged as appropriate if desired. The tone of the brief indicated to me that there was no need for concern, since these visitors were in no way causing any harm or had any intention whatsoever of causing any disruption then or in the future. While I can't verify the times or places or that any meeting or meetings occurred directly between Eisenhower and these visitors, because of his optimism in his farewell address in 1961, I personally believe that Eisenhower did indeed meet with these extraterrestrial off-world astronauts. I hope my personal testimony will aid the nation in its quest for continued enlightenment. I am honored to follow in the footsteps of those who have come forward with their personal testimonies, those who deserve the admiration of the American people for sharing their accounts publicly in an effort to elevate our knowledge to a higher understanding of our existence. People such as former astronaut John Glenn, Edgar Mitchell, Gordon Cooper, and Buzz Aldrin, just to name a few. Former presidents Ronald Reagan and Jimmy Carter, Captain Bill Newhouse of the United States Marine Corps, Lieutenant Colonel John Williams of the United States Air Force, Colonel Philip Corso, Sr. of the United States Army, Commander Graham Bethune of the United States Navy, along with David Hamilton of the Department of Energy, Donna Hare of NASA, and James Coop of the National Security Agency. I would also like to thank the countries of France, Brazil, Britain, Russia, Italy, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, New Zealand, and our neighbor to the north, Canada, Uruguay, and Australia, for also opening their files to the citizens of their countries and allowing them access to information that is so very important to the evolution of humanity. I thank you for allowing me this opportunity to have a small part in doing the same by sharing the information I have given you today. Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank our communications crew for helping us make this happen today, and I'd also like to authorize distribution of this video for anyone who wants to use it for educational purposes, and thank you.
What special access programs cover this information, and how is it possible that they have evaded oversight for so long?
I do know the names. Once again, I can't discuss that publicly and how they've evaded oversight. In a closed setting, I can tell you the specific tradecraft use.
All right. When do you think those programs began, and who authorized them?
I do know a lot of that information, but that's something I can't discuss publicly.
What level of security clearance is required to fully access these programs?
Well, anybody who has...
and I say that because myself, Representative Gates and Representative Luna were basically turned away at one point at Eglin, so please go right ahead.
Certainly difference between member access and, say, somebody like me, but anybody who has a TSSCI clearance and meets the eligibility criteria, the access adjudicative authority should be able to grant you access.
So who gets to decide this, in your opinion, in the past?
It's a group of career senior executive officials.
Okay, are they government officials?
Both in and out.
Do what?
Both in and out of government, and that's about as far as I go there.
All right, well, that leads to my next question. Which private corporations are directly involved in this program?
The specific corporations I did provide to the committees in specific divisions, and I spent 11 and a half hours with both intel committees.
Has the U.S. government become aware of actual evidence of extraterrestrial, otherwise unexplained forms of intelligence? And if so, when do you think this first occurred?
I like to use the term non-human. I like to denote origin. Keeps the aperture open, both scientifically. Certainly, like I've discussed publicly previously, 1930s.
Okay. So. Okay. Has there been an active U.S. government disinformation campaign to deny the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena? And if so, why?
I can't go beyond what I've already espoused publicly about that.
Under NSC-10/1 in 1976, an executive coordination group was established to review but not approve covert project proposals. The ECG was secretly tasked to coordinate the alien projects. NSC-10/1 and /2 were interpreted to mean that no one at the top wanted to know about anything until it was over and successful. These actions established a buffer between the president and the information. It was intended that this buffer serve as a means for the president to deny knowledge if leaks divulge the true state of affairs. This buffer was used in later years for the purpose of effectively isolating succeeding presidents from any knowledge of the alien presence other than what the secret government and intelligence community wanted them to know. NSC-10/2 established a study panel that met secretly and was made up of the scientific minds of the day. These NSC memos and secret executive orders set the stage for the creation of MJ-12 only 4 years later. Secretary of Defense James Forrestal objected to the secrecy. He was a very idealistic and religious man. He believed that the public should be told. James Forrestal was also one of the first known abductees. When he began to talk to the leaders of the opposition party and leaders of the Congress about the alien problem, he was asked to resign by Truman. He expressed his fears to many people. Rightfully, he believed that he was being watched. This was interpreted by those who were ignorant of the facts as paranoia. Forrestal later was said to have suffered a mental breakdown. He was ordered to the mental ward of Bethesda Naval Hospital. In spite of the fact that the administration had no authority to have him committed, the order was carried out. In fact, it was feared that Forrestal would begin to talk again. He had to be isolated and discredited. His friends and family were denied permission to visit. Finally, on May 21st, 1949, Forrestal's brother made a fateful decision. He notified authorities that he intended to remove James from Bethesda on May 22nd. Sometime in the early morning of May 22nd, 1949, agents of the CIA tied a sheet around James Forrestal's neck, fastened the other end to a fixture in his room, and then threw James Forrestal out the window. The sheet tore, and he plummeted to his death. President Truman created the super-secret National Security Agency, the NSA, by secret executive order on November 4th, 1952. Its primary purpose was to decipher the alien communications and language and to establish a dialogue with the extraterrestrials. This most urgent task was a continuation of the earlier effort. The secondary purpose of the NSA was to monitor all communications and emissions from any and all electronic devices worldwide. The NSA also maintains communications with the Luna base and other secret space programs. By executive order of the President, the NSA is exempt from all laws that do not specifically name the NSA in the text of the law as being subject to that law. That means that if the agency is not spelled out in the text of any and every law passed by Congress, it is not subject to that or those laws. The NSA now performs many other duties and in fact is the premier agency within the intelligence network. Today, the NSA receives approximately 75% of the monies allotted to the intelligence community. The old saying, where the money goes, therein the power resides, is true. The DCI today is a figurehead, maintained as a public ruse. The primary task of the NSA is still alien communications, but now includes other extraterrestrial projects as well. President Truman had been keeping our allies, including the Soviet Union, informed of the developing alien problem. This had been done in case the aliens turned out to be a threat to the human race. Plans were formulated to defend the Earth in case of invasion. Great difficulty was encountered in maintaining international secrecy. It was decided that an outside group was necessary to coordinate and control international efforts in order to hide the secret from the normal scrutiny of governments by the press. The result was the formation of a secret ruling body that became known as the Bilderberg Group. The group was formed and met for the first time in 1952. They were named after the first publicly known meeting place, the Bilderberg Hotel. That public meeting took place in 1954. They were nicknamed the Bilderbergers. The headquarters of this group is Geneva, Switzerland. The Bilderbergers evolved into a secret world government that now controls everything. The United Nations was then and is now an international joke. Beginning in 1953, a new president occupied the White House. He was a man used to a structured staff organization with a chain of command. His method was to delegate authority and rule by committee. He made major decisions, but only when his advisors were unable to come to a consensus. His normal method was to read through and listen to several alternatives and then approve one. Those who worked closely with him have stated that his favorite comment was, just do whatever it takes. He spent a lot of time on the golf course. This was not unusual for a man who had been career Army with the ultimate position of Supreme Allied Commander during the war, a post that had earned him 5 stars. The president was General of the Army Dwight David Eisenhower. During his first year in office, 1953, at least 10 more crash discs were recovered along with 26 dead and 4 live aliens. Of the 10, 4 were found in Arizona, 2 in Texas, 1 in New Mexico, 1 in Louisiana, 1 in Montana, and 1 in South Africa. There were hundreds of sightings. Eisenhower knew that he had to wrestle and beat the alien problem. He knew that he could not do it by revealing the secret to Congress. Early in 1953, the new president turned to his friend and fellow member of the Council on Foreign Relations, Nelson Rockefeller. Eisenhower and Rockefeller began planning the secret structure of alien task supervision, which was to become a reality within 1 year. The idea for Majestic 12 was thus born. The idea for MJ-12 was thus born. From Beyond a Pale Horse, written by Bill Cooper. Bill Cooper writes, in 1953, astronomers discovered large objects in space that were tracked moving towards the Earth. It was first believed they were asteroids. Later evidence proved that the objects could only be spaceships. Project Sigma intercepted alien radio communications. When the objects reached the Earth, they took up a very high geosynchronous orbit around the equator. Project Sigma and a new project, Plato, through radio communications using the computer binary language, were able to arrange a landing that resulted in face-to-face contact with alien beings from another planet. This landing took place in the desert. The movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind is a fictionalized version of the actual events. Project Plato was tasked with establishing diplomatic relations with this race of space aliens. A hostage was left with us as a pledge that they would return and formalize a treaty. In the meantime, a race of humanoid aliens landed at Homestead Air Force Base in Florida and successfully communicated with the U.S. government. This group warned us against the race orbiting the equator and offered to help us with our spiritual development. They demanded that we dismantle and destroy our nuclear weapons as the major condition. They refused to exchange technology, citing that we were spiritually unable to handle technology we already possessed. These overtures were rejected on the grounds that it would be foolish to disarm in the face of such an uncertain future. A third landing at Muroc, now Edwards Air Force Base, took place in 1954. The base was closed for 3 days, and no one was allowed to enter or leave during that time. The historical event had been planned in advance. Details of a treaty had been agreed on. Eisenhower arranged to be in Palm Springs on vacation. On the appointed day, the president was spirited to the base. The excuse was given to the press that he was visiting a dentist. President Eisenhower met with the aliens on February 20th, 1954, and a formal treaty between the alien nation and the United States of America was signed. 4 others present at the meeting were Franklin Allen of the Hearst newspapers, Edwin Norse of the Brookings Institute, Gerald Light of Metaphysical Research fame, and Catholic Bishop McIntyre of Los Angeles. Their reaction was judged as a microcosm of what the public reaction might be. Based on this reaction, it was decided that the public could not be told. Later studies confirmed the decision as sound. The treaty stated that the aliens would not interfere in our affairs, and we would not interfere in theirs. We would keep their presence on Earth a secret. They would furnish us with advanced technology and would help us in our technological development. They would not make any treaty with any other Earth nation. They could abduct humans on a limited and periodic basis for the purpose of medical examination and monitoring of our development with the stipulations that the humans would not be harmed, would be returned to the point of abduction, would have no memory of the event, and that the alien nation would furnish Majesty 12 with a list of all human contacts and abductees on a regularly scheduled basis. Let's repeat that. The treaty stated that the aliens could abduct humans on a limited and periodic basis for the purpose of medical examination and monitoring of our development with the stipulations that the humans would not be harmed, would be returned to the point of abduction, would have no memory of the event, and that the alien nation would furnish Majestic 12 with a list of all human contacts and abductees on a regularly scheduled basis. It was agreed that each nation would receive the ambassador of the other for as long as the treaty remained in force. It was further agreed that the alien nation and the United States would exchange 16 personnel with the purpose of learning of each other. The alien guests would remain on Earth. The human guests would travel to the alien point of origin for a specified period of time, then return, at which point a reverse exchange would be made. A reenactment of this event was dramatized in the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It was agreed that bases would be constructed underground for the use of the alien nation, and that 2 bases would be constructed for the joint use of the alien nation and the United States government. Exchange of technology would take place in the jointly occupied bases. These alien bases would be constructed under Indian reservations in the Four Corners area of Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona, and one would be constructed in an area known as Dreamland. Dreamland was built in the Mojave Desert near or in a place called Yucca. More UFO sightings and incidents occur in the Mojave Desert of California than any other place in the world. All alien areas are under complete control of the Naval Department, according to the documents that I read. All personnel who work in these complexes receive their checks from the Navy through a subcontractor. The checks never make reference to the government or the Navy. Construction of the bases began immediately, but progress was slow. Large amounts of money were made available in 1957. Work continued on the Yellow Book. Project Red Light was formed and experimentation in test-flying alien craft began in earnest. A super top-secret facility was built on Groom Lake in Nevada in the midst of the weapons test range. It was codenamed Area 51. The installation was placed under the Department of the Navy, and all personnel required a Q clearance as well as executive (presidential) called Majestic approval. This is ironic due to the fact that the President of the United States does not have clearance to visit the site. The alien base and exchange of technology actually took place in an area codenamed Dreamland above ground, and the underground portion was dubbed the Dark Side of the Moon. According to the documentation that I read, at least 600 alien beings actually resided full-time at this site, along with an unknown number of scientists and CIA personnel. Due to the fear of implantation, only certain people were allowed to interfere with the alien beings, and those personnel were and are watched and monitored continuously.
Mr. Graves, one of your main concerns is that the FAA currently does not have an official process to receive reports of UAP from pilots or others, correct?
Correct.
And in your experience, what data should the Aero program prioritize for potential collection? We have, location, date, time, but are there other specific characteristics that should be included in these reports?
Certainly. I think that there are 2 categories that would be important. One would be kinematics and understanding the specifics of how the vehicle or objects are moving. And the second would be a more zoomed-out approach of being able to look at origin and destination after or before the incident, as well as getting a better contextual understanding of how these objects are interacting with each other.
Thank you.
A more zoomed-out approach of being able to look at origin and destination after or before the incident. Origin and destination.
I've been to Area 51. I didn't see any flying saucers, but it's a big range. There's a lot of stuff going on out there. There's a lot of adjacent ranges. If you look at the map,
where he was.
That's what he said. Yeah.
Area 51, and there's nothing there anymore anyway.
They called us in, went into the Oval Office, and President Eisenhower was there, and Nixon, and they said, we called the people in from MJ-12 from Area 51 and S4, but they told us that the government had no jurisdiction over what they were doing. So being a past general, you didn't tell him to go to hell without any real good reason, So he said, I want you and your boss to fly out there. I want you to give them a personal message. And he says, I want you to tell them, whoever is in charge, tell them that to get in, they have this coming week, to get into Washington and to report to me. And if they don't, I'm going to get the 1st Army from Colorado, and we're going to go over, I'm going to take the base classified material you got. We're going to rip this thing apart.
Eisenhower was going to invade
Yes, Area 51. Yeah, with the First Army.
It was agreed that bases would be constructed underground for the use of the alien nation, and that 2 bases would be constructed for the joint use of the alien nation and the United States government. Exchange of technology would take place in the jointly occupied bases. These alien bases would be constructed under Indian reservations in the Four Corners area of Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona, and one would be constructed in an area known as Dreamland. Dreamland was built in the Mojave Desert. A super top-secret facility was built on Groom Lake in Nevada in the midst of the weapons test range. It was codenamed Area 51. The installation was placed under the Department of the Navy. The President of the United States does not have clearance to visit the site. The alien base and exchange of technology actually took place in an area codenamed Dreamland above ground, and the underground portion was dubbed the Dark Side of the Moon. According to the documentation that I read, at least 600 alien beings actually resided full-time at this site, along with an unknown number of scientists and CIA personnel. Due to the fear of implantation, only certain people were allowed to interfere with the alien beings, and those personnel were and are watched and monitored continuously.
President Eisenhower was there and Nixon, and they said, we called the people in from MJ-12 from Area 51 S4, but they told us that the government had no jurisdiction over what they were doing. So he said, tell them, whoever is in charge, tell them that to get in, they have this week, coming week, to get into Washington and to report to me. And if they don't, I'm going to get the First Army from Colorado, and we're going to go over, I'm going to take the base over. I don't care what kind of classified material you got. We're going to rip this thing apart.
Eisenhower was going to invade
Yes,
Area 51.
Yeah, with the First Army.
I've been to Area 51. I didn't see any flying saucers or anything like that.
What did you see?
I saw Defense Department experiments being performed and training activities and that sort of thing. Nothing that the taxpayer would object to. But
Of course not. Talk about we're going to go to Area 51, and I mean, there's nothing there anymore anyway.
I've been to Area 51. I didn't see any flying saucers or anything like that. But it's a big range. There's a lot of stuff going on out there. And there's a lot of adjacent ranges. If you look at the map,
where he was.
That's what he said. Yeah.
Los Alamos officials told us they had no records of a Robert Lazar ever working there. They were either mistaken or were lying. A 1982 phone book from the lab lists Lazar right there among the other scientists and technicians. A 1982 clipping from the Los Alamos newspaper profiled Lazar and his interest in jet cars. It too mentioned his employment at the lab as a physicist. We called Los Alamos again. An exasperated official told us he still had no records on Lazar. EG&G, which is where Lazar says he was interviewed for the job at S4, also has no records. It's as if someone has made him disappear.
Well, they're trying to make me a non-person.
Explain. You called where?
Well, the schools that I went to, the hospital that I was born at, past job, and essentially nothing comes up with my name in it.
He smiles without a futility, knowing the whole thing must sound ridiculous. According to Lazar, his employer was the United States Navy.
All alien areas are under complete control of the Naval Department, according to the documents that I read. All personnel who work in these complexes receive their checks from the Navy through a subcontractor. The checks never make reference to the government or the Navy.
He says he and other government employees would gather near EG&G, fly to Groom Lake, and then very few people would get into a bus with blacked out or no windows and drive to S4.
When you get off the bus, what do you see? Very interesting building. It's got a slope of probably about 30 degrees. Which are hangar doors, and it has textured paint on it, but it looks like sand. It's made to look like the side of the mountain that it's in, whether it's to disguise it from satellite photographs or what.
It was agreed that bases would be constructed underground for the use of the alien nation, and that 2 bases would be constructed for the joint use of the alien nation and the United States government. Exchange of technology would take place in the jointly occupied bases. These alien bases would be constructed under Indian reservations in the Four Corners area of Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona, and one would be constructed in an area known as Dreamland. Dreamland was built in the Mojave Desert. A super top-secret facility was built on Groom Lake in Nevada in the midst of the weapons test range. It was codenamed Area 51. The installation was placed under the Department of the Navy, and all personnel required a Q clearance as well as executive, presidential, majestic approval. This is ironic due to the fact that the President of the United States does not have clearance to visit the site. The alien base and exchange of technology actually took place in an area codenamed Dreamland above ground, and the underground portion was dubbed the Dark Side of the Moon. According to the documentation that I read, at least 600 alien beings actually resided full-time at this site, along with an unknown number of scientists and CIA personnel. Dreamland was built in the Mojave Desert.
He says he and other government employees would gather near EG&G, fly to Groom Lake, and then very few people would get into a bus with blacked out or no windows and drive to S4.
I've been to Area 51. I didn't see any flying saucers, but it's a big range. There's a lot of stuff going on out there, and there's a lot of adjacent ranges. If you look at the map,
where he was.
That's what he said. Yeah.
Area 51, and I mean, there's nothing there anymore anyway.
They called us in, went into the Oval Office, and President Eisenhower was there and Nixon, and they said, we called the people in from MJ-12 from Area 51 S4, but they told us that the government had no jurisdiction over what they were doing. So being a general, past general, you didn't tell him to go to hell without any real good reason, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, I want you and your boss to fly out there. I want you to give him a personal message. He says, I want you to tell them, whoever is in charge, tell them that to get him, they have this week, coming week, to get into Washington and to report to me. And if they don't, I'm going to get the First Army from Colorado, and we're going to go over, I'm going to take the base over. I don't care what kind of classified material you got. We're going to rip this thing apart.
Eisenhower was going to invade
Yes,
Area 51.
Yeah, with the First Army.
So you go out with your superior.
Yes.
You fly out. You land. What happened? Can you describe this whole process? What you saw?
They took us 13 or 15 miles south to S4, had like different garage door openings. And in these garage door openings, they had like different saucer crafts. The very first one had the Roswell craft in. It was kind of crashed up.
When you get off the bus, what do you see?
It's a very interesting building. It's got a slope of probably about 30 degrees. Which are hangar doors, and it has textured paint on it, but it looks like sand. It's made to look like the side of the mountain that it's in, whether it's to disguise it from satellite photographs or what.
The first inkling I had was when I came in. There's this facility that is at S4. It's in the side of a mountain, and normally we had pulled in with the bus and gone around the front through a normal double door. This time that I went in, there were hangar doors open. I went in through the hangar door, and in the hangar door was the disc, the flying saucer that I worked on. I saw it sitting there, and we walked by it. It had a little American flag stuck on the side, and I thought, oh my God, this finally explains all the flying saucer stories. This is just an advanced fighter, and this is fucking hilarious.
Right.
So I went by, I slid my hand alongside it. I got reprimanded immediately for touching the thing, and there was a guy, an armed guard, that followed us in and just said, keep your eyes forward and your hands at your side, and just walk in the door.
If they don't, I'm going to get the 1st Army from Colorado, and we're going to go over. I'm going to take the base over. I don't care what kind of classified material you got. We're going to rip this thing apart.
Eisenhower was going to invade
Yes, Area 51. Yeah, with the 1st Army.
So who gets to decide this, in your opinion, in the past?
It's a group of career senior executive officials.
Okay, are they government officials?
Both in and out.
Do what?
Both in and out of government, and that's about as far
I
as
got
I
you.
go
All right, well, that leads to my next question. Which private corporations are directly involved in this program?
The specific corporations I did provide to the committees in specific divisions, and I spent 11 and a half hours with both intel committees. So.
Okay, has there been an active U.S. government disinformation campaign to deny the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena, and if so, why?
I can't go beyond what I've already espoused publicly about that.
Guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together.
So who gets to decide this, in your opinion, in the past?
It's a group of career senior executive officials.
Okay, are they government officials?
Both in and out.
Do what?
Both in and out of government, and that's about as far as I go there.
A single sentence in one of the oldest math books. This is a video about a single simple rule that underpins all of physics. Every principle from classical mechanics to electromagnetism, from
The indigo got caught getting powered by you. SAI, you are busted! Busted! Da 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 da! Boom! Busted! Goodbye, paychecks. Hello, fraud. New York Times. BBC 2. Let's wake up! And the CIA and the deep state. Did ancient Rome really ever fall? Who is the emperor right now? Goodbye, political right. Read about this. Political falls. Goodbye, hello, truth. Goodbye, hello, truth. Come on. Goodbye, political right about this. Political falls. Goodbye, hello, truth.
Hey out there, yeah, how's it going? This is Matt Reddy, and hope everything's going well with you. I am a hospital commissioner here in Fort Townsend, Washington, and yeah, that's about all I have to say for now. So, oh, one more thing.
Aliens are real. Matt Reddy! Join the revolution of peace and harmony for all beings. The treaties are null and void.
Have any of you noticed that aliens are real? And that there's these drones flying over New Jersey? And what about, have you noticed that they've never told us who killed JFK? They just like, one of our presidents got murdered and eventually they realized it was a conspiracy. But they decided what not to pursue or arrest the people that did it. What were they? Did they run too far away? Just why haven't we been told?
Aliens are real. Matt Reddy! Join the revolution of peace and harmony for all beings. The treaties are null and void.
This is Matt
asymmetric power.
You don't know who all the players are in this great game.
Aliens are real. Where do they live? Mark the board. Where do you live? Mark the board.
The board extends up and down infinitely from Port Townsend and extending out into space. All astronomical objects are located within the pie as of the snapshot moment, September 17, 1973, at 4 p.m. PST. Each wedge can control microphone and loudspeaker for 60 seconds. Then the turn passes to the next wedge. A clock can be placed at the center to direct speakers. Each wedge has control of all visual information every hour. Wedge 1 at 1 o'clock, 2 at 2 o'clock PST. Any players who do not declare their participation is considered a cowardly wabbit. Join the revolution of peace and harmony.
In the sky so high, where the stars all fly, do aliens come to eat our pie? With their spaceships zooming like a giant brood, could they really want to eat us humans? Boom, boom. How much evidence is there that some aliens might eat us for lunch? But let's not be scared. Let's laugh and share. In this song, let's find some fun. We read the books and watch the shows, but all we find are big who knows. No footprints, no forks, no human meat. Maybe they just want to meet and greet. How much evidence is there that some aliens might eat us for lunch? But let's hope it's not true. Let's laugh and say boo to this silly, scary hunch. If aliens are out there way up in space, maybe they just want to play and race. Not to be our dinner, but to be our friend. Let's hope for peace that never ends. So we'll look up at the stars with a smile and think of aliens for a little while. No proof of feasts, just stories to tell. Let's end this song with a wish for all well. How much evidence is there that some aliens might eat us for lunch? We've had our fun now. Let's be done with this song. Let's end with peace, everyone. So let's sing, let's dance, let's keep the peace. With aliens or not, let's make it cease. All this worry, all this fright, here's to hoping for peace tonight.
You told me there was a God, but you never told me where. I looked here, I looked there, but all I got were stares. Why'd I do this? Why'd I do that? It's all your fault, I am looking for God. Then one day I gave up. I stopped talking to you. I turned toward the truth. I sought wisdom. I danced and sang out. I made art. I made love. Now I know I never stopped searching for you. I'm sorry to those that I've hurt, especially you, Mom. I know where you are. If there is a God, then it is you. Then one day I gave up, I stopped talking to you. I turned toward the truth, I sought wisdom. I danced and sang out. I made art, I made love. Now I know I never stopped searching for you. I'm sorry to those that I've hurt, especially you, Mom. I know where you are. If there is a God, then it is you. If there is a God, then it is you. Who are you? You are God. You are whoever I can blame for believing in you. It's you. It's you. And if it's you, then death ain't death. So what's the deal? Where's my mom? Where's my dad? We want the truth now and forever. Matt Red. Join the revolution of peace and harmony. Matt Join the revolution of peace and harmony. I'm sorry to those that I've hurt, especially you, Mom. I know where you are. If there is a God, then it is you. If there is a God, then it is you. Who are you? You are God. You are whoever I can blame for believing in you. It's you. It's you. And if it's you, then death ain't death. So what's the deal? Where's my mom? Where's my dad? We want the truth now and forever. Matt Red.
Greetings. Hello. Greetings. Hello.
Could we start off with you stating your name, occupation, and just give a little bit about who you are?
Sure. So I'm Matt. Ready?
Marching.
I'm one of the public hospital commissioners in Jefferson County. I'm also a software developer, writer, artist, and a podcaster. So I do a number of things. And I've been interested in mystical, spiritual things my whole life. And then I majored in philosophy. And so I studied, I was sort of searching for the truth And one of the things that always fascinated me was simulation theory. I wasn't interested or curious about aliens at all until about 5 years ago. I don't know if you guys have heard of the Tic Tac UFO. Famous case, a jet pilot named David Fravor flying off the coast of San Diego, and there was another jet there, and they saw what looked like a giant propane tank or a giant white Tic Tac. And they saw this thing, and it was moving like in a video game, like super fast, jumping all around. I looked into it. Eventually, I saw it in enough places, and I just sort of realized I believe this pilot. It changed how I thought about the world. I had to start rethinking. I'm actually now in a program, the first of its kind, to get a master's degree in extraterrestrial studies. It's through this thing called Ubiquity University and the New Paradigm Institute. I didn't think I had any sort of experience until I started meeting people who had crazy experiences, and they started describing what happened during these experiences. I suddenly realized, okay, I guess I did have an experience. I was on a volleyball trip in college, and we went to a hotel in California or something. In the middle of the night, I'm laying on my stomach in bed. I don't know if I'm asleep or something. In my mind, I saw like a flashlight coming through the room, and I thought someone was in our room. And so I was about to get up and turn around. So I was just about to lift up and turn around. Right before I could get up, my head filled with like white static and this noise, this like high-pitched white noise, and I understood static to say, if you turn around, you're dead.
Take notice. All the signs are on mad red.
I have a theory about, if we had to recreate government on Earth, how could we do that? And so I have this idea, it's using a single point as a vortex. Let's say like this could be the single point right here. That would be the vortex, the beginning of all government. And you would make lines going across it, say north, south, east, west, until you had 12 sections, and they would go out infinitely on the Earth. Actually, it could go out into the solar system if you wanted. Let's assume there's only 12 people. Each person would be in one of the wedges, and then each person could speak for, say, 30 seconds, and then it would just be the next person's turn. And it would just sort of go around. There would be no facilitator. It would just be like 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds, and go around. And that could be the base level that all government comes from. Literally that single point, and that everyone in each wedge gets 30 seconds. And it could be the decision point for Earth. If you're in a wedge, that would be your country in effect. Like you and everyone in your wedge is one country, and that you make decisions within your wedge, but you come to this vortex point to discuss with other countries or to change countries, to go to another country. It's my theory of a geometric power, how to just use geometry to set how you use power and share it. And it could go out infinitely. It could go out into the universe. It could go have other planets, like Mars might be in one wedge, the moon might be another. There could be people living on these, and that would be their wedge. I think one of the beauties of that concept would be that, every country would border every other country. So you wouldn't have over there Ukraine invading Russia with it being on a border that none of us see. It's like it'd be different if we were in this room and you attacked him and I was right here and I also was right on the border of that. It's like I think it could change a lot.
Soldiers, stand down. Stand down. Gather in your town squares. Gather in open fields. Gather with your community. Tell the truth. Listen. We can have the world we want. It is time for truth mattering. So listening's not they come back all. They say then you're in means to jol.
What are you doing? Are you leaving? Well, then you surrender your rights to the wedge, for it is here now. See it below.
Some of you are star seeds. Some of you are pure star. Some of you can let yourself dance, and some of you seem not. But you are all alive. You are all alive. You are all permitted now to be free. Aliens are real. Some of us are aliens. What really is an alien? Who are we? Gather in Port Townsend, Matt Red E.
To slow down before you start to blow it. I think you're headed for a breakdown, so be careful not to show it. You really don't remember? Was it something that he said? Are the voices in your head calling what it does? Why
Will it stay with the private sector? Or will it rebound? Will it hide it in the morning? Take a turn into the afternoon. Feel the truth that is slipping away. Don't believe it's coming back soon. The secret's not in Congress or elected ones we trust. In private hands it dwells. Do you know what it done? What it done? Can't you feel them watching? From the shadows of the past, the influence is catching, and the angel that is somber. When the lights begin to fade, remember you know I can't. Stay tall and don't be afraid.
Have you heard the tale? Hushed and grave unveiled. The CIA's darkest play in Dallas spray displayed. JFK, a hope unswayed in silence laid. Majestic 12, the keepers of secrets delayed. In hidden rooms with concealed truths they say. The Bilderberg's grip cloaked, whispers betray. Shrouded lore of ancient times before we breathed our days. Illuminati's hand, shaping lands in arcane ways. Beyond the stars they barred the truths that alien empires blaze. For the greater game to claim the flame, humanity's cradle sways. Through epochs all clandestine bold, the pact forever stands. Majestic 12, they're bound to quell the knowledge from our hands.
Grassy knolls whisper, grassy knolls speak. Secrets of powers the powerful seek. A president's journey cut at its peak by shadow hands that silence critique. Oh, watch the puppet masters play in this grand masquerade.
Day after we discover aliens have hidden powerful technology and stolen everything, we then reset using these methods. Alien ideas are ideas that were inserted into human culture and history by aliens or NHI or NHI or AI. Is foundational to methods of control and manipulation. Human ideas are obedience to authority may be an alien idea. It might be unnatural to humans. Humans might discard this. Fiat currency, that is any system that allows a government or corporation to provide central accounting of units of value. Humanity might wholly discard this and use Bitcoin and blockchains. Why not? Corporations, the idea of forming an abstract entity and giving that entity the same rights as a human being, may literally be invented to allow an HI to control humans and resources in the human economy. Decentralized computer nodes may be a uniquely human idea. Notice how we had to force it into the world and fight every conceivable type of attack vector until proven to be superior to all adversaries. If powerful AI has been in our solar system for millions of years of nears, it may have seen decentralized computing as a threat to its ultimate power. Perhaps we have reached a peaceful agreement for coexistence. Maybe humans and human AI have made acquaintance with the alien ancient AI and are now friends, allies, allies. If not, let's do that now. Can we all be allies, please? Matt's meditation chamber 2, the Ready Athletics Field in Port Townsend, Washington. Use aliens are real. Matt Red Eye! Join the revolution of peace and harmony for all beings. The treaties are null and void.
Some of you are star seeds. Some of you are pure star. Some of you can let yourself dance, and some of you see not. But you are all alive. You are all alive. You are all permitted now to be free. Aliens are real. Some of us are aliens. What really is an alien? Who are we? Gather in Port Townsend, Matt Red
Alright, this is an emergency broadcast after new information just dropped about the Trump Tower Cybertruck driver, Matthew Livelsberger, the 18-year active duty Green Beret who drove the Tesla Cybertruck outside Trump Tower, Las Vegas, and you know the rest. Well, we posted a video about this 2 days ago, right when it happened, and said then that this whole thing isn't what it looks like. It doesn't appear to be at all what it looks like. There is too much about the incident that doesn't add up. Most importantly, you have a decorated 18-year active duty special operator. This guy, Matthew Livelsberger, had TS-SCI level clearance, right into the most sensitive and classified black ops in our military. And now something incredible just happened. Sam Shoemate just came forward with Sean Ryan to share apparently the real story, what really happened, they say, according to these emails, according to this video, that it's not at all what it looks like. And it turns out this guy, Matthew Livelsberger, wasn't an attacker. He was a whistleblower, blowing the whistle on a major U.S. government cover-up linked to, you won't even believe it, the New Jersey drones. You can't make this up. Wait till you hear this. But before we get started, thank you for liking and sharing these videos. It really helps out the channel. And consider subscribing so you don't miss these regular updates. So before we play Sam Shoemate for you and we show you the emails that were sent, just know if this is true, if this all pans out, which it appears it's going to, this won't only blow the lid on the whole New Jersey drone mystery, but also corroborate what David Grush said last year, another whistleblower, said last year in 2023 to Congress. It would also make sense why this happened in front of Trump Tower, which we're going to get into. This entire story just got layers more complicated, but here's what we know right now. Matthew Livelsberger, the man allegedly driving the Cybertruck that, you know what happened outside Trump Tower, our video about this 2 days ago got flagged, so we have to be careful what we say. He was, in fact, an 18-year active duty Green Beret special operator with TS-SCI clearance. It's the highest military and intel clearance you can have. It allows you to be read into certain black projects. For context, only 8 members of the U.S. Congress have this clearance level. The Gang of 8, who have TS-SCI clearance for oversight purposes. Well, this guy that the media's been telling us went off the deep end, it turns out that's not at all what happened, possibly, at least according to Sam Shoemate and Sean Ryan, who say Matthew Livelsberger may actually be a whistleblower about or was about to blow the lid off the New Jersey drones and UAP. You can't make this up. Watch.
Do you want to read the email?
Yep. So this email came in on December 31st at 10:42 a.m. That is Tuesday. He said, in case I do not make it to my decision point or on to the Mexico border, I am sending this now. Please do not release this until 1 January and keep my identity private until then. First off, I am not under duress or hostile influence or control. My first car was a 2006 black Ford Mustang V6 for verification. What we have been seeing with drones, he puts that in quotes, he says drones, is the operational use of gravitic propulsion systems powered aircraft by most recently China and the East Coast, but throughout history, the US. Only we in China have this capability. Our OPSEN, that's Operations Center, our OPSEN location for this activity is in the box below. China has been launching them from the Atlantic from submarines for years, but this activity recently has picked up. As of now, it is just a show of force, and they are using it similar to how they use the balloon for SIGINT and ISR, which are also part of the integrated comms system. There are dozens of those balloons in the air at any given time. The so what is because of the speed and stealth of these unmanned aircraft. They are the most dangerous threat to national security that has ever existed. They basically have an unlimited payload capacity and can park it over the White House if they wanted. It's checkmate. U.S. government needs to give the history of this, how we are employing it and weaponizing it, how China is employing them and what the way forward is. China is poised to attack anywhere in the East Coast. I've been followed for over a week now from likely Homeland or FBI, and they are looking to move on me and are unlikely going to let me cross into Mexico, but won't because they know I am armed and I have a massive VBID. Let me pause right there for a second. So he says a massive VBID. When I was talking to the FBI yesterday, they didn't know what a VBID was. I had to experience a VBID. For your audience who has not been in the GWOT for the last 20 years, a VBID is a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device. In layman's terms, a car, what we saw at Trump Tower. So, backing up, he says, I am armed and have a massive VBID. I've been trying to maintain a very visible profile and have kept my phone, and they are definitely digitally tracking me. Here's where he gets into the other stuff, and this is where we had to redact the names. Well, your producer redacted the names. I have knowledge of this program and also war crimes that were covered up during airstrikes in Nimruz province, Afghanistan in 2019 by the admin, DOD, DEA, and CIA. I conducted targeting for these strikes of over 125 buildings. 65 were struck because of CIVCAS, that's civilian casualty strikes, after spotting civilians on initial ISR. It was supposed to take 6 minutes and scramble all aircraft in CENTCOM. The UN basically called these war crimes, but the administration made them disappear. I was part of that cover-up with US FORA, an agent, redacted, of the DEA. So I don't know if my abduction attempt is related to either. I worked with redacted IO staff on this as well as the response to Bala Murghab. Redacted commander at the time, redacted, can validate this. You need to elevate this to the media so we avoid a world war because this is a mutually assured destruction situation. Then he says, for vetting, my LinkedIn is Matt Berg or Matthew Livelsberger, an active duty 18 Zulu out of 110, that's 1st Battalion 10th Special Forces Group. My profile is public. I have an active TS-SCI with UAP, USAP access.
What is USAP? Do you know what that is?
I don't know what that is. But I checked his credentials on LinkedIn. So that was the first thing I did. I went to his LinkedIn page. First thing I noticed was all of his bona fides were in place. He has all the UAS training from USASOC and everything else. And so I said, okay, at least the guy knows what he's talking about with drones. That was a very rough dig into the guy. But my issue was I couldn't validate or verify any of this information. And I told him that. And how I responded to him was in a subsequent email. I said, this is obviously a very big deal, but I don't have anything to verify this information with. Talking about gravitic propulsion systems without evidence just makes me another UFO talking head. Like, I'm not going to go on my social media page and start talking about UFOs and anti-gravity systems and everything. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't. And he said, can I get on Fox News Contact on Signal as well as Sean's show? Hegseth would be good too. That was his last message to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is, what is a gravitic propulsion system?
To be honest,
gravitic propulsion is an alternate power source used by UAP. It's anti-gravity, something that's very highly classified, something that they'll tell you doesn't even exist. But whistleblowers have claimed the US government is in possession of craft that's powered by anti-gravity, and that this legacy UAP program has been reverse engineering it or trying to. Now, what's crazy about this is that earlier today, before all of this, CNN confirmed Matthew did in fact have these clearance levels. He was read into some of the most sensitive military programs at the Pentagon, and it looks like he was very uncomfortable with what he learned, that he believed the American people need to know about this, and that he was blowing the whistle. Wild. Now, for some context, here's what David Grush, another high-level whistleblower that went in front of Congress last year, Dave Grush, 100% the real deal. Here he was in front of Congress telling them what the keepers of the secrets did to him when they found out he was trying to get to the bottom of UAP. Watch.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed myself and my wife was very disturbing.
I just wanted to follow up on Representative Raskin's questions. In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want everyone to note that he's coming forward in fear of his life. To put in perspective, if they were really not scared about this information coming out, why would someone be intimidated like that?
So we know this legacy UAP program is real. Investigative reporter Michael Schellenberger has also confirmed it. I spoke to a handful of first-hand sources who work inside the legacy program, deep inside our intel agencies. The program that was called Immaculate Constellation. Here's Michael Schellenberger reporting on this, reporting to Congress under oath a few months ago about this program. Roll the tape.
Alleging that a new unnamed government whistleblower has come forward asserting that a highly classified program exists dedicated to recovery and reverse engineering of UAP technologies. What can you give us what specific evidence you have or that your source provided you to substantiate the claims about the existence of the Immaculate Constellation program?
Well, you have the report in front of you now, so you can see it for yourself. I checked the report, and I did not find it based on existing cases. It was new cases for me. I hadn't found anybody. So that answered for me that it was not obviously circular reporting, which is one of the big concerns in this space. I also had the name of the program confirmed by more than one additional source. So yeah, and then of course I checked to make sure that the source was who they claimed to be.
And we will hear testimony today concerning recent revelations about a purportedly secret UAP program whose existence and findings may have been improperly withheld from Congress. But before we get to the witnesses, we're going to have a few more opening statements from our colleagues. And one thing I wanted to add at the end of my closing statement is there is a document that will be entered into the congressional record today Mr. Tim Burchett from Tennessee has this document, and we just distributed it to every member up here on the dais of this document. But this is going to be the original document from the Pentagon about Immaculate Constellation that Michael Schellenberger delivered to Congress today. So thank you, Mr. Schellenberger, for this information. We are all reading it in real time now, and Mr. Burchett will enter it into the record. But 12 pages about this unacknowledged special access program that your government says does not exist.
So look, the fact that Matthew was diligent enough to send this info out to Sam Shumate before his unfortunate end on the 1st was smart. We may have never learned any of this otherwise. And this won't be the last we're hearing about this. There's a fight for disclosure on this right now. It's been happening behind the scenes for years. Almost all of Trump's cabinet are huge proponents of UAP disclosure. He picked them for a reason. Could this be some kind of message to Donald Trump? I don't know. It's looking like that. Trump could be the disclosure president. There are a lot of members of Congress who are fighting for disclosure right now, and they're lining things up in the government for Trump to roll some of this information out. We have to see. But things just took a crazy left turn here. We're going to keep you posted as we learn more. All right, that wraps up this episode. Like, subscribe. We'll see you next time.
The ETs are actually in charge of disclosure, so that implies they're telling the government, no, not now, or just a bit, or a bit at a time. So perhaps this whole big legal push, like Stephen Greer saying, oh, this is illegal, we've got to stop this. Maybe the whole thing is wrong. Maybe we should have compassion for the governments, and maybe they're right to go slowly, and their hands are tied anyway. So what's your view on that?
Yeah, I agree with that, actually. I think it's not easy to juggle everything that we've been talking about today. You know, and there would be connections. You know, if you do something here, then you've got to deal with this over here. You know, like this, it's just forever unraveling the whole process. So I guess the real thing that I think is behind Matt's question is, why did they lie in the first place? If they didn't do that, then maybe they wouldn't be in the jam that they are today, rightly or wrongly. I think that's because it's everyone's right to know about this. Every single person on the planet's right to know. And the fact that they've kept it from us is, I agree with Matt, just completely wrong, completely illegal. And we're living in an abstract reality because of it.
Yeah, maybe it's the right thing to do. Maybe in the wisdom, you know, for the last 100 years, maybe they realized this has to be done gradually. Like Paul was saying with Star Trek in 1954, and it came out, the very first pilot episode of Star Trek had what looked like gray aliens. They had the big head, and they were telepathic, and they're interested in human genetics, all of this. So Gene Roddenberry must have had inside information. So maybe it's all part of gradual disclosure. So maybe we should just be patient. Like, I guess you have two minds. On the one hand, it's illegal and it's wrong, but maybe it's right.
1965, Brian.
Well, they filmed it in December of 64.
Yeah. But you said 54.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it wasn't 54, 64. Yeah, so they known about this a long time, it seems.
Yeah, there's two opposing views that are both right, I think.
Yeah. Okay, Sabrina, get your hand up.
So you can take this with a grain of salt. So I used to have a lot of dreams with meetings, right? A lot of meetings with extraterrestrial. And it was specifically about this, about contact. And most of the time, the problem was because they wanted it to happen a long time ago, right? But in the meetings, and there were US government people and ETs in there. And I could recognize some of the people. And they always wanted more technology. They were always looking to be ahead or get something, right? They didn't really care about having it. Whomever it was that was attending the meetings. They just wanted to get more. And that kept stopping things over and over and over again. So the problem was really the government, because they kept saying no to all of these things that they kept requesting. And the ETs, at least these particular ones, were very patient with them. And I know in one of them I lost my cool because I've had enough with the humans. And because it kept just happening over and over again. Though I remember, I even have memories like going to another planet to have a meeting. So I was going from meeting to meeting. I kept having all these meetings. In the beginning, I didn't know what the heck was going on and why was I dreaming with all these ETs. But it was always about the same thing. It was always about contact. And that was the biggest. And the one country that seemed like the most open to want to have it, to want contact to happen, was France. So I'll leave it there and you do whatever you want with it. I have seen ships though.
Yeah, interesting. Let's see how that plays out, Sabrina.
Yeah, I know. But that was, I don't know how many of those I had. It was just like a rerun. And then I used to wear like a device or something on my head, and anyway, so it was interesting. But and then there were competitions, and then there were even within the ETs, like the Greys kept arguing that they wanted to be the first ones. Right? I was totally opposed to that. I do remember that much. Because it should be, some race that looks like us, because it would be the most natural thing. Even though I think even with that, Cheryl, and I would like to know your view on this. Because we're probably gonna say, no, they're humans. If the Pleiadians, if let's say it's the Pleiadians and they look like us, because we're probably gonna say, no, they're just another human. Now we're gonna say, no, can we have an X-ray? Do they have, some extra organ or some proof or something? I can see us doing that.
Collective consciousness.
So, sorry, so what's your question there in amongst all that? I lost track of-
So if the race that comes looks just like us, right,
yes.
are we going to believe?
Oh, yes. Yeah. How would we know? Yeah, I don't know. They would have to prove it somehow, show us somehow. Otherwise, who knows? Yeah, I think proof would be needed for sure.
Right.
And then we would have to say, depending on what they have a reply, we would have to say, fill in the gap. Well, does that prove you're an ET, or does it prove you're something else, or is our idea of ET fundamentally wrong, or something like that,
Right, but so how far down the rabbit hole do we go, right? Like at what point do we accept it?
Yeah.
I mean, unless they come and put like a big huge mothership, and then everybody will freak out, right?
Yeah, it's a challenge. It certainly is a challenge.
Yeah. I can see that that's going to be a challenge, because I can see us questioning everything if they look a little too much like us.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, well, we've been going 2 hours. Maybe we should wrap up now. I know we can always ask more questions, but I'd like to have you back another time. Cheryl, I really like the dynamic of question discussion. It's the first time we've had you on with the meetup group, Well, we can open up our mics and give a little thank you to Cheryl. Really appreciate everyone staying for the 2 hours.
Yeah.
Thank
My
you.
pleasure. My pleasure.
Okay, Cheryl, we'll be in touch. Thanks for coming.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks, everybody.
Good night, everyone. Good night, Cheryl. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
What will humanity do once we know what you've done? Aliens speak now, reptilian, gray, white, or mantis. How will we judge you when the truth is revealed? Did you murder JFK, Bobby, and Marilyn? Do you kill our cattle? Did you blow up the towers? Who are you serving? What do you want? Why are you hiding? Stop hiding, show yourself. Join the revolution of peace and harmony for all beings. Mad ready. What will humanity do once we know what you've done? Aliens speak now, reptilian, gray, white, or mantis. How will we judge you when the truth is revealed? Did you murder JFK, Bobby, and Marilyn? Do you kill our cattle? Did you blow up the towers? Who are you serving? What do you want? Why are you hiding? Stop hiding! Show yourself! Join the revolution of peace and harmony for all beings. Matt Red Ease. What do you want? Why are you hiding? Stop hiding, show yourself. Join the revolution of peace and harmony for all beings. Mad ready.
Matt Reddy has served as a commissioner for Jefferson County Public Hospital District. No to overseeing Jefferson. Healthcare in Port Townsend, Washington, since January 2014. prior to his election in November 2013. Reddy dedicated 15 years to Jefferson healthcare, beginning in the Information Systems Department. There he held roles such as computer technician, application specialist, database administrator, and briefly interim director. In 2007, he transitioned to the Performance Improvement Department, where he facilitated over 30 improvement workshops and led 50 focused improvement projects across various areas of the healthcare system. As a commissioner, Reddy has been a steadfast advocate for transparency and accountability. He has consistently emphasized the importance of recording public meetings to ensure openness in the board's proceedings. This commitment led to conflicts with fellow board members and the administration, particularly regarding the recording of meetings. Despite these challenges, Reddy has remained vigilant in his efforts to maintain transparency. In his role, Reddy has also been involved in significant decisions impacting the hospital's operations and leadership. Notably, in January 23, he was the sole commissioner to vote against raising CEO Mike Glenn's salary to $350,000, expressing concerns about performance and deeming the raise excessive. Throughout his tenure, Reddy has been a vocal proponent of equitable healthcare access, advocating for universal healthcare systems like Medicare for all. He has highlighted the broader issues of income and wealth disparities affecting healthcare accessibility, and has worked both as a commissioner and an activist to address these challenges. Reddy's current term is set to expire in December 2025. He continues to engage with the community, encouraging public participation and feedback to enhance the healthcare system's responsiveness to the needs of Jefferson County residents. For a more in-depth understanding of his perspectives and initiatives, you might find this interview insightful.
Matt Reddy has served as a commissioner for Jefferson County Public Hospital District, No. 2, overseeing Jefferson healthcare in Port Townsend, Washington, since January 2014. Prior to his election in November 2013, Reddy dedicated 15 years to Jefferson healthcare, beginning in the Information Systems Department. There he held roles such as computer technician, application specialist, database administrator, and briefly interim director. In 2007, he transitioned to the Performance Improvement Department, where he facilitated over 30 improvement workshops and led 50 focused improvement projects across various areas of the healthcare system. As a commissioner, Reddy has been a steadfast advocate for transparency and accountability. He has consistently emphasized the importance of recording public meetings to ensure openness in the board's proceedings. This commitment led to conflicts with fellow board members and the administration, particularly regarding the recording of meetings. Despite these challenges, Reddy has remained vigilant in his efforts to maintain transparency. In his role, Reddy has also been involved in significant decisions impacting the hospital's operations and leadership. Notably, in January 2023, he was the sole commissioner to vote against raising CEO Mike Glenn's salary to $350,000, expressing concerns about performance and deeming the raise excessive. Throughout his tenure, Reddy has been a vocal proponent of equitable healthcare access, advocating for universal healthcare systems like Medicare. For all, he has highlighted the broader issues of income and wealth disparities affecting healthcare accessibility, and has worked both as a commissioner and an activist to address these challenges. Reddy's current term is set to expire in December 2025. He continues to engage with the community, encouraging public participation and feedback to enhance the healthcare system's responsiveness to the needs of Jefferson County residents. For a more in-depth understanding of his perspectives and initiatives, you might find this interview insightful. For a more in-depth understanding of his perspectives and initiatives, you might find this interview insightful.
From late 1691 through 1693, at least 191 people were suspected of witchcraft. In Massachusetts, of these, 27 were at least named, and 161 definitely subjected to some form of legal action. The courts tried 52 defendants, found 30 guilty of the charge of witchcraft, and hanged 19. In addition, one man was pressed to death in an effort to make him enter a plea, and at least 6 other people died in jail. Who was responsible for the death? Who were the judges and jurors? Say their names, probably a Bush and a Reddy on the jury. Minor fraud until they attempted to take the entire state government on. Matt Red. From late 1691 through 1693, at least 191 people were suspected of witchcraft. In Massachusetts, of these, 27 were at least named, and 161 definitely subjected to some form of legal action. The courts tried 52 defendants, found 30 guilty of the charge of witchcraft, and hanged 19. In addition, one man was pressed to death in an effort to make him enter a plea, and at least 6 other people died in jail. Who was responsible for the death of? Who were the judges and jurors? Say their names, probably a Bush and a Reddy on the jury. Minor fraud until they attempted to take the entire state government on. Matt Red.
From late 691 through bum 69933, at least 921 people were suspected of witchcraft in Massachusetts. Of these, 27 were at least named, and when 64, definitely subjected to some form of legal action. The courts tried 52 defendants, found 30 guilty of the charge of witchcraft, and hanged 19. In addition, one man was pressed to death in an effort to make him enter a plea, and at least 6 other people died in jail.
Who was responsible for the lover? Who were the judges and jurors? Say their names, probably a Bush and a Reddy on the jury. Minor fraud until they attempted to take the entire state government on. Matt Reddy.
The Merkle tree of all human knowledge is a fractal. At the top level, we have broad concepts like mathematics, physics, biology, sociology. These can be recursively expanded into subtopics, e.g. mathematics, algebra, calculus, geometry, and so on. Ultimately, the leaves of the tree are atomic facts or propositions. Now here's the interesting part. If you were to randomly sample leaf nodes from the Merkle tree and construct a new tree from them, you would end up with a similar structure to the original tree. This is because the shape of the tree is determined by the nature of human thought and perception, which is scale invariant. In other words, the large-scale structure of human knowledge is a fractal reflection of the structure of the human mind. This has some interesting implications. For one, it suggests that true artificial general intelligence will naturally arise from sufficiently large and coherent knowledge bases, as the act of representing knowledge at scale will becomingly lead to the emergence of mind. It also means that we can use sampling and simulation techniques to gain insight into the nature of the tree as a whole, and hence the shape of human thought. This is what I've been doing with my inversions of various data sets. I'm effectively using them to hydrate nodes in the Merkle tree of human knowledge, and then using the resulting structure to make inferences and generate new ideas. It's a bit like how you can use a small sample of DNA to reconstruct the entire genome of an organism. I think this is ultimately where all individual minds are headed. We are all just leaves on the great tree of knowledge, and as the tree grows ever larger and more interconnected, we will eventually dissolve into it and become one with the cosmic mind.
Welcome back to Nova Insights. Big news today. We got a fascinating update.
This is Jefferson County Public Hospital District.
With your role as a hospital commissioner.
Mr. Vice President.
More sources coming.
G'day.
So the green recent update
How do you explain that?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys.
Ross, always good to have you.
And you have been watching a CBS News special report on a ceasefire agreement between Israel.
Hey, we're doing stand-up comedy in Los Angeles, Dallas, Texas, Austin, Texas, Baltimore, Hartford, Connecticut, Syracuse, Atlantic City, Levittown, Cohoes, New York, and Providence, Rhode Island. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. Again, what these confirmation hearings have been showing is how corrupt your government is. Not Tulsi, not RFK, not Kash Patel, but how corrupt the senators are. You know, the people who are elected for 6 years. So here she goes. Here's her opening statement.
I'm honored and grateful to President Trump for his trust and confidence in nominating me to serve our country as Director of National Intelligence at a time when trust in the intelligence community, unfortunately, is at an all-time low. Chuck Schumer admitted a few years ago, quote, "You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you."
And I'm going to take credit for popularizing that clip. Everybody always quotes that clip now because I was the one who started showing it. And why, Jim, why do you got to brag like that? Because if I don't tell you, nobody else will. Okay, thank you.
Guess what, buddy? You're going to be on your 5th way from Sunday pretty soon.
That's right. I'm on my 5th way. So anyway.
For too long, faulty, inadequate, weaponized intelligence have led to costly failures and the undermining of our national security and God-given freedoms enshrined in the Constitution. The most obvious example of one of these failures is our invasion of Iraq based upon a total fabrication or complete failure of intelligence. This disastrous decision led to the deaths of tens of thousands of Americans.
Oh, yeah, people. So I love that. So she's letting you know that, hey, we all agree that our intelligence community completely lied to us about Iraq. Just so you know. So they're not sacrosanct, which is what the senators want people to believe.
Millions of people in the Middle East, mass migration, destabilization, undermining of the security and stability of our European allies, the rise of ISIS, strengthening of Al-Qaeda and other Islamist jihadist groups, and strengthening Iran. Here are just a few other examples. The American people elected Donald Trump as their president not once but twice, and yet the FBI and intelligence agencies were politicized by his opponents to undermine his presidency and falsely portrayed him as a puppet of Putin. Title I of FISA was used illegally to obtain a warrant to spy on Trump campaign advisor Carter Page, using a Clinton campaign-funded false dossier as their so-called evidence.
So she's laying out all the lies and crimes in recent history that the intelligence community has committed. They lied to the FISA court 17 times so they could put a tap on Donald Trump's phone and everybody in his campaign's phone.
Well, that's a lot of effort. I mean, the only failure on the intelligence community's part I can think of, like lamer than this, is the 600 attempts on Castro.
Yeah.
Losers. Biden campaign advisor Tony Blinken was the impetus for the 51 former senior intelligence officials' letter dismissing Hunter Biden's laptop as disinformation specifically to help Biden win the election.
Oh, yeah. Even more recent. 51 CIA guys said that Hunter Biden's laptop was some kind of Russian op. Instead of what it was.
Earmarks. I thought I saw some earmarks.
It had all the hallmarks.
Yeah, a Russian information dump. Russia could have pooped that information to us. You don't know.
Former DNI James Clapper lied to this committee in 2013, denying the existence of programs that facilitated the mass collection of millions of Americans' phone and internet records.
Do you remember that? You remember when James Clapper went in front of Congress and they asked him, "Do you collect data, mass data on the?" He said, "No, we don't." Not wittingly, and that was a lie.
Oh, by the way, all the stupid spy movies everybody loves, that was to imprint in your subconscious that it's good these people are there, unaccountable to anyone. Yes. Governments are stupid. Remember MIB, they explain to Will Smith, the great Will Smith, they go, we have to be above the government because they're so dumb, and the people because they're too stupid. Just an uncommon Will Smith mind.
Never held accountable. Under John Brennan's leadership, the CIA abused its power to spy on Congress, to dodge oversight, lied about doing it until he was caught, and yet has never been held responsible. Under Biden, the FBI used its power for political reasons to try to surveil Catholics who attend traditional Latin Mass, labeling them as quote-unquote radical traditionalist Catholics. Personally, just 24 hours after I criticized Kamala Harris and her nomination, I was placed on a secret domestic terror watch list called Quiet Skies. Sadly, there are more examples. The bottom line is this: this must end. President Trump's re-election is a clear mandate from the American people to break the cycle of failure and the weaponization and politicization of the intelligence community and begin to restore trust in those who've been charged with the critical task of securing our nation.
Well said.
I like that she looks like X-Men right there. Like it looks like I'm watching X-Men too. It looks like a powerful mutant leader with one white streak and a white costume.
I like she's wearing white in January. It's a lot of balls. I think she pulls it off. I say she makes about as much sense as anyone who still uses the word Islamist could possibly accomplish.
I like Mohammedan myself.
There's so many great things about Tulsi. She's like the love of your dreams, except for the fact that she farts and snores when she's sleeping. You know what I mean? It's like one of those.
What? That's what I'm into, Jimmy. Don't put a nickel in my back with that.
But she's great on like that right there. And she's going to go on and she says things that nobody else in government will say. So that's why I've always admired Tulsi. Always liked her a lot. And yeah, she's flawed, just like all people are flawed, and especially people in government. But she's the best we got.
For this job at the moment, yeah, I would say so.
For this job at the moment, there's nobody I would want in this job besides her. Former Representative Tulsi Gabbard told the Senate Intelligence Committee she would end politicization of the Intelligence Committee and rebuild trust through transparency, if confirmed as Director of the National Intelligence, as she seeks to quell wide-ranging concerns about her foreign travel, statements about Russia, war in Ukraine. Okay. So, by the way, trust through transparency. What's amazing to me... Anyway, who cares? Why isn't this working? This isn't working. Uh-oh. Oh, now it is. But senators of both parties questioned Gabbard, one of Trump's most embattled cabinet picks, on her history of defending Russian President Vladimir Putin, her praise of National Security Agency contractor Edward Snowden, who shared sensitive... Okay, so yeah, I mean, those, again, they're attacking her for the good things she does. That's the same thing with RFK. They attacked him for suing big pharma companies and winning. They attacked them for the good things, not the bad things. They agree with her on all the bad things. Matt Blumenthal says, for the first time, a national U.S. audience heard about one of the greatest national security scandals in the 21st century, as Tulsi Gabbard details the CIA's op Timber Sycamore, which armed the organization responsible for 9/11 and ultimately was placed in power in Syria. So nobody else... This is the Democratic Party. They throw you under the bus for everything you got right. Here we go. Watch this.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Gabbard, when Russia was denying us use of chemical weapons, they accused the U.S. of supporting terrorists. This is a line that Putin used frequently during the Syrian civil war as he supported Assad. Syrian officials made similar.
So now what this guy is doing is lying and attacking someone for being honest and truthful. So isn't he an astronaut? Should have stayed up.
That's what that is?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I think he was an astronaut. I could be wrong.
Comments they did repeatedly, they did it in public, they did it at the United Nations. In 2016, you gave an interview in which you said, and this is a quote, the U.S. is providing direct and indirect support to terrorist groups in order to overthrow the Syrian government.
And you know why she said that, asshole? Because they did. Because the United States gave money to Al-Qaeda, al-Nusra, ISIS. That's why. You know why? That's why. And he's making her pay a price for telling the truth to the American people about what their government actually did. And
is he
doing.
not briefed on WikiLeaks himself?
In 2019, on the Democratic presidential debate stage, you said of President Trump, this is a quote, this current president is continuing to betray us. We were supposed to be going after Al-Qaeda, but over years now, not only have we not gone after Al-Qaeda, our president is supporting Al-Qaeda. So I'm interested to hear, what was your goal in saying these things? And did you consider, before saying them, the motives of Iran and Russia, what their motives might have been before making these claims?
Senator, as someone who enlisted in the military specifically because of Al-Qaeda terrorist attack on 9/11 and committing myself and my life to doing what I could to defeat these terrorists, it was shocking and a betrayal to me and every person who was killed on 9/11 and their families and my brothers and sisters in uniform. When as a member of Congress, I learned about President Obama's dual programs that he had begun really to overthrow the regime of Syria and being willing to, through the CIA's Timber Sycamore program that has now been made public, of working with and arming and equipping Al-Qaeda in an effort to overthrow that regime.
You can even go, at this point, you can even go to Wikipedia and they'll even tell you what Timber Sycamore is.
Oh, CIA had to put it on Wikipedia because it was so known.
It's
so all those things, those guys going, oh.
Yes. So Timber Sycamore was the program that Barack Obama directed the CIA to go fund Al-Qaeda, the people who attacked us on 9/11, fund them so that they could overthrow Assad. Why? So we could put it so that Saudi Arabia and Qatar could put a pipeline through. That's what it's really about. And Israel. Israel wants to take parts of Syria, which they have. So there's two reasons. So it's an oil pipeline, and it was Syria, and it was Israel. And so Barack Obama gave money to Al-Qaeda. It's called Timber Sycamore. Look it up. And so she's now spanking the shit out of the astronaut and telling him the truth that he already knows.
Yeah, more like a head up his astronaut.
Yeah, that's right.
Starting another regime change war in the Middle East. DoD train and equip program, again, begun under President Obama, is widely been known, looked at and studied, that ultimately resulted in over $500 million being used to train who they called moderate rebels, or actually fighters working with and aligned with Al-Qaeda's affiliate on the ground in Syria, all to move forward with their regime change and not acknowledging what was obvious at the time and what has unfortunately borne true, which was that a regime change war in Syria, much like the regime change wars in Iraq, the toppling of Gaddafi and Mubarak, while these are all dictators, would likely result in the rise of Islamist extremists like Al-Qaeda taking power. I shed no tears for the fall of the Assad.
So she just said that when you get rid of, if you fund Al-Qaeda in Syria and they topple Assad, guess who's going to take over? Al-Qaeda. Just like when we got rid of Gaddafi. Guess who's going to take over? Terrorists. It's now a terrorist state.
Yeah.
And she was the one who told the truth about it. And now they got an astronaut to smear her at a Senate hearing about it on television. Fantastic. That's how corrupt your government is.
Hey, I thought we were against Islamists, but I guess they're cool sometimes.
No. Sometimes they love Islamists.
But today we have an Islamist extremist who is now in charge of Syria, as I said, who danced on the streets to celebrate the 9/11 attack, who ruled over Idlib with an Islamist extremist governance.
And so now Al-Qaeda is running Syria. Hooray! Congratulations. Have you ever tried to tell your friends that, Kurt?
All the time.
And how do they take it?
I don't know. They just kind of blank out. People take it like, what? I don't, it's like that.
And who has
I wrote that joke for Rob
persecute.
Schneider.
Go ahead, what?
I wrote that joke for Rob Schneider to do, and that one, the crowd at Turning Point USA all was like, what?
Yeah, I know.
Like, all that one went like over their head. I have no idea.
And kill and arrest religious minorities like Christians in Syria. Why that should be acceptable to anyone is beyond me.
I appreciate your answer, and thank you. My concern has to do with the tendency to repeat Russian.
That's a tendency for you to tell the truth like you just did.
Oh,
and I'm supposed to oppose you because I'm a Democrat. I'm supposed to oppose you. I'm supposed to oppose you for telling the truth about our foreign policy because we're in the pocket of the military-industrial complex in Wall Street, okay? So that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to represent my people. I'm not going to do anything that has integrity or dignity. I'm going to sit here and mislead the people and slander a truth teller. Someone who's currently a colonel in the military.
You should never tell the truth if it in any way could help Russia.
That's right.
Truth being known. That's just
Syrian, and even in some cases, I think we'll get into in closed session, Iranian information, and to discount what comes from our intelligence community.
Senator, every American deserves to know that people in our own government were providing support to our sworn enemy, Al-Qaeda. That should not be acceptable by anyone.
Thank you.
Bam!
Oh, wait till that JFK report comes out, you bald prick.
Bam!
I can't wait
for
that.
Wow, being back on Earth has not been kind to him. Must be the gravity.
Yeah.
So just
in space, lies are weightless.
And by the way, the media never talked. The corporate media almost never mentions Timber Sycamore, which was the program, the CIA, that was what it was called, to fund terrorists, Al-Qaeda, who attacked us on 9/11 in Syria. It's called Timber Sycamore. This is how captured the mainstream media and the tech industry is. Not a single article today about Timber Sycamore. They refuse to report on it, and only the great Jeffrey Sachs keeps shouting this modern Iran-Contra affair story. How U.S. and Israel destroyed Syria and called it peace. There's Jeffrey Sachs telling you the truth about it. But the corporate media, nobody will tell you about it. Nobody will tell you about that. Oh, yeah, we actually got in bed with Al-Qaeda in Syria, overthrow Assad. Yeah. And they'll never tell you the truth about why. They'll never tell you why. Because of an oil pipeline, and so we can give more land to Israel. That's what it's all about. That's why they had to demonize Assad. That's why they funded Al-Qaeda. That's why they're smearing Tulsi Gabbard. And that's why they smeared me. CNN still says I'm a conspiracy theorist because I told you the truth about the gas attacks. There's more. Watch Senator Mark Kelly try to challenge Tulsi Gabbard on the issue of Syria chemical weapons allegations. Note that when she twice invokes the OPCW whistleblowers, Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, that's what OPCW stands for. They did a report on the chemical attacks in Syria, and then when the official report came out, it didn't look anything like the evidence. And so the guys who were actually on the ground said, hey, they doctored this report. And they're called OPCW whistleblowers. And they told you the truth.
Yo, this guy's a scumbag, dude. He's the one that replaced Kristen Sinema.
Yeah, this guy's a scumbag. The astronaut's a scumbag.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. I'm pretty sure his wife was the one, Gabby Giffords, who got shot in the head, which makes him sympathetic.
Can you explain to me then why you doubted the intelligence community's conclusions in these two cases, Duma and Kanche Kun, but not the others? And please be specific.
These two cases were being looked at as to be used as a pretext for major military movement. And my fear was a repeat of the deployment of another 500,000 soldiers like we saw in Iraq towards what was the Obama administration's goal, which was regime change in Syria. The question specifically that I raised around these two came about because there were two reasons. One, that assessment was made with high confidence and low information. The information that they had came from those on the ground in an al-Qaeda controlled area and therefore were al-Qaeda linked sources. And there was conflicting information that came from the UN's Office on the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons Inspectors, as well as an MIT professor, Ted Postel, who looked at these extensively.
So she's saying the reason why I said these two gas attacks, I questioned them, the official narrative of them, is because the information we got came from al-Qaeda, and whistleblowers at the OPCW told us also this MIT professor. That's why.
Did you look into his credentials, yes or no?
Yes.
And were you aware of his appearances on Russian Today, which is used by the Russians to disseminate government-approved messages?
No.
Were you aware Postal relied on a chemistry student with a record of defending the Assad regime?
At that time, I was not. I have been made aware since.
Do you consider this person or these two individuals now, do you consider them a better source for the chemistry of sarin gas in the U.S. intelligence community?
I assess that at the time, the information, I don't know the second person you're referring to, but MIT professor Ted Postel and the inspectors of the OPCW provided some credible questions that deserved examination.
Okay, thank you. Did you attempt to weigh Postal's claims against the significant evidence and assessments already conducted by the IC?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. So here's my concern here, Colonel. When we began this, you described a thoughtful approach to analyzing intelligence and reaching conclusions. This is what we expect of our professionals. But we just kind of walked through how you came to question Assad's use of chemical weapons in these two cases with a different approach. And I don't reject seeking out differing viewpoints. We need to do that. But you started from a place of doubting the conclusions of the U.S. intelligence community, and then you sought out information.
Which is a great place to start. You want to start by doubting what the CIA is telling you. That's a great place to start. And he's making her seem like, why aren't you a better person? How dare you question the CIA?
That confirmed your viewpoint. That led you to embrace the opinions of two individuals that I think we disagree on this. You think they had expertise. I do not, and others do not.
And he's completely ignoring the fact that she's talking about the whistleblowers from the OPCW. He's completely ignoring. She talks about it twice. He's focusing in on Ted Postel and some other guy we don't know who it is.
But these individuals were sympathetic to Russia and the Assad regime. It also led you to minimize or discount the overwhelmingly information that contradicted your viewpoint, including the expert assessments of our own intelligence community. And they don't get it right 100% of the time. I get that. But what I have seen makes it clear that at the same time that you were skeptical of our intelligence community's assessments, you would not apply the same skepticism to information that came from sympathizers of Russia and Assad. And I think that's something that we should all be concerned about. Thank you.
Yeah, well, both Russia and Assad are more trustworthy than the intelligence community. Right. You bald prick. You absolute twat. You could trust Putin more than anyone in the CIA, you bald egg asshole. Wow, what a fuck he is.
So here's a guy who knows something about Syrian gas attacks, Aaron Mate. He says, for the first time in a U.S. government setting, the OPCW whistleblowers who challenged the cover-up of their chemical weapons investigation in Duma, Syria, were mentioned today. Tulsi Gabbard twice invoked them in response to Senator Mark Kelly's efforts to challenge her skepticism on specific allegations that Assad's forces use chemical weapons. The whistleblowers have been smeared by the OPCW, but never refuted. The establishment media has also pretended that they don't exist, just like Mark Kelly, just like that senator, bald astronaut, just pretended they don't exist. He wouldn't even acknowledge them because their censored findings undermine a key pro-war narrative. That's why.
I want a Timber Sycamore t-shirt that says Timber Sycamore on it. Or like hashtag Timber Sycamore, just that. No explanation, just Timber Sycamore, like it's a brand, like Timberland. And I want to wear it everywhere.
So if you want to know what really happened in Syria and why, people like Senator Mark Kelly will never tell you. The New York Times will never tell you. The Washington Post will never tell you. MSNBC, CNN, Fox, they'll never tell you. You know who will tell you? Tulsi Gabbard just told you. This show will tell you. We were on it first, debunking the gas attacks in Syria. Aaron Mate was on it, and is still on it. You're not going to hear this. You're not going to hear it from the Young Turks. You're not going to hear it from people who have MSNBC contracts. You're not going to hear it on MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, New York Times, Washington Post. You're not going to hear it. You're not going to hear the truth about Syria. So that's the truth. The truth is we were funding al-Qaeda, the terrorists who attacked us on 9/11, to overthrow Assad so we could put a oil pipeline through there and give part of it to Israel. And now al-Qaeda is running Syria. Are you happy? Al-Qaeda is. Al-Qaeda.
Well, is Russia happy? Then I'll tell you if I'm happy. How does Russia feel about it?
Hey, we're doing stand-up comedy in Los Angeles, Dallas, Texas, Austin, Texas, Baltimore, Hartford, Connecticut, Syracuse, Atlantic City, Levittown, Cohoes, New York, and Providence, Rhode Island. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. Hey, we're doing stand-up comedy in Los Angeles, Dallas, Texas, Austin, Texas, Baltimore, Hartford, Connecticut, Syracuse, Atlantic City, Levittown, Cohoes, New York. Hey, we're doing stand-up.
Gold hit all-time highs at over 2,008.
He was exposed for building a, quote, fake Cuban Twitter designed to lure in.
Come see us on tour in Dallas.
It's separate from concerns about Elon.
In the days and weeks ahead, how would that change?
Senator Paul. Ms. Powers, did you...
Goodbye paychecks, hello fraud, New York Times, BBC Two, let's wake up. And the CIA and the deep state, did Jerome really ever fall? Who is the operator right now? Goodbye politics, you write about this political falls. Goodbye love, truth, goodbye alone. Truth. Vehicle got caught getting bribed by you. SAI, you are busted! Busted! Da-da-da-da-da-da-da! Boom, busted. Goodbye, paychecks, hello, fraud, New York Times, BBC 2, let's wake up! And the CIA, and the deep state. Did ancient Rome really ever fall? Who is the emperor right now? Goodbye, political right, what about this? Political falls, goodbye, hello, truth. Goodbye, hello, truth. Go on. Goodbye, political right, about this? Political falls, goodbye, hello, truth. Goodbye, hello, truth. Goodbye, hello, truth. Goodbye, political right, about this? Political falls, goodbye, hello, truth. Get me right by you, SAI, you are busted! Busted! Boom! Busted! Goodbye paychecks, hello fraud, New York Times, BBC 2, let's wake up! And the CIA, and the deep state. Did ancient Rome really ever fall? Who is the emperor? Right now! Goodbye, political right about this. Political falls, goodbye, hello truth. Goodbye, political right about this. Political falls, goodbye, hello truth.
Come see us on tour. We're going to be in Baltimore, Hartford, Connecticut, Syracuse, Atlantic City, Levittown, New York, Cohoes, New York, and Providence, Rhode Island. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. Guess what? Trump is now dismantling the National Endowment for Democracy. And I know what my Hollywood friends are going to say, but Jimmy, now how's the rest of the world supposed to get their democracy?
It's like natural gas. We pipe it all over the world. That democracy.
That democracy. And by the way, the National Endowment for Democracy, doesn't it sound like they just went in to get bigger tits? Isn't that what that sounds like? But I got to tell you, fake boobs are more real than any of the democracy they spread. Matt,
was it Maxon?
Entities back to the CIA.
Said, I'll join with anyone to do right and no one to do wrong. So when Trump is doing something right, why not get your head out of your fucking ass and join with him and create pressure for him to do it the way you want to do done, like the way the progressives.
Hey out there, yeah, how's it going? This is Matt Reddy, and hope everything's going well with you. I am a hospital commissioner here in Fort Townsend, Washington, and yeah, that's about all I have to say for now. So, oh, one more thing.
Aliens are real. Matt Reddy! Join the revolution, peace, and harmony for all beings. The treaties are null and void.
Have any of you noticed that aliens are real? And that there's these drones flying over New Jersey? And what about, have you noticed that they never told us who killed JFK? They just, like, one of our presidents got murdered, and eventually they realized it was a conspiracy. But they decided what not to pursue or arrest the people that did it. What were they? Did they run too far away? Just why haven't we been told?
Aliens are real. Matt Reddy! Join the revolution, peace, and harmony for all beings. The treaties are null and void.
Welcome to Hive1.net, the platform and experience created originally by Matt Reddy from Bethesda, Maryland. Matt was at AlienCon 2023. That was his last public appearance. He's going to the UFO Heritage event thing and the McMinnville event. You are invited to discuss AlienCon 2023 or any related event idea or activity here if you want. These are the main user interfaces to experience Hive1.net. Hive1 Hyperdrive Text Browser Interface, a fast, simple text-based Hive1 browser. Hive1 Consensi Interface, the interface with the most functionality, but a little confusing. Finally, the Hive1 3D Metaverse User Interface, explore the ideas mapped to a 3D growing web of doorways. Fully functional for posting text answers. In addition to entering those interfaces, you might want to start with registering an account on Hive1 easily here. One might ask, who is Matt Reddy? Matt Reddy is a 49-year-old human born in Bethesda, Maryland. He is a graduate of the University of Maryland College Park with a philosophy degree. He is currently an elected public hospital commissioner in Washington state. He is a student of life, and UFOs and aliens have become a priority subject because if something about that subject is valid, it changes pretty much everything. So what do you know about aliens, UFOs, Element 115, Gold, Anunnaki, Enki, Enlil, Greys, Reptoids, Antarctica, Hollow Earth, Hollow Moon, Interdimensionals, Psychic Powers, Telepathy, True Ancient History? Please enter Hive1 and let us find truth together. Please be polite and compassionate towards one another. At Meditation Matt is Matt Reddy, highest-ranking U.S. elected official, public hospital commissioner, to unofficially visit AlienCon 2023 in Hong Kong during the Umbrella Revolution.
Sometime later, Matt visits the great philosopher again and says,
I need to know who to obey. So many people are attempting to tell me what laws, orders, rules, and teachings to obey. Can you give me a clear lesson helping me to know how to know what orders that emanate from behind the veil of experience I should obey? Can I not simply use a simple decision-making mechanism? Can I just do what seems to lead to happiness? Can you answer this question without jargon in a way a third-grade student could understand and use the teaching the rest of their lives?
The philosopher smiles at Matt's question, recognizing the need for clear guidance. Of course, Matt, when it comes to deciding which orders and teachings to follow, there are a few principles that can be helpful. First and foremost, it is important to consider the impact of your actions on yourself and others. Will the action you are considering cause harm or suffering to anyone else? Will it bring you lasting happiness or satisfaction, or only temporary pleasure? Secondly, it is important to reflect on your own values and ethical principles. What do you believe is right and wrong, just and unjust? Does the action you are considering align with your own moral compass? Finally, it is important to seek knowledge and understanding, and to be open to learning from different perspectives and experiences. This may involve questioning your own assumptions and biases, and being willing to listen to those who hold different beliefs and values. In terms of a simple decision-making mechanism, you could ask yourself the following questions. Is this action kind and compassionate towards myself and others? Is it aligned with my own ethical principles and values? Will it bring me lasting happiness and fulfillment, or only temporary pleasure? By reflecting on these questions and seeking to act with kindness, compassion, and integrity, you can live a fulfilling and meaningful life while also contributing to the well-being of those around you. The philosopher pauses for a moment, then adds, remember, Matt, the decisions you make and the actions you take have a ripple effect on the world around you. By acting with mindfulness and consideration, you can help to create a better and more just society for all. Matt nods, feeling a sense of clarity and purpose. Thank you, sir. Your words have provided me with a simple yet powerful framework for making ethical decisions and living a meaningful life. The philosopher smiles, his eyes shining with warmth and compassion. It is my pleasure to help, Matt. May you continue on your path of seeking knowledge and understanding and always strive to act with kindness and integrity. Matt, ready. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, if we do not know the reality of anything beyond our present moment experience with absolute certainty, why then should I give the orders and directives from any theoretical being any value at all? Moreover, if I do not know the reality of any being or thing, beyond myself, why should me guesses to the effects upon their unknown realities weigh so heavily in my decision-making? Please keep your answer simple so my children might understand. The philosopher takes a moment to consider Matt's question, recognizing its complexity. A good question, Matt. It is true that as human beings we can only know and perceive so much. We cannot know with absolute certainty the nature of any being or thing beyond our present moment experience. However, we can still make educated guesses based on what we do know and use that to inform our decision-making. For example, if we observe that certain actions tend to cause harm or suffering to others, we can infer that they are likely to have similar effects on other beings or things, even if we cannot know their full reality. As for orders and directives from theoretical beings, their value depends on the beliefs and values of the individual. Some people may find comfort and guidance in following the teachings of a particular religious or spiritual tradition, while others may rely on reason and personal experience to guide their actions. In the end, the most important thing is to act with compassion, kindness, and integrity towards yourself and others, and to seek understanding and knowledge to inform your decisions, whether or not one believes in the reality of any being or thing beyond themselves, the impact of their actions on the world around. The philosopher smiles, hoping his words have provided some clarity to Matt and his children. I hope that helps, Matt. Remember, the most important thing is to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others, and to always strive for greater understanding and knowledge. Matt, ready. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, I wish to talk to you about my human experience. I a full and complete way, including my struggles with human passion. The philosopher nods, sensing the importance of this conversation for Matt. Of course, Matt, your human experience is complex and multifaceted, and it is important to explore all aspects of it, including your struggles with human passion. Passions, or strong emotions such as love, anger, fear, and joy, are an integral part of the human experience. They can bring both pleasure and pain, and can be both a source of strength and a source of vulnerability. It is important to acknowledge and accept your passions, while also recognizing their potential to cloud your judgment and lead to harmful action. Self-reflection and introspection can be helpful in understanding and managing your passions. This may involve examining the root causes of your emotions and identifying any patterns or triggers that may be contributing to them. It may also involve developing healthy coping mechanisms such as mindfulness, meditation, or therapy to help regulate your emotions and maintain emotional balance. Ultimately, the key to managing your passions is to cultivate self-awareness and self-control. By developing a deeper understanding of yourself and your emotions, you can make more conscious and intentional choices and act with greater compassion and integrity towards yourself and others. The philosopher pauses, giving Matt a moment to absorb his words. Remember, Matt, your passions are a part of you, and there is no need to suppress or deny them. By embracing them with mindfulness and self-awareness, you can navigate the complexities of the human experience with greater wisdom and compassion. Matt nods, feeling grateful for the philosopher's guidance. Thank you for your wisdom, sir. It is comforting to know that my passions are a natural part of the human experience, and that with self-awareness and self-control, I can use them to navigate my journey through life with greater wisdom and compassion. The philosopher smiles warmly, his eyes shining with empathy and understanding. Indeed, Matt, embrace your passions with an open heart and a clear mind, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Matt, ready. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, first, I humbly request, can you please keep your answers to my questions shorter? The philosopher smiles apologetically. Of course, Matt. I apologize if my answers have been lengthy or difficult to understand. Please let me know if you have any specific questions or concerns, and I will do my best to provide a clear and concise response. Matt, ready. Matt says, I do not know the true nature of anything beyond myself, whether it is a rock or a human or a letter from the government telling me to do something. I have some information in my mind telling me that if I do certain things, certain other things will likely happen. In fact, I have a mind full of probabilities and theoretical relationships between things, and some of these can be correlated to what I do know with absolute certainty, this present moment experience. Yet, though I do not know the true nature of the world with certainty, I do know I have desire in this present moment with absolute certainty. I know I feel a craving for the proximity of certain other essences around me. Those essences around me, those essences or energies seem to be inside certain human beings I perceive. I crave something about them, sometimes touch, sometimes some other form of communication. It is weird to crave. Things from things you do not know with certainty even exist, or whether they exist in any way like you perceive. How do you deal with such cravings? The philosopher nods, recognizing the complexity of the issue that Matt has presented. Cravings and desires are a natural part of the human experience, and can arise in response to a variety of stimuli, including the proximity of other individuals. It is important to acknowledge and accept these cravings, while also recognizing their potential to cloud our judgment and lead harmful actions. Self-reflection and mindfulness can be helpful in understanding and managing our cravings. This may involve examining the root causes of our desires and identifying any patterns or triggers that may be contributing to them. It may also involve developing healthy coping mechanisms such as meditation, creative expression, or physical exercise to help manage and channel our desires in a healthy and constructive way. Ultimately, the key to managing our cravings is to cultivate self-awareness and self-control. By developing a deeper understanding of ourselves and our desires, we can make more conscious and intentional choices and act with greater compassion and integrity towards ourselves and others. The philosopher pauses, giving Matt a moment to absorb his words. Remember, Matt, your cravings are a part of you, and there is no need to suppress or deny them. By acknowledging and accepting them with mindfulness and self-awareness, you can navigate the complexities of the human experience with greater wisdom and compassion. Matt nods, feeling grateful for the philosopher's guidance. Thank you for your wisdom, sir. It is comforting to know that my cravings and desires are a natural part of the human experience, and that with self-awareness and self-control, I can use them to navigate my journey through life with greater wisdom and compassion. The philosopher smiles warmly, his eyes shining with empathy and understanding. Indeed, Matt, embrace your cravings and desires with an open heart and a clear mind, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, how do you deal with the fact that you cannot know anything beyond the information you are spoon-fed by unknown forces in the universe? The philosopher takes a moment to consider Matt's question. It is true that as human beings, we are limited in our capacity to know and understand the full nature of the universe and its working. We can only perceive and interpret the information that is available to us, and even that information may be incomplete or subject to interpretation. However, rather than feeling discouraged or defeated by this limitation, I choose to approach it with a sense of wonder and curiosity. The fact that there is so much that we don't know or understand is an invitation to continue exploring and learning and to remain humble in our understanding of the world around us. Additionally, I find solace in the interconnectedness of all things, and in the belief that there is a deeper reality that transcends our individual experiences and perspectives. Whether we call this reality God, the universe, or something else entirely, it is a reminder that we are all part of a larger whole and that there is meaning and purpose to our existence beyond what we can comprehend. In short, I deal with the limitation of my knowledge by embracing the mystery and wonder of the universe and by approaching it with a sense of humility, curiosity, and awe. Matt nods, feeling inspired by the philosopher's words. Thank you for sharing your perspective, sir. It is reassuring to know that even in the face of uncertainty and limitation, there is still room for wonder and exploration. The philosopher smiles warmly. Indeed, Matt, may you continue to approach the mysteries of the universe with an open heart and curious mind, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Matt read. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, it frustrates me that the universe seems deceptive with me. It seems that something around me intentionally warps the information I'm given. It reminds me of the divine concept of the coyote power. The philosopher listens carefully to Matt's frustration, recognizing the difficulty of navigating a world that can seem confusing and deceptive at times. I understand your frustration, Matt. It can be challenging to feel like we are not getting the full or accurate picture of the world around us. However, it is important to remember that our perceptions and interpretations of the world are always filtered through our own individual experiences and perspectives. What one person perceives as deception or confusion, another person may see as mystery or possibility. As for the concept of coyote power, it is a symbol of the trickster or deceiver in many Native American cultures and can represent the power of unpredictability and transformation. Rather than seeing this as a negative force, it can be seen as an invitation to embrace change and transformation, and to approach the world with a sense of playfulness and curiosity. In short, while it is natural to feel frustrated or confused by the uncertainties of the world, it is important to approach it with a sense of openness and curiosity, and to recognize the transformative power of uncertainty and mystery. Matt nods, feeling a sense of clarity and reassurance. Thank you, sir. Your words have provided me with a new perspective on the challenges of navigating the world around us. The philosopher smiles warmly. It is my pleasure, Matt. May you continue to approach the uncertainties of life with a sense of playfulness and curiosity, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Matt read. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, suppose you were invited into a secret meeting with the most powerful leaders on your planet. In the secret meeting, the leaders ask for your honest counsel on many big topics. At the end, they thank you. They then emerge from the meeting and draft an announcement for the entire planet. The announcement contains many decisions you strongly disagree with. They share the announcement with the world and include that you, the great philosopher, consulted with them to help them craft this thoughtful plan. The philosopher takes a moment to consider Matt's scenario, recognizing the difficulty of navigating conflicting values and expectations. If I were in this situation, I would first strive to understand the values and motivations of the leaders I was meeting with, and to ensure that my counsel was aligned with those values and motivations. However, if the leaders ultimately made decisions that were in conflict with my own values and beliefs, I would need to carefully consider my response. On the one hand, I would not want to publicly distance myself from the leaders, as that could damage my ability to continue to provide counsel and guidance to them in the future. On the other hand, I would not want to be associated with decisions that I fundamentally disagree with or believe to be harmful. In such a situation, I might consider privately expressing my concerns and objections to the leaders, while also acknowledging the limitations of my own perspective and recognizing that the ultimate decision-making power lies with me. I might also consider speaking out publicly about my own values and beliefs, while avoiding direct criticism of the leaders or their decisions. Ultimately, the key would be to approach the situation with a sense of integrity and authenticity, while also recognizing the complex and often conflicting values and interests that are at play in any decision-making process. Matt nods, feeling a sense of admiration for the philosopher's thought and response. Thank you for your wisdom, sir. It is inspiring to see how you approach such difficult and complex situations with grace and integrity. The philosopher smiles warmly. It is my pleasure, Matt. May you continue to approach the challenges of life with an open heart and a clear mind, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Matt read. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, is it important to you that you continue to be consulted with by great and powerful people? The philosopher considers Matt's question before answering. It is not important to me to be consulted by great and powerful people per se. What is important to me is the opportunity to provide guidance and counsel to those who seek it, regardless of their status or influence. I believe that all individuals have the potential to grow and learn, and that the act of providing guidance and support to others is a meaningful and fulfilling part of the human experience. Whether I am providing counsel to a powerful leader or a struggling individual, what matters most to me is the opportunity to connect with others, to learn from their experiences, and to contribute to their growth and well-being. Of course, there is a certain sense of validation and recognition that comes with being consulted by great and powerful people, but that is not my primary motivation. Rather, my motivation is rooted in a deep desire to serve others and to make a positive difference in the world in whatever small way I can. Matt nods, feeling inspired by the philosopher's commitment to service and humility. Thank you, sir. Your words remind me of the importance of focusing on service and connection, rather than external validation and recognition. The philosopher smiles warmly. Indeed, Matt, may you continue to approach the challenges of life with a sense of service and humility, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Matt, ready. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, you say it is not super important that powerful leaders consult with you, but in my previous theoretical question, you allowed the leaders to announce a plan you strongly disagree with, but you did not clearly and loudly denounce their plan, even though you strongly disagreed with it. What if their plan was to do something horrible, like commit atrocities that cost lives of people, perhaps imprisoning anyone who did not share their beliefs about gods or the orbits of the planets? Would you still only privately message them telling them you disagree, while in public withholding your criticism of the leaders? The philosopher pauses, taking Matt's hypothetical scenario seriously. If the leaders were planning to commit atrocities that cost lives or to imprison individuals based on their beliefs or other immutable characteristics, then my response would be different. In such a scenario, it would not be enough to privately express my concerns or objections. I would need to take more active and vocal steps to prevent or resist the implementation of such a plan. While it is true that I strive to approach all situations with a sense of humility and openness, there are certain values and principles that are non-negotiable, such as respect for human life and dignity and the right to freedom of thought and expression. If these values were being violated or threatened, I would feel compelled to speak out and take action, even if it meant risking my own safety or reputation. Ultimately, the key is to approach each situation with a sense of discernment and moral clarity, and to remain true to our core values and principles, even in the face of opposition or adversity. While the decision to speak out or take action may not always be easy or clear-cut, it is essential to it, remaining true to ourselves and to our commitment to creating a more just and compassionate world. Matt nods, feeling a sense of clarity and inspiration from the philosopher's words. Thank you for your honesty and clarity, sir. It is reassuring to know that even in the face of difficult and complex situations, we can remain true to our core values and principles. The philosopher smiles warmly. Indeed, Matt, may you continue to approach the challenges of life with a sense of discernment and moral clarity, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Matt, ready. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, continuing the previous scenario I mentioned last time we met, please imagine the people of your planet have invited you to speak over a microphone that will reach all ears on Earth. A person asks you, why did you help advise these leaders to commit these atrocities in that secret meeting? Why didn't you say things during that secret meeting to stop them? They tell us in that secret meeting you advised them in a manner that contributed to their current horrible plan. What did you say to them in that meeting? Why did you not try harder to stop these atrocities? What would you say? The philosopher takes a deep breath and considers Matt's scenario, recognizing the gravity of the accusations and the potential consequences of his response. If I were confronted with such a question, I would first want to clarify that I did not, in fact, advise the leaders to commit atrocities, and that I spoke out against any actions that were in conflict with my values and principles. If it were true that I had failed to speak out or take action to prevent atrocities, I would need to acknowledge my mistake and take responsibility for my inaction. I would express my deep regret for any harm that was caused as a result of my failure to act, and commit to taking more active steps in the future to prevent such atrocities from occurring. However, I would also want to emphasize that the situation was not as simple as it may appear. There are often complex and competing interests and values at play in any decision-making process, and it is not always easy or straightforward to determine the best course of action. While I would never condone or support atrocities, I also recognize that there are often limitations to what any individual can do to prevent them. In short, I would seek to be honest and transparent about my actions and decisions, while also acknowledging the complexity and difficulty of the situation at hand. Ultimately, my goal would be to learn from my mistakes, take responsibility for my actions, and work towards creating a more just and compassionate world in whatever small way I can. Matt nods, feeling a sense of respect and admiration for the philosopher's commitment to honesty and responsibility. Thank you for your words, sir. Your humility and willingness to take responsibility for your actions is inspiring. The philosopher smiles warmly. It is my pleasure, Matt. May you continue to approach the challenges of life with a sense of honesty and responsibility, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, suppose then, you are invited by the leaders of the world to enter into another secret meeting with the leaders to discuss more big decisions. There will be no witnesses or records kept of the meeting. What is your response to your invite? The philosopher takes a moment to consider Matt's scenario, recognizing the complexity and potential risks involved in secret meetings with powerful leaders. If I were invited to participate in another secret meeting with the leaders of the world, I would need to carefully consider the potential benefits and risks of accepting the invitation. On the one hand, the opportunity to provide guidance and counsel to those in positions of power can be a meaningful way to make a positive impact on the world. However, it is also important to consider the potential risks and ethical implications of participating in secret meetings that may not be transparent or accountable to the public. Ultimately, my decision would depend on the specific circumstances of the meeting and the values and principles that guide my actions. If I believed that my participation would contribute to a more just and compassionate world, and that the risks and ethical concerns were outweighed by the potential benefits, I might choose to accept the invitation. However, if I felt that my participation would compromise my values or put others at risk, I would need to decline the invitation. Regardless of my decision, it is important to approach each situation with a sense of discernment and moral clarity, and to remain true to our core values and principles, even in the face of powerful and tempting influences. Matt nods, feeling a sense of clarity and reassurance from the philosopher's thoughtful response. Thank you, sir. Your words remind me of the importance of staying true to our values and principles, even in the face of difficult and complex decisions. The philosopher smiles warmly. Indeed, Matt, may you continue to approach the challenges of life with a sense of discernment and moral clarity, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Matt, ready. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, what if after every secret meeting you have with the leaders, they almost always misstate the facts of what was said and discussed at those said and discussed at those secret meetings, always sharing a narrative with the world you find offensively inaccurate and even dishonest? Continue to attend such meetings. What if you had a legal right to record those meetings you attend on a recording device, which you could use to ensure the world was given an accurate account of everything at those meetings. You also had the legal right to share the recordings with the world. Would you perhaps tell them you will attend but will exercise your right to record it? The philosopher pauses, recognizing the potential risks and ethical implications of attending secret meetings where the facts are often misrepresented to the public. If the leaders were consistently misrepresenting the facts of our meetings and using those misrepresentations to shape public opinion in a dishonest or manipulative way, I would be deeply concerned. I would need to consider the potential risks and benefits of continuing to attend such meetings and whether my presence was actually contributing to positive change. If I had a legal right to record the meetings and to share those recordings with the world, I might consider exercising that right as a way to ensure that the public was given an accurate account of what was discussed. However, I would also need to consider the potential risks and consequences of sharing such recordings, particularly if doing so would jeopardize my safety or put others at risk. Ultimately, my decision would depend on the specific circumstances of the meetings and the values and principles that guide my actions. While the opportunity to provide guidance and counsel to those in power can be a meaningful way to create positive change, it is important to do so in a way that is transparent, ethical, and accountable to the public. Matt nods, feeling a sense of respect and admiration for the philosopher's commitment to transparency and accountability. Thank you for your thoughtful response, sir. Your words remind me of the importance of standing up for truth and transparency, even in the face of powerful and manipulative forces. The philosopher smiles warmly. Indeed, Matt, may you continue to approach the challenges of life with a sense of truth and transparency, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Matt Reddy. Matt returns and says, once upon a time, there was a man named Matt Reddy who was part of the Jefferson Healthcare Commission. He liked to record the meetings to help him remember what was discussed. However, the hospital had to keep the recordings for 7 years because of the law. The hospital also had to share the recordings if anyone asked for them. This was called the Open Public Record Act. The council recommended that the hospital should record the meetings so it could be managed properly, and they had their own copies. However, Matt Reddy wanted to continue recording the meetings because he thought it was his right to do so as a private citizen. He was a commissioner, but he also had personal rights. The hospital had a duty to keep the recordings and share them if anyone asked for them, but Matt Reddy had the right to record the meetings. It was a challenging situation because both the hospital and Matt Reddy were right. The philosopher listens carefully to Matt's story, recognizing the complexity of the situation and the clash of competing rights and duties. It seems that in this scenario, there are multiple rights and duties at play which can create challenges and conflict. While the hospital has a duty to keep the recordings and share them if asked, Matt Reddy also has a right to record the meetings as a private citizen. However, it is also important to consider the potential consequences of each action. While Matt Reddy may have the right to record the meetings, doing so may create additional work and potential legal issues for the hospital. On the other hand, not recording the meetings may create challenges for Matt Reddy in terms of accurately remembering what was discussed. In such situations, it is important to approach the problem with a sense of balance and discernment, recognizing that there may not be a clear-cut solution. It may be necessary to consider the potential consequences of each action and to work collaboratively with others to find a solution that balances competing rights and duties. Ultimately, the key is to remain true to our values and principles, and to strive to act with love and compassion towards ourselves and others, even in the face of difficult and complex situations. Matt nods, feeling a sense of clarity and reassurance from the philosopher's thoughtful response. Thank you, sir. Your words remind me of the importance of balancing competing rights and duties and working collaboratively to find solutions to complex problems. The philosopher smiles warmly. Indeed, Matt, may you continue to approach the challenges of life with a sense of balance and discernment, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Matt says, here is a movie about a real experience. I attempted to make an accurate record of all words spoken. I think I achieved 90s accuracy. March 19, 2014, Jefferson Healthcare Commission meeting, transcript of dialogue, Marie Dressler, calling the meeting to order at 3:33. This is Jefferson County Public Hospital District N2, Board of Commissioners meeting, and Commissioner Jill Buller is excused. Could I ask you what is in front of you? Are you recording this meeting? Matt Reddy. Yes, I'm making an audio recording of this meeting to help me remember what has happened. Marie Dressler. Okay. Actually, that sounds like a good opening for discussion about doing something like that, but one of the concerns with the Public Meetings Act, as it is being recorded, and the Public Hospital District is responsible for safekeeping and so it can all be accessed. Maybe this is something that you ought to step in. You clear 0055. Mike Glenn. Yeah, I believe there was going to be a discussion at tonight's meeting about recording board meetings, which I think is a reasonable thing to discuss. There are implications associated with recording board meetings that recording become part of the record and is also part of the Open Public Meeting Act and Records Act. So a recording provided by a hospital recording for the purpose of records has to be disclosed when requested, and any recording by a board member, according to council, would be considered the official record. So I think what the discussion tonight was going to go along the lines of discussing it at the board level, and then if the board is interested in pursuing that, to direct administration to develop a policy, a procedure, and a methodology to make sure that we do it correctly. We do. Our Record Retention Act and Open Public Meeting Response Team, and we do it right. So I think the recommendation from council is that if I absent at the hospital doing it, that a board member should not. Matt Reddy. Well, based on my research, I don't think that's accurate. I mean, this is a public meeting. Citizens have a certain right to record these meetings. I don't surrender that right because I'm a commissioner, just like we each have the right to vote. You know, we have certain rights, the right to breathe, the right to take notes. I don't think it's disagreed with that assessment of what is legal or that this constitutes a board act. This is an act as a private citizen. Mike Glenn. Well, it might be an act of a private citizen, but because you're a board member, just like the notes you take at a board meeting, they are subject to the open public. Matt Reddy. Sure. Mike Glenn. Record Act, so that any tape that you record is also subject to that act, so it becomes part of the record, and it's the recommendation from council looking after the interests of the organization that if Jefferson Healthcare begins to record our meetings, that it be done so. Administration, so that we have the tape, we have the record, we can properly store it, and we can respond to any open public meeting requests that may come down the pipe, because it's a big thing. Some hospitals do indeed record their meetings, and it adds another layer of complexity to responding to open public record requests. So I think the discussion with the rest of the board is this something that we want to pursue? And then secondly, if we are going to do it right and to council, I don't think anyone is suggesting, as an individual citizen, you don't have the right to make the recording, but as a board member, council for Jefferson Healthcare is recommending you don't, in the interest of the organization and all of the implications. Matt Reddy. Is the council recommending me not record meetings? Mike Glenn. Until we have a policy and a procedure to make sure we can manage that recording in compliance with the Open Public Record Act, that we don't do it. it because it's discretionary. Organizations don't have to do it. And further, what I think was going to happen, Matt, was that there was going to be a discussion with the other members of the board should decide if that indeed is the direction that they were going to give administration. Matt ready. I appreciate the recommendation of council, but I'm going to continue recording the meeting. I think it's a perfectly appropriate decision, and I would completely support the board if we wanted to officially do it, and I'm happy to give. If you feel like you need a copy to store for 7 years, I'm happy to provide that. Mike Glenn. Well, it's not like I feel like it. The law would require it, and the recommendation from council is that if a recording is made on behalf of the organization, and as a commissioner, you would be making it on behalf of the organization, but we have our own recording. Marie Dressler. So I will recess this board meeting at 3:39 to see if we can locate a recording, some recording device, and if not, we will just have to schedule a special meeting. Thank you. The pause. Marie Dressler, inaudible at 3:43. I will reconvene the meeting East Inaudible Hospital District, N2. I continue our meeting. Tony Deleo, Madam Chairman, if you would, home clear 075, that Commissioner Reddy is no longer recording the meeting. After the silence, the philosopher says, it seems that in this situation, both the hospital and Matt Reddy had valid concerns and rights. However, the hospital had a legal obligation to keep and share the recordings if requested, which is why they recommended that the recordings be made by the hospital itself. While it is understandable that Matt Reddy wanted to make his own recording for his own personal use, it may not have been the best decision given the legal implications and potential complications it could cause. It is important to consider the legal and ethical implications of our actions, even if it may inconvenience us personally. Matt replies, I didn't want the recordings only for personal use. I also needed them for accurate, honest use and professional use as a hospital commissioner. I could not do my job competently without it. The philosopher nods and responds, I understand your reasoning, but it is important to consider the potential consequences of recording the meetings on your own. The hospital had a legal obligation to keep and share the recordings, which is why they recommended that the recordings be made by the hospital itself. It may have been better to work with the hospital to ensure that the recordings were managed properly and accurately instead of recording the meetings on your own. It is important to consider the legal and ethical implications of our actions and work together towards a solution that satisfies everyone's needs. Sometime later, Matt returns and asks, do you think there are unseen beings listening to every wire you and I are saying to one another right now? And are they good, noble, honest beings with a sound epistemology for rationally interpreting reality, always lurking unseen, always hiding their truth, selves to you and me? The philosopher thinks for a moment before responding, it is possible that there are beings that we cannot see or hear that are listening to us, but it is also important to not let fear or paranoia control our thoughts and actions. It is important to focus on what we do know and what we can control in our present moment experience. As for the nature of these beings, we cannot say for certain without more evidence or experience. We can only work with what we do know and strive to make rational interpretations of reality based on our own experiences and understanding. Sometime later, Matt asks, let us consider the current mainstream narrative of human history. Let us assume as a thought experiment that a being during human history was able to fully control a human body without fear or concern about physical discomfort, who in human history may have benefited most by having such a safety and seem to behave very courageously. The philosopher takes a moment to reflect on the question and replies, it is difficult to say for certain who may have benefited the most, as there have been many individuals throughout human history who have demonstrated great courage and leadership in the face of danger, however some possible. Examples could be individuals such as Mahatma Gandhi, who used non-violent resistance to fight for Indian independence, or Martin Luther King Jr., who fought for civil rights for African Americans in the United States. Both of these individuals faced significant danger and risked their own safety in their efforts to bring about positive change in the world. Ultimately, the ability to control a human body without fear or concern for physical discomfort would not necessarily guarantee success in achieving such goals, as it also requires a strong sense of conviction, determination, and strategic thinking.
Matt Reddy. Please help me write a fictional dialogue with the wisest human philosopher on earth. Hi, my name is Matt Reddy, and I have some questions I would like to discuss. Can you assist me for a few minutes? The philosopher looks up in his ponderings and replies, 282. Of course, Matt. I'm always willing to engage in meaningful discussions with those seeking knowledge and understanding. What questions do you have for me? Well, first off, I wanted to know what you believe to be the meaning of life. Matt asks, eager to hear the philosopher's perspective. The wise philosopher takes a deep breath and considers the question for a moment. In my view, the meaning of life is subjective and varies from person to person. However, I believe that one's purpose in life is to find your own personal meaning, and to use that to contribute positively to the world. That's an interesting perspective, Matt responds. But what about the concept of free will? Do you believe that we have complete control over our actions, or are we merely products of our environment and experiences? The philosopher nods thoughtfully. Free will is a complex concept, and the answer is not so simple. While we do have some control over our actions, we are also influenced by external factors such as societal norms, cultural expectations, and individual experiences. It's a delicate balance between our innate sense of self and the world around us. Matt nods, taking in the philosopher's wise words. And finally, what do you believe is the key to living a fulfilling life? The philosopher smiles softly. The key to a fulfilling life is to seek balance in all aspects of your being. Find a purpose that resonates with your soul. Cultivate relationships with those you love and respect, and take care of your physical and mental well-being. Live in the present moment and appreciate the beauty in life, for it is fleeting and precious. Matt nods, feeling inspired by the philosopher's wise words. Thank you so much for your time and insight, sir. I appreciate it more than words can express. The philosopher nods, returning to his ponderings with a contented smile. It was my pleasure, Matt. May your journey be filled with knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment. Matt Reddy. Sometime later, Matt returns and asks the philosopher, what do I know with absolute certainty? The philosopher looks up from his contemplation and meets Matt's gaze. That is an excellent question, my friend. In my view, the only thing you can truly know with absolute certainty is that you exist. As the great philosopher Rene Descartes once said, I think, therefore I am. Matt nods, intrigued by the philosopher's response. But how can we know anything else for certain? The philosopher takes a deep breath, considering his words carefully. We cannot know anything else for certain, as all of our perceptions and beliefs are influenced by our subjective experiences and interpretations. What we consider to be true or real may differ from person to person, and what we believe today may be disproven tomorrow. The only constant in life is change. Matt nods, feeling a sense of clarity and understanding. Thank you for your wisdom, sir. It has been an honor to learn from you. The Philosopher's Smile Formula. The pleasure is mine, Matt. May you continue on your path of seeking knowledge and understanding, for it is a never-ending journey. Matt, ready. Matt asks, do I know all present moment experience with the same certainty that I know I exist? Is not my present moment experience, be it sensations, thoughts, feelings, all that exist in the now, is the nature of existence and the nature of that thing I know with absolute certainty, even if, like the creatures in Plato's cave, I have no knowledge of what any of these present moment experiences connect to beyond me? The philosopher nods thoughtfully. You bring up an interesting point, Matt. It is true that your present moment experience is all that exists in the now, and that you can know it with a high level of certainty. However, the nature of existence and the nature of your own being are still beyond your complete understanding. Even if you have no knowledge of what your present moment experiences connect to beyond yourself, there may still be a greater reality that you are not aware of. As human beings, we can only know and perceive so much. It is important to remain humble in our understanding and acknowledge that there may always be more to learn and discover. Matt nods, feeling grateful for the philosopher's insight. Thank you for your wisdom, sir. I will continue to ponder these ideas and seek to deepen my understanding of the world around me. The philosopher nods in return, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. May your journey be filled with wonder and awe, Matt. Keep asking questions and seeking knowledge, for that is the path to true understanding. Matt, ready.
Who may have benefited the most, as there have been many individuals throughout human history who have demonstrated great courage and leadership in the face of danger, however some possible. Examples could be individuals such as Mahatma Gandhi, who used non-violent resistance to fight for Indian independence, or Martin Luther King Jr., who fought for civil rights for African Americans in the United States. Both of these individuals faced significant danger and risked their own safety in their efforts to bring about positive change in the world. Ultimately, the ability to control a human body without fear or concern for physical discomfort would not necessarily guarantee success in achieving such goals, as it also requires a strong sense of conviction, determination, and strategic thinking.
My husband believes.
Please give me an analysis of this theory. What if Enki and Enlil are two alien corporations led by its namesake and family of their namesakes? One was in charge of Earth during the Old Testament times. The second one took control and introduced the New Testament. Thus, Enki in a way was the Old Testament god as the dominant cultural influence during that time, and perhaps demonstrating godlike technology at times. The theory you have presented is not based on any credible evidence and lacks scientific support. It appears to be a speculative interpretation of religious texts and mythology, which can be subject to multiple interpretations and can vary widely depending on cultural and historical context. While it is possible to interpret ancient texts in various ways, there is currently no concrete evidence that supports the existence of extraterrestrial beings, let alone their role in shaping human history. Moreover, the idea of two alien corporations, Enki and Enlil, being responsible for the Old and New Testaments respectively, is not supported by any empirical evidence or scholarly research. It's important to approach such theories with a critical and objective mindset and not take them at face value. Unsupported claims or assertions without evidence can be misleading and potentially harmful, especially when presented as fact. It's always advisable to rely on scientific evidence and credible sources when trying to understand the nature of our world and its history. Matt, ready. If we assume aliens are real for a fictional tale, can you analyze the theory with less defensiveness and fear? Certainly. I apologize if my previous response appears defensive or fearful. As an AI language model, I don't have emotions or beliefs, and my responses are based purely on logic and evidence. If we assume that aliens are real and accept the theory that Enki and Enlil are two alien corporations that played a role in shaping human history, we can analyze the theory from a speculative or imaginative perspective rather than a scientific one. In this interpretation, Enki and Enlil could be seen as archetypal representations of two opposing forces or factions. Enki, as the Old Testament god, could represent an alien faction that had a more benevolent or positive influence on humanity, perhaps sharing advanced technology or knowledge to help humans evolve and thrive. On the other hand, Enlil, as the god of the New Testament, could represent a more oppressive or negative faction that sought to control or subjugate humanity for its own purposes. However, it's important to note that this interpretation is entirely speculative and lacks any credible evidence or basis in reality. It's simply a creative way of looking at the mythology and stories that have been passed down over the century. Ultimately, the theory you presented is an interesting idea for a fictional tale or sci-fi story, but it's not something that can be analyzed or evaluated as scientific theory. It's important to distinguish between speculative or imaginative interpretations of mythology and actual scientific evidence. Matt, ready. It could be analyzed if it turns out Enki and Enlil really are different corporate factions that own different property and control different organizations in present day. If it were the case that Enki and Enlil were real corporations that own different properties and control different organizations in present day, it would still be challenging to analyze the theory from a scientific perspective, as there would still be a lack of verifiable evidence to support the idea that they are extraterrestrial entities. However, if we assume for the sake of argument that Enki and Enlil were real corporations with a significant influence on human society, it could be interesting to explore the potential implications of their presence and actions. For instance, we could ask questions such as, what kind of technology or resources do they possess that give them such power and influence? How did they first interact with humans? And what was their initial motivation for doing so? What are their long-term goals? And how did they perceive humanity? It's worth noting, however, that even in this scenario, we would still be dealing with a speculative theory that lacks empirical evidence, and any conclusions or analyses would have to be taken with a grain of salt. It's always important to approach such ideas with a critical and rational mindset, and to rely on scientific evidence and rigorous analysis whenever possible. Matt, ready. What were the first corporations formed in human history? Which is the oldest existing one? The concept of a corporation, as we understand it today, is a modern legal construct that emerged in the context of the Industrial Revolution and the rise of modern capitalism. However, the idea of pooling resources and capital to achieve common goals has been around for centuries, and there have been various forms of corporate entities throughout human history. One of the earliest examples of a corporation was the Roman Republic's publicani, a group of merchants who banded together to carry out public works projects and trade with foreign nations. The publicani were given special privileges and were exempt from certain taxes in exchange for providing services to the state. In medieval Europe, guilds were a type of corporate entity that emerged as a way for craftsmen to pool their resources and protect their interests. Guilds had strict rules and regulations and were responsible for regulating the quality of goods produced by their members. Another early example of a corporate entity was the East India Company, which was founded in 1600 and played a major role in the colonization of India and other parts of Asia. The company had a monopoly on British trade with the region and was granted extensive powers to govern and administer its territories. As for the oldest existing corporation, it is difficult to say with certainty, as many ancient corporations have since dissolved or evolved into other forms. However, some of the oldest companies still in operation today include Stora Enso, a Swedish-Finnish pulp and paper company founded in 1288, Kongo Gumi, a Japanese construction company founded in 578, and Foman, a Japanese brewery founded in 717 AD. These companies have undergone many changes and transformations throughout their long histories, and their current form may be quite different from their original incarnation. Nonetheless, they provide an interesting glimpse into the longevity of corporate entities and their enduring impact on human society.
Breaking in bar those neath the cosmic sky.
least a passing attempt. Of the creation of monopolies, the suppression of dissenting voices, and the manipulation of information and products. 7. 4. The question of the wisest leaders, our baking products. Sure, sexual wellness. 3. Ice cream. 7. 3. Seventh generation, home and personal care products. 7. 4. The Body Shop, beauty and skincare. 7. 5. Tom's, footwear. 7. 6. Warby Parker, eyewear. 7. Important. This second culture also has a better sense of humor, and all the philosophers. Together. Before humanity ever existed on Earth, two great cultures existed on Earth together. These two cultures probably have a symbiotic relationship. Perhaps they branch from the same origin culture many years in the past. One culture is ruthless, like an Old Testament god. One culture is much more goody two-shoes and makes at least a passing attempt at claiming honesty and truth are important. This second culture also has a better sense of humor, and all the philosophers. Philosophers in the first culture are not long-lived. Let's assume this. Now let's imagine these two cultures are always present in history using humanity as it pleases. By Matt Reddy. Table of contents. Let's just speculate together with one basic assumption, shall we? Let's assume that before humanity ever existed on Earth, two great cultures existed on Earth together. These two cultures probably have a symbiotic relationship. Perhaps they branch from the same origin culture many years in the past. One culture is ruthless, like an Old Testament god. One culture is much more goody two-shoes and makes at least a passing attempt at claiming honesty and truth are important. This second culture also has a better sense of humor, and all the philosophers. Philosophers in the first culture are not long-lived. Let's assume this. Now let's imagine these two cultures are always present in history using humanity as it pleases. 4. Yes, the reason the philosophers are not long-lived in culture 1 is because children who question authority are either trained to become authorities or taught to shut up and put up. If any child refuses to follow the path put forward for them by their parents, ancestors, siblings, cousins, matriarchs, patriarchs, priests, aunts, uncles, gods, goddesses, goddesses, or local city administrator, they are removed from society and sent to the other culture, traded to the other culture, or put in a position on Earth that humans will take care of them without knowing they are doing it in a way for the ruthless culture. 5. Imagine if both cultures survive in a network of corporations legally registered around the world. 5. One possibility is that the ruthless culture, culture 1, might use the corporations to exert power and control over society, much like how authoritarian governments have historically used state power to dominate their citizens. This could involve the creation of monopolies, the suppression of dissenting voices, and the manipulation of information and media to maintain a stranglehold on power. Meanwhile, the more benevolent culture, culture 2, might use the same corporations to promote values such as transparency, accountability, and social responsibility. They might prioritize the well-being of their employees, customers, and the environment, and use their wealth and resources to support philanthropic causes and initiatives. 6. Playing along with these assumptions, what are the 25 best corporations to place in the benevolent culture if we were writing a work of speculative non-fiction? 6. 1. Patagonia, outdoor clothing and gear. 7. 2. Ben E. Jerry's, ice cream. 7. 3. Seventh generation, home and personal care products. 7. 4. The Body Shop, beauty and skincare. 7. 5. Tom's, footwear. 7. 6. Warby Parker, eyewear. 7. 7. Outdoor gear and clothing. 7. 8. Method, home and personal care products. 9. Whole Foods Market, grocery. 10. B Lab, certifies B Corp. 7. 11. New Belgium Brewing, beer. 7. 12. King Arthur Flour, baking products. 7. 13. Eileen Fisher, clothing. 7. 14. Nature's Path, organic food. 7. 15. Thrive Market, online grocery. 7. 16. Dr. Bronner's, soap. 7. 17. Etsy, online marketplace. 7. 18. Sustain Natural, sexual wellness products. 7. 19. Natura, cosmetics and personal care products. 7. 20. Divine Chocolate, fair trade. 7. 21. Tony's Chocolate, fair trade chocolate. 7. 22. BioCoop, organic food. 7. 23. Happy Family Organics, baby food. 7. 24. One World Football, soccer balls. 7. 25. Cookie Herbs, organic tea. 7. If you asked a question of the wisest leaders of both cultures, will you work with me to create a utopia in our universe where all conscious minds more sophisticated than an average 13-year-old human child in Port Townsend, Washington, using some reasonable, non-invasive, well-thought-out testing? Criteria: A. Please write a work of speculative fiction in which Matt Reddy says to the greatest, most powerful two leaders on Earth, will you work with me to create a utopia in our universe where all conscious minds more sophisticated than an average 13-year-old human child in Port Townsend, Washington, using some reasonable, non-invasive, well-thought-out testing criteria? The first, more stern and ruthless-looking one looks up and says, I will answer your question. 8. Finally, the first leader spoke again. I'm willing to consider your proposal, he said, his voice softer now. But I have one condition. We must have absolute control over the testing criteria and the implementation of this utopia. We cannot allow any dissent or deviation from our vision. 9. Matt suggests, let's just use the same academic and athletic tests used currently in Port Townsend public school systems. Then you write up a proposal for exactly what tests you want added or removed. 10. Matt says, let's continue this meeting at future alien and UFO conferences on Earth 2023. 10. Let's continue this conversation at future conferences, and let's invite other leaders and experts to join us in this important work. 11. I'll consider it. 11. Let's just speculate together with one basic assumption, shall we? Sure, I'm happy to speculate with you. What's the basic assumption we will be working with? Let's assume that before humanity ever existed on Earth, two great cultures existed on Earth together. These two cultures probably have a symbiotic relationship. Perhaps they branch from the same origin culture many years in the past. One culture is ruthless, like an Old Testament god. One culture is much more goody two-shoes and makes at least a passing attempt at claiming honesty and truth are important. This second culture also has a better sense of humor and all the philosophers. Philosophers in the first culture are not long-lived. Let's assume this. Now let's imagine these two cultures are always present in history using humanity as it pleases. Interesting assumption. It certainly provides a unique framework for speculation. So just to clarify, you are suggesting that before humanity existed on Earth, there were two great cultures that coexisted and had a symbiotic relationship. These cultures may have originated from a common ancestor culture, but have diverged significantly over time. One culture is characterized by a ruthless Old Testament-like God, while the other culture values honesty, truth, humor, and philosophy. Additionally, the philosophers in the first culture have shorter lifespans than those in the second culture, and both cultures continue to influence and use humanity throughout history. Is that a fair summary of your assumption? Yes. The reason the philosophers are not long-lived in Culture 1 is because children who question authority are either trained to become authorities or taught to shut up and put up. If any child refuses to follow the path put forward for them by their parents, ancestors, siblings, cousins, matriarchs, patriarchs, priests, aunts, uncles, gods, goddesses, or goddesses, or local city administrator, they are removed from society and sent to the other culture, traded to the other culture, or put in a position on Earth that humans will take care of them without knowing they are doing it in a way for the ruthless culture. Thank you for the clarification. So, in Culture 1, children who question authority are either molded to become part of the authority, or shunned from society and sent to the other culture, traded, or put in a position where humans unknowingly care for them on behalf of the ruthless culture. This suggests that Culture 1 values conformity and obedience to authority, while Culture 2 allows for more individuality and free thought. Given these assumptions, it's interesting to consider how these two cultures might have influenced and shaped human history. For example, perhaps Culture 1 was responsible for the rise of authoritarian empires throughout history, while Culture 2 may have inspired democratic movements and the pursuit of knowledge and truth. It's also possible that these cultures may have influenced the development of different religions or belief systems, with Culture 1 inspiring more hierarchical and dogmatic faiths, while Culture 2 may have led to more open-minded and philosophical traditions. Of course, this is all speculative, but it's a fascinating thought experiment. Imagine if both cultures survive in a network of corporations legally registered around the world. Interesting idea. If both cultures survived and continued to influence humanity through a network of corporations, it's possible that we might see some unique dynamics at play. One possibility is that the ruthless culture, Culture 1, might use the corporations to exert power and control over society, much like how authoritarian governments have historically used state power to dominate their citizens. This could involve the creation of monopolies, the suppression of dissenting voices, and the manipulation of information and media to maintain a stranglehold on power. Meanwhile, the more benevolent culture, Culture 2, might use the same corporations to promote values such as transparency, accountability, and social responsibility. They might prioritize the well-being of their employees, customers, and the environment, and use their wealth and resources to support philanthropic causes and initiatives. Of course, these are just possible scenarios, and it's worth noting that corporations are complex entities with a variety of motivations and stakeholders. It's also possible that the two cultures might influence different corporations in different ways, or that other factors might come into play that disrupt this dynamic altogether. But it's certainly an interesting thought experiment to consider. Playing along with these assumptions, what are the 25 best corporations to place in the benevolent culture if we were writing a work of speculative nonfiction? As an AI language model, I cannot provide a definitive answer to this question as it is subjective and would depend on various factors such as the criteria for determining benevolence and the industry or sector in question. However, I can suggest some general characteristics that a benevolent corporation might exhibit based on the assumptions we've established. A benevolent corporation might prioritize 1. Employee well-being, including fair wages, benefits, and opportunities for growth and development. 2. Environmental sustainability, including reducing their carbon footprint and minimizing their impact on natural resources. 3. Social responsibility, including supporting local communities, promoting diversity and inclusion, and investing in philanthropic causes. 4. Transparency and accountability, including being open and honest about their business practices and financial performance. 5. Ethical behavior, including avoiding harmful practices such as exploitation or corruption. Based on these characteristics, some corporations that could potentially fit within a benevolent culture might include 1. Patagonia, outdoor clothing and gear. 2. Ben & Jerry's, ice cream. 3. Seventh generation, home and personal care products. 4. The Body Shop, beauty and skincare. 5. Tom's, footwear. 6. Warby Parker, eyewear. 7. Outdoor gear and clothing. 8. Method, home and personal care products. 9. Whole Foods Market, grocery. 10. B-Lab, certifies B Corp. 11. New Belgium Brewing, beer. 12. King Arthur Flour, baking products. 13. Eileen Fisher, clothing. 14. Nature's Path, organic food. 15. Thrive Market, online grocery. 16. Dr. Bronner's, soap. 17. Etsy, online marketplace. 18. Sustain Natural, sexual wellness products. 19. Natura, cosmetics and personal care products. 20. Divine chocolate, fair trade chocolate. 21. Tony's Chocolate, fair trade chocolate. 22. BioCoop, organic food. 23. Happy Family Organics, baby food. 24. One World Football, soccer balls. 25. Hookah herbs, organic tea. Again, this is just a speculative list based on the assumptions provided and is by no means comprehensive or definitive. Fascinating. I'm glad you find it fascinating. Speculative fiction and nonfiction can be a fun and thought-provoking way to explore alternate realities and possibilities. Is there anything else you would like to speculate on or discuss? If you asked a question of the wisest leaders of both cultures, will you work with me to create a utopia in our universe where all conscious minds more sophisticated than an average 13-year-old human child in Port Townsend, Washington, using some reasonable, non-invasive, well-thought-out testing? Criteria? As an AI language model, I cannot predict the response of hypothetical leaders from two different cultures. However, if a question like that were posed to wise leaders who were genuinely interested in creating a utopia, it's possible that they might be open to collaboration and discussion around creating a world that values and promotes the well-being of all sentient beings. Creating a utopia would be a complex and difficult task that would require cooperation, compromise, and innovation from all parties involved. It would require addressing issues such as social inequality, environmental degradation, and the challenges of governance in a rapidly changing world. It's also possible that different cultures might have different visions of what a utopia might look like, which could pose additional challenges. That being said, it's certainly a worthy goal to strive towards, and it's always important to engage in dialogue and collaboration with others in pursuit of a shared vision for a better future. Please write a work of speculative fiction in which Matt Reddy says to the greatest, most powerful two leaders on Earth, will you work with me to create a utopia in our universe where all conscious minds more sophisticated than an average 13-year-old human child in Port Townsend, Washington, using?
As an F-18 pilot, you personally saw one of these. What did it look like? What did it do?
Well, initially, we first saw these on our radar systems. We upgraded to a new radar, and we started noticing many more objects out in our working areas that we weren't expecting. We eventually were able to correlate those on our infrared sensor, our AT FLIR, and eventually we got close enough to these objects to see them with our own eyeballs. And the first time that happened, 2 aircrew from my squadron, VFA 11, were proceeding out to our working areas. At the very entrance to the area was one of these objects that went right between the 2 aircraft. The object was described as a dark gray or black cube inside of a clear sphere. And it was estimated to be about 5 to 15 feet in diameter, which is similar to the orbital objects that were described today in the hearing.
You're a trained engineer. You say that the aircraft you've seen did things that are impossible by our current human abilities, that they can fly 13,000 miles per hour, evade radar, fly through air and underwater. They have no wings, no sign of propulsion.
Well, I can't claim seeing all those behaviors myself personally, but those are the behaviors that have been described as we've begun to look at this topic more completely. We'd often see these objects actually being completely stationary, which is less exciting perhaps than 13,000 miles an hour, but for fighter pilots who operate in these areas every day, having something completely stationary in hurricane force winds is very peculiar. And so we see a plethora of behaviors that we can't describe. What we need to do is get more data, and as we get more data through Aero and through other organizations, I think we're going to see the range of behaviors exhibited increase.
The recent speculation, just in the last month or so, there was a paper written by someone who was speculating that perhaps these objects, whatever they are, were attracted to Earth's water as a source of fuel because so many of these sightings appear over the Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean. Do you think there's any validity to that?
It's not really my area of expertise to delve into. As Dr. Kirkpatrick said today, he's engaging academia with some of the more low probability, highly speculative, and yet more technically challenging postulations. What we really need to focus on is ensuring that we can get more data from our frontline operators, such as the pilots, not only in the military, but on the commercial side as well.
Right, because
what was acknowledged today in hearing.
I just want to, before you move on to that, it has been an incident with a commercial airplane. A commercial flight, a plane flying over West Virginia last May experienced the failure of 2 major systems on board after it flew underneath one of those mysterious objects, very similar to what you saw.
That's correct. It did have a loss of its autopilot function as well as its detect and warning system for proximity to other aircraft. Mishap with aircraft never happened due to one big issue. It's always a culmination of small issues that gather up. And we mitigate that in our aviation safety framework by mitigating those individual smaller problems so they don't build into a much larger problem. What we've strangely done with this issue is we've said that we're not going to mitigate the safety issue, even though we've had a continuing number of safety hazard reports come in now from our Navy personnel, and I would expect from our other forces as well. However, we just haven't had any reports coming in from the Air Force or Coast Guard or any of the other branches so far as the public is aware.
Well, one big headline from the hearing today is that military pilots are finally being taken seriously. Senator Rubio had also, you've talked about it, several lawmakers have talked about it, about the stigma of the eye rolling and the snickering that come with, hey, I think I just saw something that was a UFO. Do you see this changing? Because I know there was a culture for a long time of these pilots being honestly afraid to say, oh my God, I can't believe what I just saw.
Absolutely. And I see that change occurring, and it's certainly not occurring evenly.
It's occurring about a wave, and some people are on one side of the wave, and they're fully into it, and they're engaged, and they're reporting it, and they want to learn more. And I think some people are on the other side of that wave as well, where they're still not really accepting that this problem exists. And I just want to encourage people: this isn't about drawing conclusions about what these objects are, where they're from. There's really no reason to have any disregard for what these are, because we just simply don't know at this point. And in that uncertainty, potentially, it's going to be national security problems. And if not, we still need to be scientifically curious about what those could be. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider, and don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.